Running wild, out of my mind. Hold my breath, cause I'm ready to make a move. Got nothing to lose. Watch me shake up the ground. Have you seen a phoenix rise? Rising up above the deep blue open skies, knowing that the way is right, guided by the secrets of an undiscovered life. Have you heard the ocean cry? Shallow waters carry silent goodbye, diving deeper than the sea. What you find is what you get, and I found a part of it in me. Running wild, out of my mind. Hold my breath, cause I'm ready to make a move. Got nothing to lose. do it together in harmony. Let it go and set your mind free. You lit me up as the sun went down. Now my search is over, over, over. Wherever it takes me, my world will be complete. 'Cause I've been going crazy, but now I've landed on my feet. That's how I found my lucky star. Found my lucky star. Found my lucky star. Right here in the shadows. Right here in the shadows. In the shadows. Right here in the shadows. Running wild out of my mind. Hold my breath, 'cause I'm ready to make a move. Got nothing to lose. Watch me shake up the ground. Have you seen a phoenix rise? Rising up above the deep blue open skies. Knowing that the way is right. Guided by the secrets of an undiscovered life. Have you heard the ocean cry? Shallow waters carry silent goodbye. Diving deeper than the sea. What you find is what you get, and I found a part of it in me. Running wild out of my mind. Hold my breath, 'cause I'm ready to make a move. Got nothing to lose. Watch me shake up the ground. About to explode, nobody knows. Coming the way like a renegade. Running wild out of my mind. Hold my breath, I got nothing to lose. Lose. Da da ba da ba da. Lose. Lose. Da da ba da ba da. Have you felt a human grow? Open up and step right out of the shadow. Wondering what is left inside. Some may say, oh they say, it's mystery of life. Running wild out of my mind. Hold my breath, 'cause I'm ready to make a move. Got nothing to lose. Watch me shake up the ground. About to explode, nobody knows. Coming the way like a renegade. Running wild out of my mind. Hold my breath, I got nothing to lose. Lose. Da da ba da ba da. Lose. Lose. Da da ba da ba da. Lose. Lose. Running wild, out of my mind. Hold my breath, cause I'm ready to make a move. Got nothing to lose. Watch me shake up the ground. Have you seen a phoenix rise? Rising up above the deep blue open skies, knowing that the way is right, guided by the secrets of an undiscovered life. Have you heard the ocean cry? Shallow waters carry silent goodbye, diving deeper than the sea. What you find is what you get, and I found a part of it in me. Running wild, out of my mind. Hold my breath, cause I'm ready to make a move. Got nothing to lose. Watch me shake up the ground. About to explode, nobody knows. Coming the way like a renegade. Running wild, out of my mind. Hold my breath, I got nothing to lose. Have you felt a human grow? Open up and step right out of the shadow.
Stop and refocus. Get a clearer perspective. See things from different angles. Power up and set your eyes on the prize. It's time to step up and rise to the challenge with the Redmi Note 11.
A bright light feels right. I can't lie. I'm sky high, sky high. It feels like lightning, burning up in the sky, bright as the sun in your eyes. Feeling alright, I can't shine like lightning. Bright light, shine like lightning. Feels right, I can't lie. Sky high, it feels like lightning, burning up in the sky, bright as the sun in your eyes. Feeling alright, I can't shine like lightning, burning up in the sky, bright as the sun in your eyes. Feeling alright, I can't shine like lightning. Shine like lightning. Shine like lightning. Feels right, feels right. It feels like lightning, burning up in the sky, bright as the sun in your eyes. Feeling alright, I can't shine like lightning. Shine like You lit me up as the sun went down. Now my search is over, over, over. Wherever it takes me, my world will be complete. 'Cause I've been going crazy, but now I've landed on my feet. 'Cause now I found my lucky star, found my lucky star, found my lucky star. Right here in the shadows, follow me. Forget all your troubles and trust me. We'll do it together in harmony. Let it go and set your mind free. You lit me up as the sun went down. Now my search is over, over, over. Wherever it takes me, my world will be complete. 'Cause I've been going crazy, but now I've landed on my feet. 'Cause now I found my lucky star, found my lucky star, found my lucky star. Right here in the shadows, right here in the shadows, in the shadows, right here in the shadows. Running.
Welcome, guys. It is a new week here at the WCS Philippines, and we are in for what many have predicted is quite a long day because we have some very interesting matches coming right up. Mika Fabs once again leading the panel alongside Ottilus and Riku with me. Riku, how are you feeling? I think it's your first time on the panel desk for the WCS, isn't it?
It's actually my second time. Because on the very first week of the very first day, I was here having fun with you guys.
Mika.
I'm going to say I'm old, guys. I'm old. Like your Tita Mika over here, you know, memory is a little over here. But
Okay.
But Rico, how are you feeling with the matches that we have coming up? Especially since, you know, we've already got a feel of how all of the teams are faring last week.
Yeah, I think it's going to be another exciting week because first of all, we've already finished first half of the first round robin, and then this entire weekend we're going to finish the second half of it. So either we're going to be seeing, you know, the undefeated streaks possibly being defeated, or will the trend continue? And we're going to be seeing a little bit of a preview on how the second round robin is going to go.
That's right. And Ottilus, you know, we had some surprises like last week, right? We had some very big surprises last week. I actually want to talk about some of the matches like a little later on. But as we jump into our series highlights, what were some of your favorite moments from the matches that we had previously?
For me, there's a lot, right? And we just posted in the WCS Philippines page the top 5 plays. Then the top 1 play being the almost pentacle by Danny. We don't have a pentacle yet this season, and I feel that this week and we could finally have that
Possibly.
very elusive pentacle. Yeah, but last week was just a statement for the rest of the WCS, right? We have so many good teams right now, and a lot of these teams really do put out the work. And Fennel Adversity, although they were very solid during the first 2 games, on the third day, Oasis Gaming just crushed them, right? And there's no sugarcoating that on that one. I feel that we are still missing some of the identities from some of these teams, and this week number 2, I feel that we will have a better representation as to where the teams really stand.
Actually, we're looking at Cerebrum Esports right here, and their match against Team Secret was possibly one of the most confusing, but also my favorite match of last week, just because I feel like, you know, the impossible happened way too many times.
Yep.
In that matchup. And Rico, you know, we saw the Nemesis battle being triggered again. We saw 2 for Rift Heralds, and we saw Team Secret struggling as, you know, against what should have been maybe one of the bottom tier teams in this league.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the standings, we're seeing Team Secret. I mean, looking back at their history, we're talking about a team that has a lot of experience in the SEA scene and also the international scene. When we look back at the Horizon Cup, they've shown how incredibly strong they are. But after the first week, it was Team Secret landing in a 2-1, basically tied with Fennel Adversity and RQ and Oasis Gaming as well as on the standings. So a lot of these teams are still finding their groove because of the different meta we're seeing today. Like, there are a lot of teams that are slowly transitioning from, you know, their usual traditional AD carry, hyper carry scaling into the AP carry bot lane that we're seeing so many times last weekend.
Yeah, and Ottilus, you know, we did want to talk very briefly about our patch notes. Some champions here look like they might be not picked as often. I don't know if we're going to be seeing the Jax and the Lulu quite a lot. What are your thoughts?
Lulu and Jax, they are like the pair made in heaven, right? I feel that Lulu and Vayne is also one of them. But Lulu and Jax, if you pair them together, the Wildrift will just augment Jax's ability to carry the games from the jungle role. Now, I don't think we will be seeing them, but there's a lot of jungle options that we have in the meta right now. We still have the Assassins, we also have the utility champions. Lee Sin, Kha'Zix, Rengar are still going to be very strong in this current week. But I also would like to highlight the fact that in patch 3.0b, we did have some drastic change in the mastery or in the keystone runes that we have, Electrocute being one of them. I feel that the cooldown reduction of the Electrocute will bring diversity on the keystone choices that we have right now in the mid lane and also in the jungle. So it's a very, very exciting time as to where to really, what to follow when it comes to the rune choices for the viewers out there.
Yeah. 100%. I mean, we were talking about AP carry bot lane, and then they buff Electrocute. I think this is the perfect time to see more of those picks shine there.
Yeah, and yeah, it's gonna be exciting indeed that we're seeing RRQ and Fennel adversity. We'll dive into that a little bit later because they're our first series for the day, but it's gonna be really exciting to see those changes in action for these two teams. Before anything else though, thank you so much to PPGL for making this event possible, the largest multi-esports league in the country, together with Riot Games.
We'd also like to acknowledge our official mobile partner, Xiaomi. The hashtag Redmi Note 11 is equipped with 90Hz AMOLED dot display, making it possible for you to experience powerful and responsive gaming, less waiting time with a 33-watt Pro Fast Charging enabled by the all-new MMT technology, and a 6nm Snapdragon 680 for high performance while improving battery life. More information about the Redmi Note 11 at the Xiaomi Philippines Facebook page.
And of course, this tournament is under the supervision of the Games and Amusement Board.
Now over again to Riku. You know, we were talking about patch 3.0, the final supposedly of this current this current patch, the final iteration of this current patch. And Audalus was talking about the changes that might happen with the runes and the keystones here. But what are your thoughts on this and how it might affect specifically our first two teams of the day? Because you're talking so much about the AP carries.
Yeah, I mean, when we look at the champions at the patch 3.0b that were changed, we look at Fizz there with this nerf on the Playful Trickster and the Chum the Water damage. I feel like maybe it's going to affect the early game, but I think it's not going to affect the pros too much, especially Mitsura, who had a phenomenal performance on that Fizz last time. Because when you're ahead and paired with a jungler that supplies the necessary setup and damage anyway, like a Lee Sin, I think the nerf is definitely not going to hurt that pick too much. And we look at Yumi. We've seen like a lot of combinations. Yumi plus Rengar, Yumi plus Jax is just absolutely scary. I feel like what we saw with Team Underground with the Yumi plus Rengar is an evolution of the hidden cat ball with the Orianna and the Rengar with Thrill of the Hunt. And now this time it's so much easier to execute because you can just have the cat with you, find a target alone in the jungle, and just keep doing this sort of pick style approach on the game. And because of the Yumi buffs, after what we've seen last weekend, I don't think we're going to be seeing Yumi too much. I feel like it's going to be 100% banned this weekend.
Okay. That is fair indeed. And as we check out our tournament form,
the viewers of WCSPH was questioning the fact that Yumi did get buffed, right? And I was explaining this to the rest of the talents backstage that basically, when it comes to balancing, you also have to consider the general public, right? And Yumi is kind of a champion that you have to maximize its skill. Like, just go down, maximize your passive, and if you don't do that, you are not playing Yumi correctly and properly. Now, this pro players, one thing that I can guarantee you is that they mastered this champion even during their LoL PC days.
Very interesting indeed. And as we check out our standings, we know that this is going to get really interesting as we enter week 2. I want to ask you, Audalus, Riku, we're starting with Audalus, of course. Is this going to shuffle? Has your top 4 changed at all with week 1?
For me, no. In fact, this is very close to the preseason power rankings that I did during my PPGL cooldown with Osiris. The only difference is the number 3 and number 4. I have actually 3, 4, and 5. I have Team Secret at number 3 and then RQ at number 5 and Fennel University at number 4. The rest is actually the same as what I envisioned. For week number 2, I feel that it's still going to be the same. I'm going to follow my preseason power rankings for my prediction. So if you are following my power rankings, then you would know as to how I would predict the rest of the day.
No, Riku, what about you?
Yeah, for me, I mean, when you're watching as a fan, right? You're looking at Team Secret, you're looking at RQ, Fennel Adversity even. I'm gonna say that you guys shouldn't be worried because this is it looks like, Team Underground, they're incredibly strong, but at the same time, it's still the half of the round robin. There could still be plot twists happening.
Yeah.
There still could be teams trying to ramp up. And if you're a fan of like Grindsky, Cerebrum, and Sunsparks, again, it is still the half of the round robin. There is still a chance to, veer away from the bottom two of this scary, because whoever's the bottom two at the end of the double round robin, then you won't be able to make it to playoffs.
Yep, that's for sure. And then let's actually see who Cerebrum and Sunsparks will be facing off today, along with the other teams in our schedule. And the first series of the day will be Fennel Adversity versus RRQ, followed by Sunsparks and Team Secret, Cerebrum and Grindsky Esports, and Underground versus Oasis. I like this final series that we have today on Lose. It's looking to be really, really interesting indeed, because those were the top two teams.
Yeah, heavyweight. Indeed, UDG versus Oasis is definitely our matchup to watch for today. But do not sleep on FLA versus RRQ. I feel that our first match will be as hotly contested as our last match, if not even, hotter.
Yeah, and I feel like, for FLA and RRQ, this was a difficult one for me to predict.
Of course.
Like, I spent the most time predicting this one. And speaking of which, Riku, I am determined not to let you get away from what we have planned for today, because if you guys have been watching, our panel desk has been becoming more and more interesting, because we have decided to add in panel desk consequences to our predictions. So whoever comes in last in our predictions and we keep score here will have to adhere to a very severe, or maybe not too severe, it could be somewhere there, but they will have to do a consequence on the post show. Or if they're not on the desk, you can also do it on Twitter. I did that last time, and actually, you know what, should I draw our consequence for the day? I think somebody
Anything but the shoey.
I hope we do not get that. I hope
Anything
not.
but the
I hope
shoey.
not. I hope not
That's
also.
Too crazy.
This is actually kind of fun.
What is that? What is that?
So it is draw on the face or write on the face, and the other panelists, oh my gosh, I'm moving to the right. Okay, the other panelists get to choose.
Draw on the face?
So yeah, so for the post show, the loser, I guess, or the one who comes in last for all our predictions today, will need to prepare a marker, or eyeliner is pretty safe because we all know that goes on the face. But and the other panelists will get to decide what they get to draw on the face. Could be something, anything. Maybe you want to draw, I don't know, like whiskers.
Oh my god, that'd be so cute.
I don't know. Maybe you can draw the Team Secret eye.
I can't please. I can't please.
That's gonna be really exciting indeed. So that will happen in the post show. Of course, we have to get into our predictions, but before that, our series introduction over here, or the first series of the Fennel Adversity and RRQ. And this is why I hope I get my prediction correct, because I'm sorry.
Don't worry.
I don't want to be last anymore.
I joined you, Mika. I joined you. I think we are on the target for this current matchup. And Fennel Adversity versus RQ. Riku, this is a very exciting way to start week number 2. Again, historically speaking, Fennel Adversity and RQ did not meet ever during our last season. So this is the first time that we'll be seeing a matchup between these two powerhouse teams. Now, I just would like to put it out there that it is Doming's birthday today. So the birthday bow is real.
Happy
Exactly.
birthday!
Yeah, happy birthday. Happy birthday, Doming.
Doming!
Birthday buffs.
Birthday
Exactly.
buff! Oh wow! That is so cool. That's so cool. Rico, do you believe in the birthday buff? For
I
Doming
believe
over
in
here?
the birthday buffs. I mean, he's incredibly consistent. I mean, yeah, going back to what Otlu has mentioned, it's just really funny. Like, these two teams have never crossed paths during like last year. They're always in different groups. They're always at the different ends of the bracket. So this is finally here. You finally get to see the matchup, and we're looking at our player to highlight, and it's Doming in the jungle. And again, this guy is very, very important in the win condition of Fennel Adversity, because the way Fennel plays is very reliant on what we've seen in the past. Danny being able to scale towards the late game and just play front to back, team fights, 5v5 all throughout. And why is doming important in that setup is because he's needed to stabilize the early to mid game, make sure everything's safe, make sure Danny is safe, make sure Danny is able to scale comfortably. This doesn't happen. This is the time Fennel Adversity sort of struggles a little bit. And now I want to touch upon briefly how Fennel Adversity, we talked about, that's their strength. And I wonder if they're able to evolve through this current meta of shifting towards more of the AP carry bot laners and still having Danny to shine.
Yeah, I think it's gonna be. I think it's gonna be really interesting indeed, especially with, as we mentioned earlier, the new patch coming in, possibly towards Fennel Adversity's aid in this series. Who knows? Who knows indeed. But of course, happy birthday again to Peach Cats, as we also like to call him, Doming. And I hope that that birthday buff is going to do wonders for this team. I think by revealing that, you guys kind of know where my vote is going for the series. But of course, on the other side, and you guys brought this up, I could have sworn that these teams faced off against each other, at the Sea Icon series, and then I went back and I checked. And I'm like, no, I think they did. But apparently, it's true. They haven't. They haven't. But these two teams have been so closely tied together, and it's incredible that this is the first time that they are facing off against each other after such a long journey, kind of like walking together on this, Wildrift path, so to say. On the other side, of course, RRQ. Now, this is also going to be a very interesting team to watch because, Rico, we saw some changes with Helios and Exocen. What do you think we're seeing from this team today?
Yeah, the dynamic is definitely going to be similar from what we saw last weekend, where we get to see Exocen and Helios sort of lane swapping depending on the matchup, which is more favorable for them. And I think that flexibility in that swapping is going to help them, propel the game, make the game faster. Because again, we talked about Fennel Adversity's win condition. They want it slow, they want it steady. If RRQ is able to pick up the pace, and they do have Chaz on them, which is again dubbed one of the best junglers in the country, it's going to be definitely a challenge for Doming today against Chaz.
Yeah,
right,
for sure.
Perfect way to introduce our solo player highlight for our queue. That's going to be Chaz. Again, when we talk about Chaz, this is going to be the first time that he will be meeting Doming. And during the SEA Championships, a lot of our international viewers, also Filipino viewers, have been dubbing Doming to be the star of Fennel Adversity. And Chaz, on the other side, we know that he's one of the most consistent junglers that we have when it comes to playing attacks. He can play assassin. I love him more on the assassin route, and you could see the average damage percent share that he brings to the team. That's 20% for a jungler. That's actually a lot. Average KDA of 4.06 and average kill participation of 63% just tells us the story that RRQ really has their heart on Chaz.
Yeah, and
100%.
I feel like, again, at least you mentioned it. Doming was turning heads internationally, in the SEA Championships, and then we have Chaz over here, who we know, is one of the best junglers that we have in the league. This is gonna be a superstar matchup for sure. And Riku, we're seeing here that in terms of the stats, they're almost kind of doing this a little back and forth over here. It seems like this is going to be a very, very hot matchup indeed.
Yeah, the stats are very close. You mentioned it's going to be a hot matchup. It's going to be mainit. It's summer, and this is going to make things even hotter. There it is. Yes, yeah. I said it. What I like about this matchup is that this is a contrast of play styles from what we've seen last weekend. Doming, we talked about having to stabilize the early game, so he's there to relieve pressure. He's going to be playing on Lee Sin, on Gragas, help set up for the 5v5s later on. Meanwhile, for RRQ, we've got Chaz, where you mentioned Autolus. He's playing more of these assassins. We've seen him Jax, Fiora, these scaling split pushers. So the 4-1 is going to be available for RRQ later on if they do pick those.
I want to ask you, Autolus, we did see RRQ with Exocen in the mix. We did see RRQ with Helios in the mix. We know that they're shifting around, the rosters here. What do you think is, the best roster that we can bring out against Fennel Adversity?
I'm liking this. I'm liking having Exos and the Kuya factor being there because, again, this Fennel Adversity lineup is actually young, relatively young when it comes to experience, right? I know that they already have a Ryzen, but even a Ryzen and even a Rise in the mid lane is actually very fairly young when it comes to experience, competitive experience. And RRQ's best lineup for me against Fennel Adversity is the one that that they will be showing on game number 1, which will be Marky, Exosen, and again the rest of the gang.
Interesting. Riku, do you agree? Disagree, maybe?
Yeah, I fully agree. I mean, RQ, just as Otto has mentioned, is very rich in experience. You've got Marky and Exosen, who has a lot of veteranship from the League of Legends PC scene, and it's definitely going to help not only in this matchup, but also, the entire tournament of the WCS.
Yeah, I like I mentioned, this was a difficult one indeed because I did hype up RRQ, last week and everything because they do have such a stacked roster, but yeah, this is like I'm like dreading this because like the consequence is like right next to me, staring me in the face right here. But yes, your predictions, panel, Riku. I will start with you. Which way do you think the series is gonna go?
We talked about veteranship. I'm going to go with RRQ 2-1. I think it's still going to be close, but I think RRQ is going to win in the end.
Loose?
You know that I can't say no to the birthday puff. We've been doing this since last year. Every single time someone has a birthday, we have to vote for them, right? And Doming, again, happy birthday to you. My vote goes to Fennel Adversity. I did tweet out to their manager, Fennel's manager, and I did say that, hey, you know what? I'll be voting for Fennel Adversity today. Make do good for my promise because I don't want to be punished today.
I will actually also be voting for Fennel Adversity, and I was like really back and forth about this. At our standings here, we see that Fennel Adversity is doing pretty well, and RRQ has some catching up to do. That urge, that hunger might drive RRQ to really push themselves to the limit for this series. But again, Fennel Adversity, I'm actually thinking that maybe the stability of the roster. I'm not sure if you guys saw that. I don't know if that was just me. Yeah, I don't know if that was just me. Am I seeing things? But yeah, the stability of the roster, I feel, is what I'm banking on like right now for my prediction versus RRQ that sometimes has some adjustments going on. So I feel like in terms of chemistry, Fennel Adversity has this, and that's why I feel like more comfortable today at least going over with them. But like I as I mentioned before, RRQ's roster really makes me nervous, and I feel like I should have my eyeliner or marker or something. Guys, please don't use a permanent marker, by the way, for this.
I mean, this challenge is, again, very challenging to me because, first off, I don't think I have eyeliner here. I have Sharpie. And that will, that will destroy my face for tomorrow and the next day's broadcast. But yeah, there you go. We have our wild guesses. I love it. They said that our prediction are wild guesses. I saw that. Interesting. Wild.
Oh, wild. I like what you're doing there, production. I like it quite a lot. If you guys have anything to suggest to us consequence-wise, or maybe you just want to tweet us, get in on the action, you guys can head on over to Twitter and use the hashtags #WCS, #WCSPH, and #WildriftChampions. I think we usually bring on over some tweets, so if you guys are loud enough or maybe you want to have your voices heard, you will be featured on here, just like Spicy Poch. Spicy Poch, what's up, my dude? Never miss the panel desk consequences with one of my favorite emojis, the eyes. It's the
I'm sorry, Tanya May. Sorry to put it out there.
Shout out, by the way, to Tanya May over there. But yes, oh my gosh. Okay, I will. I didn't want to put the shoey in there, but I feel like, okay, if Shots did it,
okay,
like if Shots did it, I'm just gonna let that trail off.
It's hard. It's
But very difficult. I don't think I have any clean shoes here.
That's the thing. I'm actually a lot more worried for my shoes than my stomach at this point. It's like I don't want to ruin my shoes. Like I mentioned this on Twitter. Like one of my only pairs of like closed shoes that can actually hold liquid is my Jedi boots. So
Oh, no.
I don't want to ruin my Jedi boots, you
You
guys.
don't want that. Yeah.
We have Tundra once again. What's up? What's up, Tundra? We have Yasuo pick for day 1, week 2 of WCS PH. Maybe we haven't seen a Yasuo yet, have we?
Not yet.
Yeah, not yet.
Ah.
A few of the interesting hasn't been picked up yet are Yasuo, Braum. It's actually very surprising that hasn't been
Right.
picked up yet. Sinch hasn't been picked up yet, and also Akshan. We will see if they will be picked in week number 2. Again, if there is a team that can play the Yasuo, RQ is one of them. Helios is very good on the Yasuo. Even Team Secret is also very good on it because of Tatsuri and Trevor. We'll see. I feel that Wukong is one of the, I would say, activators that has left the meta for quite some time now. But Gragas is always there, so we'll see.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, Lulu is still there, so we can see a possible Yasuo this weekend.
Maybe indeed. Maybe we could see it right now as we head into our first series of the day between Fennel Adversity
Fennel.
and RRQ. Fennel Adversity, happy birthday, by the way, Dame. Casters, over to you guys.
A fresh start for our teams here in the second week of WCSPH group stages. And for sure, it's going to be mainit as what Rico have mentioned.
Yes.
Because our first series for day 1 and second week is going to be Team RRQ versus Fennel Adversity. This is that I, together with me is Crazy Apple, and we will be your shoutcasters. And I'm looking forward for this mainit series, Crazy Apple. How about you?
Yeah, same. It's really gonna be this mainit hot matchup. Highly anticipated. What more hyperboles and synonyms we can say here for this matchup? And yeah, I very much agree. Both of these teams right now tied in the standings, 2-1. RRQ did, I believe, lose to Team Secret for week 1. Fennel Adversity had that also kind of a handing to them on day 3 of week 1 against Oasis Gaming. I felt like they were very much decoded, read very well by Oasis Gaming, and we've had a week for adjustments for Fennel Adversity. We'll see if they're gonna have any adjustments. Are they gonna fix things up against a team like Oasis Gaming, who just ran through them with their very aggressive and fast-paced plays, which at the same time, it's been a week. RRQ could very well have copied or imitated some of the things that Oasis Gaming did well during that series to be able to get the series win here against Fennel Adversity. But yeah, I think we're gonna see a lot of those things, a lot of those questions answered when we go into game 1.
For sure, that's going to be advantage indeed for the side of RRQ, seeing that gameplay coming in from Oasis Gaming taking down Fennel Adversity. But the most interesting part is these two teams haven't seen each other in competitive Wildrift. Now, this is going to be the first time, as our panelists have mentioned. And with regards to the playstyle, we'll just go back to the first week. Usually, it is Fennel Adversity going to go for the late game strategy, trying to go for the composition revolves around Danny on the bot lane. Usually go for the hyper carry champions. On the other side, on the side of RRQ, Shaz dictating the tempo with his very aggressive jungle champions as well. Will this be the same strategy we are about to expect on our first series?
Yeah, right now going to this first series, we are at the pick and ban phase. And one of the things that I was looking at is what will be the roster for RRQ? Would have been Helios in the mid lane, would it be Devil J in the top in the Baron lane? But it looks like they're going with the Helios and Exocen in the solo lanes right now. So which could tell us a bit of maybe they're preparing something new. Maybe they're putting it on the table that Helios and Exocen could do a lane swap depending on the matchup that we'll see. Because last week at day 3, RRQ utilized both Devil J and Helios to be able to have a lot more aggressive plays. We'll see if that will be the case here. But going to the pick and bans there's a lot of things that we can talk about right now. There's also the new patch 3.0b, the last patch of this of 3.0. So there could be some changes in terms of priority for these teams, although it looks like it is mostly the same.
Yep.
Vayne and Jace have been the first two bans from the side of RRQ. We've seen these two champions dominate the Rift at multiple occasions, while on the other side it is the Camille and the Set ban as well. A Renekton has been followed up for the side of RRQ. We'll see here what would be the last or the third ban coming from Fennel University.
Actually, the bans coming in from RRQ are, comfort picks for the side of FLA. So they're respecting, of course, Danny, one of his top performing champions. That is going to be the Vayne. And as I mentioned a while ago, they love to go for that hyper scaling AD champion pick on the side of FLA. And supporting it with an enchanter on the side of FLA. Usually that is their dual lane. On the other side, though, Yumi has been banned, of course, as expected, but we haven't seen Yumi picks from both teams so far in the first week. But with the current patch we have seen so far and the performance coming in from the teams as well on this Yumi.
Yeah,
Of
Yumi.
course, 100%.
Yeah, 100. I do agree with the panel and with you as well that it might be 100% banned. Although I feel like some teams will let it through just to have that maybe bait it out. We'll see if that will happen because there also has been a nerf to Lulu as well, a bit on her numbers. But we do see the first priority pick coming from RRQ, which is this Fiora, which can be a very flexible pick right now. She can go into the Baron lane. She could also go into the jungle. There also has been some buffs to some runes that I think could very well affect this matchup as well. There has been a buff to conditioning, a buff to second wind, a buff to bone plating, which make these runes more appropriate when you're going against these harassment or poke laners. Fiora most likely won't have that kind of matchup when she is in a solo lane or in the jungle, but it could affect some of our picks right now when it comes into the Dragon lane. We were seeing a lot of AP carries, we were seeing some Varus before when it comes to that Dragon lane. We might see less of them this coming week, but looks like since this is the first game, first series of this week, the patch has been very, very fresh. We're going to some strong picks that we've seen also in week 1. Gragas and Lee Sin have been grabbed immediately by Fennel University. These two picks can both go into the jungle, but most likely Lee Sin will be the champion going there. Gragas can still be flex. On the other side for RRQ, Garen has been picked, signaling that it's going to be a solo lane for them, and Galio, which can be a flex for the side of RRQ.
It's true, so many flexibility, and we have seen, of course, a mid-Garen gameplay in the first week, and also the carry for Chaz on the Fiora. So I do love the picks coming in from RRQ. So much flexibility on the side of FLA, though, could be possibly a support Gragas here, because they love to have that AP bot support, and finding the carry that is going to be Danny. And this Lee Sin will provide a space. We all know FLA loves to play in the late stages of the game. Going to go for a very aggressive rotations and controlling the early game should be their victory condition so far, as we have seen on their first phase of the draft. But the Darius rather here is one, of course, of the most picked champions on the top side. I think this is great pick as well for FLA.
Yeah, I agree. In terms of victory conditions right now for FLA, they are building up a lot of these early to mid game champions that would be really good. Yeah, Darius is a good addition. That along with that Lee Sin, you could already see that they would try to get pickups on the side lanes along with that Gragas. They could be very mobile, having a lot of these dash abilities that could also chain into hard crowd control, like the knockback from the Gragas body slam, the Dragon's Rage to facilitate the pick on Doming. And it is Doming's birthday. He might be feeling a bit hot already with this champion. He is very proficient on the Lee Sin, which will be a challenge right now for the side of RRQ because they have that Fiora. Fiora is more of a late game scaling champion. So one of the things that you can do as FLA right here is you get the early game lead. You destroy a couple of outer tier turrets, preferably the mid lane. Get that Rift Herald and push out the mid lane turret to be able to get into the jungle, prevent this Fiora to get a bit more gold, deny resources away from her. But yeah, talking about victory conditions, going back to the pick and ban phase, a couple of bans have been drawn by both of these teams. Morgana and Paras to the side of FLA, while the Zed and the Akali has been banned for the side of RRQ.
Oh, this is your some of signature picks for RRQ and FLA as well. For sure, there's going to be a hyper 80 carry for the side of FLA is missing in their composition, but the AP bot here for RRQ. So they have taken out the virus, they have taken out the Morgana here for the side of FLA. They are expecting indeed to have this on the bot side, but surprisingly, it is going to be the Lucian being picked here in the last choice for RRQ. Possibly gonna go for a mid Lucian here, Crazy Apple.
Yeah.
Can you talk about this one?
It feels like it's gonna be a solo lane. Mid Lucian could also go into the Baron lane. We have seen this team being very flexible, but I do love that they have picked the Ziggs, because we were talking about how what the victory condition is for the side of FLAs to push these towers, immediately get a lot of pressure, so that it will prevent this Fiora to get to that late game point. They have also added the Lucian. Lucian is not known to be one of their stronger late game marksman, but he can still scale with these crit damage items. So in the sense, RRQ is going to be stronger in the late game compared to Fennel adversity, although they have added that Kai'Sa. Kai'Sa is also a ticking time bomb, but I think they have been plugging holes in terms of weakness for each of their in this draft right now. RRQ have put this Ziggs. He will most likely transition immediately to the mid lane once he gets level 5 to be able to just keep clearing the waves there, prevent FLA to destroy the mid lane turret. On the other side for FLA, they're gonna have this awkward timing with the Kai'Sa. Kai'Sa has this very weird item build where she maximizes to get as much attack damage as she can to be able to evolve her first ability. And it's gonna be very awkward because I feel like they're not gonna have Kai'Sa joining the roams. That I think is something that they are looking at. Lulu will have a hard time. Rafi will have a hard time trying to figure things out. Do I join the kill party, or do I babysit my Kai'Sa right here to be able to get that late team? So these are the things that we should be looking at. Victory conditions set by both of these teams right now. The drafts are done. We'll see when we get into if these teams are gonna adapt and how they're gonna utilize the victory conditions in mind to be able to get the first win of the day.
And here we go, ladies and gentlemen, the start of our first series here in the week 2, RRQ versus FLA game 1. Typical picks, of course, the Crazy Apple. You have a hyper carry for FLA and AP bot side for RRQ. They want to dominate in the early stages of the game, control the map as you have mentioned. The easy rotations for Marky on the Ziggs in the mid after, of course, level 5 pops up. And FLA, you really know their victory conditions here, just to hold their ground, just to give proper optimizations for Danny on the Kai'Sa and hell let loose on the late game.
Yeah, and it's gonna be very tricky for Fennel adversity. Yes, they have kind of perfected this style. They have been being consistent on this style of play where they always just go for this late game scaling, waiting for the team to get to that late game to be able to get their AD carry ahead. In this case, it's Danny. So it's gonna be a test for them. They're gonna repeat the same strategy that fell against Oasis Gaming, but going back into the current state of the game, we were talking about who were piloting these champions, where they're gonna go. EXO right now is in the Baron lane on that Garen going against Horizon, while Arise right here may be getting jumped by Helios. No, it's just gonna be some harassment right here. Mentioning Helios, he is now in the mid lane on that Lucian, providing a bit more control against a melee matchup in that lane.
Beautiful rotations we're seeing for RRQ, and they are very proactive across the Wildrift here. Haven't seen, oh, speaking of which, I think Chaz on this Fiora is one of the highly aggressive Fiora users so far we've seen in our first week, and using the champion here in our first game, it only dictates as well that they are going to be very proactive across the rift. But so far on the top side, we're seeing somehow a great rotations, and
Doming?
first blood, yes, indeed, Doming. We're going to secure that one. First blood has been picked off for the side of FLA.
Yeah, great answer right there from Fennel Adversity. Also, I would like to say great adaptation. We did see earlier on in the mid lane where Arise was harassed by Helios and Chaz, but because of them knowing where Chaz was in that position, Doming immediately made the call. I'm gonna go to the top side, scuttle, get that uncontested, then snuck his way into the lane, waited in the bush, waited for EXO to get that overextension in the lane. Unfortunately for him, he had two members, Maze and Chaz, already ran into the top side. That's why he made that overextension to bait out both Doming and Arisen. But the thing was, yes, he was the one who was baiting out the play, just wasn't able to live through it to be able to get that trade for his team. First Blood did go for Fennel. Adversity, they are now in a better position to be able to take these objectives. But right now, it's still a 1-0 in terms of kills. A lot of things can still happen as we get towards the 4 minute mark where we're gonna see the Rift Herald and the Dragon.
Exactly. That's where the party starts. The objective contests are under 30 seconds. But, BF Sword already here for Danny. And I think, as you mentioned, it's really awkward to have itemizations for the Kaisa. Prioritizing the offense and execution or stalling has been used as well. So you now have some, the damage coming in from this Kaisa. They are really preparing for this objective takedowns as well. But in the early sort of the game, Arise, Doming, they do have the burst potential here. But when it comes to a 5v5 team fight, you have to look out for Maze as well on his crowd control skill.
Yeah, and look right here, 4 minute mark, both teams are going for the objectives. It looks like it's gonna be a handshake. Fennel Adversity ceding control over the Herald side. They know that RRQ already went there. Fennel Adversity choosing to go for the more late game scaling option. Yes, it's not something that it feels like RRQ might be the ones who might want the dragon more, but since they have two more late game scaling champions on their side, it's fine to already have this Rift Herald because, as mentioned last week, Fennel Adversity, their main one of their key objectives or key signs of they can still get these win even though when they're behind is that mid lane turret. Getting that Rift Herald helps RRQ right now to take down that turret alongside that Ziggs who has a lot of wave clear but also has that satchel charge to hasten that process, to hasten taking down the first tier turret. Let's see what these teams are how they're gonna do these rotations because it's gonna come down to vision right now. A lot of the vision is very much in the river, very much contested. Right now, it looks like Fennel Adversity might be looking at this bot side, maybe trying to pick Helios off.
Yeah, possibly. But Sahili should be very careful in this moment in time. Anyway, Heroic Entrance is ready as well. And as expected, it is now Marky in the mid lane. They do have the Rift Herald as well. They want to take that mid turret as soon as possible in order for them to go online in invading the area here for FOA, cutting off the breathing space for the hyper carry Danny. Meanwhile, Rafi, of course, secured already the first item here. That Essence can give additional attack speed for Danny. As you can see, they're just funneling Danny here. Danny has a big role to fill in the later stages of the game. While RRQ waiting for the perfect opportunity to go for the push on the mid side, but we are seeing not somehow a proactive game for RRQ, and they're just playing it passively.
It seems like the pace of the game right now is where Fennel Adversity wants it to be. They love having these quiet early games. It's been a relatively quiet 6 minutes. It's only been First Blood going to their side with a good call from Doming, but hasn't really been a lot of action. Although 3 members right now are RQ here in the Dragon Lane. Looks like they're about to get the first tier turret.
Indeed, but this is the defense for Arise. Oh, almost taking down Maze in the process as well, but the first start already been secured for RRQ.
Yeah, but 2 members right now from Fennel Adversity are running to this bot side. It looks like they want to get this fight.
Oh, look at the flash. Trying to go for aggressive, but the counter attack for RRQ surprises Doming in the process. Oh my goodness, the birthday boy was just baited in that team fight.
The birthday boy right there was very hyped, wanting to get that Dragon's Rage, but the clean riposte coming from Chaz right there, you really see why people think or why people are saying that Chaz is the best jungler right now, because that mechanic usage right there, when to use that riposte at the exact moment where Doming uses Safeguard and Dragon's Rage, blocking that, enabling to essentially block the knockback, block the damage, and stunning the Lee Sin to get that kill. Great play from Chaz right there.
Beautiful mechanics indeed coming in from Chaz on his Fiora, and we have seen his Fiora on that first week. Still, he's very consistent on his gameplay here, Crazy Apple. Now the second objective will spawn under 30 seconds. Now this is going to be a mountain trade this time around. Will RRQ give it away once again? You know that the late game is the victor conditions for FLA. Another dragon buff being given for FLA is going to spell disaster here.
Yeah, but if you're looking at the map right now, there is a clear disparity in terms of wards. There were 3 wards on the map for FLA, where only 2 were for RRQ. RRQ had a lot of vision on the Rift Herald side. They really wanted to see if FLA was going there. They are now starting this Mountain Drake. It looks like Fennel is trying to contest.
It's going to be difficult for FLA, to be honest, to contest this one because RRQ is wonderful formation here. They have to look out for the explosive cat, and there you go. That goes the boom. However, it is going to be Chaz securing that objective. On the forward, though, Horizon, he is going to be the target. Void Seeker hits, but still there, still somehow survive in that engagement. FOA with expensive course of Exos, and there, still going to be RRQ's win.
Yeah, RRQ did get the objective, but the mid lane turret now is exposed for Fennel adversity. They have taken it down. They still have the tempo lead. They didn't need to recall. They have a lot more in terms of health right now, while RRQ needed to go for that reset. It is now a free Rift Herald for the side of RRQ. Let's see, sorry, for FLA, RRQ might go for the engage, but no, Maze didn't get there in time. And you could see right there the difference of health bars and when you do have the numbers advantage. Pretty good call right there from FLA to trade it out. RRQ trying to force the issue right here in the mid lane.
Yeah, they want to have the turret in the mid as well. Exosen providing the space. And I believe this is a great defense for FLA, but still, the siege continues. Megan for no bomb hits its spot. Danny lone life. And Helios providing space with a calling. And now, both turrets in the mid has been destroyed.
The answer right there for RRQ is we were able to back. They still have 2 ultimates, and they have a bit more strength in items, but Arisen might be overextended here.
Exactly, with a taunt connect with the Winslow Warp to follow up. Look at the apprehended 2, Doming trying to save his teammate, and he did with a kick. And that was a clutch save coming in from the birthday boy.
Yeah, and RRQ really respected the response right there from Fennel Adversity. They wanted to try to catch Arisen on that Darius to be able to catch him off in the Baron lane while he was overextended. When they saw Doming, even though they had the numbers advantage, they immediately backed off because they knew that there were more members of FLA running up there. Great sense of mind for the side of RRQ to not give more money, more gold to the side of FLA to be able to cut back their losses. Now it looks like both teams trying to shove out their side lanes. Exosen running to the Baron lane right now, just shoved by Arise. Arise is going for that back, so there's going to be a bit of man disadvantage on the Baron side of the map, which is right now being plugged in by Arisen. Both teams right now looking for that opening, trying to get some deep vision, looking at where they could make a play. Although in the Dragon lane, it's gonna be a free turret for the side of Fennel Adversity.
Yeah, but trade for the side of Fennel and RRQ on the top side. They're going to go for the push here on the bottom lane. Fennel Adversity with this Rift Herald. They do have the advantage. 2 turrets in a row. That is a big objective takedown in favor for the side of FLA.
Yeah, and great series of plays right there from Fennel Adversity. Although unfortunately the flash was burned by Rafe. FLA right now running away from the red side jungle of RRQ, but going back, a lot of the pressure for the side of RRQ was on the red buff side jungle of FLA near that Baron lane. They were looking for a pick, looking for FLA members who were gonna peek into it, but I think it was a good read from FLA. They had the Herald, they summoned it in the Dragon lane, were able to get 2 turrets, essentially accelerating the build of this Kai'Sa. If you look at the item, she has 2 items with right now, the Blade of the Ruin King and the Static Shiv. Some of her sword items are now getting completed. She is getting into this late game scaling. She is moving away from the awkward part of the game, but Maze right here.
Man, that was a great polymorph coming in from Rafe. Not hit with a Justice Punch now. FLA going to secure more kills. Exocen will be the target. He's very tanky with the judgment though, but it's not enough. Numbers advantage for FOA. They are not your flashy team, but they know how to work. It is going to be Helios in the back lines though. Next target with a kick! Oh, beautiful kick coming in from Doming, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, the listen, the birthday buff shows its spark, and that was a beautiful play. Dragon takedown.
Domeng right there wanted to celebrate his birthday. We're gonna get ice cream. Yes, we're gonna get cake. Yes, we're gonna get everything. The dragon and an ace against RRQ. Maze had an overextension in the middle lane, was immediately picked off, but because of those series of plays, 2 kills immediately being forfeited by RRQ, 3 members desperately tried to challenge the dragon. It was very off identity in a way, misidentity for RRQ, where they were trying to play this out very safely, but they had that risky play. And Dan and Doming, I wish we could see the replay on that 3-man kick. He was able to just hit these 3 people beautifully. I feel like it was set up with a safeguard. I wasn't sure, didn't notice, but because of that play, all of the momentum right now is on the side of FLA. 3 items right now completed on Danny compared to just the 1 item and Sally store essentially on the side of Marky.
And man, now I believe with the birthday buff, it's true. It's really true because on the first week, we haven't seen Doming doing some flashy plays, but that kick in the Dragon skirmish was very beautiful. That is one for the books. Now with this BR buff on the side of FLA, they do have the advantage going to go for hard takedowns. The outskirts of RRQ is now in danger. They are being pushed through inside the base. Will they be able to hold the siege in the middle lane?
Yeah, let's see right here if RRQ is able to hold this siege, but at the same time, they do have a bit of strength left in them. They're being respected by FLA, but mid lane inhibitor falls down. Explosive cast has been used by Arise, but it looks like the next one on the plate is the top side inhibitor turret for FLA.
Exactly, they're targeting this one, and now RRQ, no answers for this. And Maze just responds and can't combo did not somehow.
Danny!
Oh, there you go! The flash comes in! And XO7 the judgment there. Oh, Hero's entrance missing its smart once again. Maze! His skill shots are way off every time, and it just costs RRQ's team fight against FLA. Feels sad, man.
Danny running into the members of RRQ, he was really feeling himself. Those are the things that can make or break a game for you. But the thing was, there is no hard CC. RRQ though getting jumped.
There you go. That's the taunt, but he is left alone there. Another execution for the side of FLA. Numbers advantage going to go for the GG push. Sonic Wave resonating strike, but Chaz managed to go back away as well. One more inhibitor stunning here for the side of RRQ. Will it be enough for their comeback in this game?
That's a tall task. That's a hard thing to ask for RRQ at this point, trying to get back into this game with the FLA with the pick.
There you go. Happy birthday. Doman kicks, hits its spot once again with a Death Rush combo. FLA, different level here in the game 1. We have seen slow base game in the early to mid, but they are now on track. Online players for the side of FLA. RRQ though still needs answers to go for the comeback.
They do need answers, but FLA has been playing this game very patiently. Danny running in.
Now he's very confident here. Trying to spearhead the team fight. Here comes the upper hand. Low and light execution with that Noxian Guillotine. A reason. And the rest of FLA feel so confidently to win this game against RRQ.
FLA just did the same play twice and caught RRQ, chased them into their base, and it just feels like FLA trying to stop RRQ getting from this Elder Drake, but another fight happening.
Indeed, but numbers advantage, another execute there, Arisen, oh, another one with 2 dunks in a row. Here comes the NBA contest for Horizon. And I think this is going to be the dagger here, Crazy Apple.
No.
But you know what?
They're
This is
going for the
FLA.
Baron. They're going for the Baron.
This is typical, typical FLA, Crazy Apple. They want to do it slowly but surely. But you know what? I think they can finish this game.
They could have tried, but the thing is, FLA is very methodical. They want to make sure that they can close this out. A 13,000 gold lead is not enough for them. They need the Elder, they need the Baron. And if the script for them right now is correct, if they're following the same script, they are going to go to the top side. They are going to this Baron lane to destroy the last turret. And I can't believe I'm saying this, but Horizon has just bought a Wit's End on the Darius. He's not gonna go for this bruiser tank frontline anymore. I want to deal more damage and do more dunks.
Because they can. Because they can, Crazy Apple. FLA here, just the snowball effect is just insane. Man, they are not your flashy team, as you mentioned a while ago, but hold that thought. This is going to be another ton of 3 here, but no follow-up. Great defense coming in from FLA. The back lines there. And look at Arisen with the Wit's End here. Very confident. Trying to go for upper hand. I think this is going to be it. The game won. Ladies and gentlemen, FLA secures it in the bag.
Yeah, congratulations at Fennel Adversity getting the first win of week 2. Essentially telling the doubters that we're still here to play, we still have our own style, and we can play it to perfection. Yes, it was a bit slow by the end there. It felt like Fennel Adversity was having a lot of fun, but at the same time, it really felt like they were, again, very methodical. Let's get picks, wait for these objectives to be able to for the objectives to spawn. They waited for the Elder, Ocean Drake when it spawned. That's when they took it after getting 1 to 2 more picks. They even had 2 more members just in the jungle waiting for members of RRQ to peek in so that they could stop them going in, getting more of these picks. And just great game from Fennel Adversity. They were able to really play into their win condition and just go from there. On the other hand, though, RRQ, it felt like the tough thing to do when you're going against Fennel Adversity is playing to their rhythm, playing to the beat of their drum. Oasis Gaming immediately threw a wrench in that. They said, we will not play your game, we will play our own style. And I feel like RRQ tried to do that. They were just not able to execute and instead went into the flow of Fennel Adversity. And because of that, it felt like they were swallowed in game 1 of the series.
That's true, for example. And I really did think that the side of our RRQ could have possibly controlled the early to mid. Yes, they did, of course, with the aggressive rotations and securing that referral, securing that mid turret as well. But as you have mentioned, they are just dancing with the rhythm there of FLA. That late game can really tell with that Kaisa. That is the Lulu Kaisa combo. Is the first and somehow the most obvious way to tell that Fennel Adversity wants to end his game in the late stage. But that was just Fiora, that was Market 6. Early game domination should be theirs, but great defense for FFA. And here comes the recap, Crazy Up.
Yeah, and you can see the replay right here. That was the great play coming from Chaz. That repause, you could really see the mechanics coming from this team. They really, I believe, played the early game out in terms of a macro decisions. They tried to just trade things out. They knew that they have a bit of late game scaling. They knew that they have some late game insurance on the side of the Fiora and the Lucian. But the thing is, late game insurance, as it says, late game. You need to get there. They weren't able to get there. FLA was able to just snowball a lead from there. Look at these fights right here. We're gonna see the kick. The very dirty kick from Doming.
Bam!
Oh! He timed the repause. It's like, fool me once, shame on me. But shame on you, fool me twice though. He was not fooled twice. He was able to do that perfectly. Even kicking him into 2 members of RRQ. And just, this is a beautiful place right here from FLA. I really do think they have found that poise and that momentum to get into game because of how dominant this is right now for RRQ. They need to go back to the drawing board. They need to think, how can we take FLA off tempo to be able to take one more win and take this series into a game 3?
And, you know, we can see that RRQ trying to initiate team fights as well with Maze on that Galio. Unfortunately, his initiations there were way off, and that cost the team there for RRQ. But there you go. No doubt. Player of the game is going to be Danny on the Kaisa.
Yeah, Danny on the Kaisa is just really beautiful to watch. Along with that, Lulu, this duo right here really plays very well. You could see Danny running in, Lulu immediately throwing the Whimsy, throwing the help pick, throwing the shield to be able to help Danny out, and just 954 gold per minute with 24,849 damage. Just goes to show how strong this guy is. So didn't even need the stasis, didn't need any defensive items. Went with the proto belt to get into these fights more and chase down members of RRQ.
That makes this Fennel University somehow a unique team compared to other teams, because even though they know, the other teams know that this Fennel University loves to play by the book, loves to play the hyper scaling champion as a victor conditions there, they still be able to work around this one because the decision makings are there, the composure is there despite being harassed in the early stage of the game. You have to commend Fennel University for that. You have mentioned, of course, Crazy Apple, RRQ should go back to the drawing board. They need to shut down this kind of strategies coming in from Fennel University. But so far, until now, Fennel University just playing the same rhythm, but they're still very effective as a team. But you know what, Crazy Apple? We are going to witness, of course, the game 2 after a short break, and let's see if RRQ be able to grab a win here and stretch the series into a game 3. So don't go away, guys. Dada here together with Crazy Apple. We'll be right back.
Stop and refocus. Get a clearer perspective. See things from different angles. Power up and set your eyes on the prize. It's time to step up and rise to the challenge with the Redmi Note 11.
Welcome back, ladies and gents, here in our game two of our first series between FLA and Team RRQ. Man, wonderful performance indeed for the side of FLA there, despite of not having that so far match of the action-packed early game. They still managed to secure the game against RRQ Crazy Apple.
Yeah, and FLA could really just see when they have the composure, when they have the momentum, they can just take the game into their own pace. It feels like a walk in the park for them when they're at that kind of a lead, when they're at that kind of control over the game. And it just wasn't one thing for this team. It just is the combination of when to use vision, when to go to a certain place, when to go to a certain objective and focus there. And you could really see the communication for FLA. But the thing is, when you disrupt that, things get a bit tricky and dicey for them. So I think that's what we want to see from RRQ. RRQ is might be making some adjustments. I believe they are right now might be looking for some substitutions. I think EXO was played the Garen earlier in the Baron lane. I think they might be looking to get Devil J in again, while Helios will be going to the mid lane. That can be confirmed. We can go into the pick and ban phase, but I think this is a possibility for RRQ to take FLA a bit out of sync, just because when we saw last week that RRQ, they had Devil J, they have Helios, they do a lot more solo plays, which I feel really disrupts the pacing of the game for FLA.
That's true. This is now one of the advantage of RRQ when it comes to their team rosters. The players are very flexible and they can use it into their advantage. As you have mentioned, of course, Crazy Apple. I think this could be somehow one of the answers we're about to expect here for RRQ here to grab their win into the second game. But FLA compared it to RRQ on their first week performances. Numbers have said that it is RRQ having a better, of course, numbers advantage there when it comes to kills, comes to objective takedowns, and as well as domination of the game. But FLA, you know what? Again, they just play it slowly but surely. Play it, as you have mentioned, into the rhythm there. They're just going to go for that hyper carry Danny. Now, this is the question here in the game too. Will they be able to go for that respect bans fully on that AD carry champion pool picks for the side of Danny and somehow cut off the balance or the typical strategy coming in from FLA? What do you think about this one, Crazy Apple?
It could be a route for RRQ to take. The thing is, yes, Danny was our player of the game. He was very dominating on that Kaisa, but it was, I feel like, to get to that point, especially for how FLA plays their game, they need doming to facilitate that transition for them from early to mid game to get to that late game. And Domeng was just really a superb player in game one. You could say birthday buffs. Happy birthday to Domeng, by the way.
Happy birthday.
he really showed when he had this playmaker champion in his hands that Lee said, yes, there were not a lot of these early risky incursions into the jungle or into the lanes, but in the few cases where he made the ganks, it worked. Especially that bot, although that bot lane failed. To think of it, to be clear, that was a great outplay from Chaz, but the succeeding plays in team fights, he really knew the limits of his champion, what he could do. It's just, I think there's two people that you really need to look at when you're going against FLA, and you have to put these two people into a bad pattern to be able to take them out. And I think that's Domeng and Rafi. Danny is a really good absorber of all the pressure that was thrown by his team, and a very good benefactor. He benefits a lot from all of these pressure that his team is doing, and it shows. There's a lot of results coming from him. But I feel like those might be the two targets that RRQ can look at. But coming into the pick and ban phase, as we were talking about, changes in roster.
Okay.
Deadeye, would you want to talk about the changes in roster for RRQ?
Yeah, that's true. Devil J now stepping in. Exosen is out, and Helios on his comfort role right now in the mid. I think this of course roster right now we are seeing here for RQ did a pretty good job on the first week. Now they are going to try it out once again. FLA, and have you mentioned more on solo kills play style, and I think this fits in into countering FLA's movement or strategy in this match. However, of course, Yumi still 100% back. You're crazy apple for sure. And they're going to take down here, of course, Chaz this time around, of course, Fiora, and as well as the Varus. Because Devil J, I believe he used Renekton on the top side. Correct me if I'm wrong, Crazy Apple. But so far, he used Renekton 2 times in a row. Yeah, he used Renekton indeed 2 times in a row. So far, that was the champion that Devil J been used rather throughout the series until now. But let us see, will he choose Renekton top? I do believe this is their priority pick as well.
Yeah, it could be a priority pick for them. But on the other side, for FLA, they know that solo laners are open right now. As you said, Renekton, Fiora is banned on the side of FLA, but Garen is still open, which has been used a lot by RRQ. Let's pick up on the side of Fennel Adversity a champion that is very much in priority as well, and they have picked up that Jace, which can go into the Baron lane or into the jungle. But this is a different flavor from RRQ, and you could also say a denial set of picks for them. Senna and Gragas has been locked in, which is not something I think we were expecting, because RRQ Marky has been playing a lot of AP carries in the bot side. He is a very good marksman player in his own right, but Ziggs was one of his most picked, and as well as he was at some point the top one Ziggs, I believe, in the server. So opting instead to go for Senna Gragas, Senna being a very late game scaling champion. It seems like RRQ will be opting into that immediately just because of these 2 picks. The answers, though, for Fennel Adversity, Corki, one of our strong picks as well. Very good in the late game, has a lot of magic damage on his kit, even though he is a marksman. That's why pairing it up with these 2 champions they have picked, the Jace and the Set, is pretty good. But the answer as well for RRQ, the Zed, a comfort pick for Helios, and also a denial on the side of Fennel Adversity, because they can still opt to pick a lot more of these AD champions.
I think this is a better pick for RQ, to be honest, Crazy Apple. They have a lot of bursts here, and as well as it's easy for them to go for engage, rotate around the map here with this champion picks we have seen so far in the first phase of our drafts. On the other side, Corki, of course, Danny. You've seen him play this champion as well. Monster performance of Danny using, of course, a Corki. And you have a Sex and a Chase meta champions in line as well for the composition for FLA. Team fight is great there, but the same threat still lingers here in the game 2. The early game domination for RRQ, heavy aggressive rotations there. But you believe FLA will secure another Enchanter here to protect the side of Danny on the Corki? Possibly so. But we haven't seen a jungle. Could be a jungle Jace, could be a jungle Set. Still, flexibility is there. What do you think about this, Crazy Apple?
Right now, I'm thinking about what champions RQ needs. They are very heavy right now into the AD department with the Senna and the Zed. Yes, the Gragas, if is going to the bot lane alongside the Senna, can build a lot more magic damage. So what do they need right now when they see the Corki? The thing with the Corki is that he has the package every so often. So he essentially this Corki will be able to affect a lot of the big clashes, especially the objective take. So what do you need? You need someone to do side lane pressure, and exactly RRQ has picked up that Akali. They are going for this double assassin composition, and yes, Set has a lot of shields, but the thing is you can burn through it immediately if you have a lot of assassins in your team. I love that it's both Zed and Akali right now on the side of RRQ. They will stretch out the members of Fennel Adversity. They will stretch out the team just because these 2 champions can solo lane in the side lanes and essentially go for a 1-3-1 setup with that Senna Gragas. I'm looking right now maybe to add a jungler that can help
Okay.
a bit with wave clear or poke for the side of RRQ. But on the side of FLA, they have locked in that Rakan and Jarvan,
All
and you
right.
already know what they're going for. They're going for big wombo combo
Yes.
team fight energy right here with that Rakan
Mhm.
and the Jarvan. Especially Rakan Jarvan has a long range engage.
Hoo-hoo-hoo.
Couple that with the Corki, but hold the phone. RRQ going all in on assassins, locking in that Rengar with a triple assassin composition. And I don't know what to feel because right off the bat, the thing that pops into my head for RQ is three champions are fighting for resources, and I'm not sure how
Mm.
that's gonna go. But Fennel Adversity and RRQ, game two of our first series of the day, looks to be very, very explosive.
And RRQ, as you mentioned, for example, very greedy lineup. But comes to my mind is the nostalgic series between Team Secret and Cerebrum Esports, because this FLA, as we mentioned, this is a team fight heavy composition. They love to go for front to back team fights, while RQ mobility wise, this is their advantage. They can go for the split push, and it's very effective against this kind of composition that FLA has. Roaming around the map, trying to go for a split, avoid major team fights as well, and securing objectives there will provide lane pressure, and this is going to be the weakness of FOA. Oh, I'm very excited, Crazy Apple. This game too. Both teams have their own victory conditions, but when it comes to execution, FOA, despite being harassed in the early game, they managed to somehow to reverse the effects. Will RRQ this time around seal the deal? Because our game two will start now between these two teams.
Yeah, indeed. And both teams right now just going for default starts. And I'm just scared with RRQ's composition because yes, it is an overload of damage. There is a lot of damage right there. Team fights wise, they can utilize the miss from the Senna to hide some of their members to maybe catch members of FLA off guard and pick them off while they're challenging objectives. But the thing is, it feels super risky that if they don't get the snowball, they're gonna have a hard time. Devil J and Horizon right here might be going for this 1v1. Horizon does use a flash and the ignite to get away. Devil J only uses that ignite to win that clash or that skirmish in the top side. But yeah, going back, I feel that Chaz needs to do a lot in the early parts of the game. He needs to get his solo laners into a snowballing position because it's gonna go all on them. And one thing that I didn't notice is another swap in roles for Exocet. He is now in the support position with Marky, but there might be a dive from FLA here.
Yeah, numbers advantage for the side of FLA, going to go for a dive, but no, they're going to play it safe though. Chaz as well as Helios flanking maneuver arise, caught in that out of position.
Doming.
Doming push forward with a flag and drag. Exo Senlo alive. First blood for Danny being secured. Helios backs away. Arise finishing the play with a to the skies attack. And you know what? This is the strength of FLA. A 5v5 situation. I think RRQ just underestimated their power in the early game.
Yeah, a lot of things there were on timings for the side of both teams. But before we get into that, let's see where Doming is going to go. It looks like it's just going to be the scuttle. But FLA members right now, gathering the top side of the map, looks like they're not going to go for Devil J. Devil J is going to go for his recall. Great thing, because I can go back to the point of the bot lane. Again, RRQ. They kind of sussed out that FLA was going to the bot side with the map with the 4-man invade. But Zed and Rengar, Chaz and Helios was a bit slower in the play. I think the great thing that happened there for RRQ was the route from Mark. He was able to route both Danny and Rafa as they were positioning themselves near the wall at the tri-bush on their turret on the red side. It essentially stopped the play, made things awkward for Fennel Adversity, but Domeng going back in with the flag and drag didn't get anyone to knock up, but slowed people with his shield. Essentially, you could feel the pause, you could feel the pressure right there from both of these teams, and Rafa immediately recognizing that it was a bad situation for RRQ. RRQ members were stuck together, was able to get that knockup, and they were able to get that 2-for-1 play for Fennel University. So going back, great adaptation from Fennel Adversity. Their first play didn't work out. RRQ did suss out that there was something gonna be happening in the bot side of the map just because of how much they were pushed initially on the Senna and the Gragas. But the adaptation from Fennel Adversity, making the best out of a situation that they did not plan for, gave them that kill advantage. Although, yes, we are talking about the kill advantage right now. If you look at the gold, it is pretty even between both of these teams.
Yeah, but yeah, you mentioned, of course, decision making is really one of the strengths for the side of FLA. You know what? I really thought that was RRQ's play to take, but I guess without those ultimates coming in from Helios or Chaz, it's gonna be difficult for them to burst down FLA. So right now, objectives spawning into Wild Rift. FLA usually going to secure the DR for that late game, but they are in this Rift Herald this time around. Will this be a contest for RRQ?
We'll see if they're gonna look for the contest. They do have awards inside the bush, inside the pit.
Yeah.
They know that there are members of FLA here. Looks like 3 members of
yeah.
RQ coming in.
Yeah. Oh, look at this one. Grand entrance with a quickness combo. Did not secure the kills though, but Danny out of position to look at explosive cast for Exo Sen. That was perfect, and a kill from Chaz for the follow-up. Doming, Cataclysm, but where's the damage? Here comes the side of the Zed, and that is a burst as well, a double for the Assassin Double J. Oh, the damage, the quick response, RRQ winning the skirmish.
Yeah, RRQ showing the strength of how much damage they have, especially when a lot of the initial CC was already burned. Rafe tried to start things out, immediately popping the quickness, trying to get someone with the grand entrance with the knock up, but wasn't able to pick off a target immediately for FLA. Things became awkward for them. They didn't have a lot of that CC that will enable them to win these team fights later on. RQ right now, though, running towards this Drake. It looks like it's going to be the Drake taken for the side of Fennel University.
Yeah, I think they're too late, but still it is now. RRQ going to burst through, get some kills, but quick to retreat. FLA goes back away with a TR ball.
Yeah, and going back to my point earlier, it's just really RRQ with showing the strength of their composition, a lot of that mobility, a lot of the things that these champions are strong at are not only in their ultimates. They also have a lot more of their basic abilities to enable them to have mobility to run across the map. And right now, because of that momentum that they built up in the Herald fight, they're able to transition that into taking the first tier turret in the bot side of the map.
And Danny should be very careful as well on his positioning there. Remember, we are not seeing a support enchanter for the side of FLA. This is an aggressive champion, a Rakan, being locked in for the side of FLA. So I think Danny is pretty much exposed on the back lines here. Helios, you have Chaz, you have Devil J, and we have seen that flanking maneuvers on the previous skirmish, Crazy Apple, and devastating damage as well being dealt here by RRQ. A triple assassin is so far, man, a dangerous composition to face. And they are doing a split push this time around, as expected, trying to negate the 5v5 brawl, go for the objectives instead. They have the Rift Herald here on the side of RRQ.
Yeah, Dominger, they're playing with fire, just going for the recall. But yeah, Assassins, very good. Might happen in the mid lane though.
Oh, man, almost Chaz being picked off there. He needs to be very careful, but Rafi on forward, giving some space for Danny as well. Explosive cast, you have to give credit as well for Exo Send there. Additional damage on the first skill. And you know what, FLA, this is still their late game somehow. Insurance, Danny on the core key. But will it be enough? Because, yeah, you do have multiple CC on the composition for FLA, but without those damage to follow through, it's going to be difficult for FLA to win team fights.
Yeah, if we could go back looking at the items earlier, you could see, yeah, thank you.
There you go.
Thank you, producers, right there. I could see the items. A lot of the side of RQ, they've had these completed 3 minutes ago, just because of that fight. They have added a bit more Kindle Gem along that Triforce, but you could really see the makings already of that lead from the side of RQ. These black cleavers have been there just a minute ago for Fennel Adversity. Yes, they will be scaling, but as we were talking about earlier, Fennel Adversity might be pulled very thinly here, maybe spread very thinly for RRQ because of the strike of their 1-3-1? The answer is in the mid lane fight.
Yeah, there's tower takes down here at the top in the mid lane action as well. RRQ trying to go for kills. Oh, the root is there, but Doming still managed to go back. Very tanky with 3 Black Cleavers on those bruisers. So I think this is a front to back composition indeed. But you have to be very careful on the progression of these assassins as well for the side of RRQ.
Yeah, and exactly. You really have to be careful of the acceleration of these assassins already. 2 kills on the side of Devil J. 105 for Chaz. 204 even on the Senna on Marky. Marky isn't supposed to be the champion who's getting a lot of these resources, but his scaling is gonna be accelerated on this Senna at this point of how much RRQ is in the control. Objectives are respawning at the 9-minute mark. Herald has respawned while the Dragon is going to be up in 15 seconds. 5 members of Fennel Adversity right now are grouped up in the mid lane, but if you look at RRQ, they are trying to pinch this 5-man group from Fennel Adversity in this Rift Herald pit.
I do agree, Crazy Apple. They need those pincer movement because they cannot brawl front head on, rather, for the side against the side of FLA. And with this pressure on the lanes here, FLA doesn't know who to prioritize. They are now going to go for the DR takedown instead. A contest coming for the side of RRQ.
Oh, yeah, right now RRQ going in.
Oh, Proto Bell body slam, explosive cast, but still it is going to be Jarvan securing the DR buff. Arisen backs away, still being chased, and that is going to be a kill. Flashes in Devil J, 5-point strike with a burst, and Chaz jumping around. Oh, that is so far a very greedy play, and he's punished for it.
Yeah, great punishment right there from Fennel Adversity. 1-for-1 in kills, but the Dragon does go to the side of Fennel Adversity. Unfortunately for RRQ, they were trying to get both objectives. It feels like they were trying to flirt around the idea of getting both the Herald and the Drake, or maybe going for that handshake. The recall from Devil J was very mistimed. He wasn't there for the initial start of the fight to be able to project more pressure for the side of RRQ. It enabled Fennel Adversity to get into the Dragon Pit, and now it looks like both objectives might go to the side of Fennel Adversity, unless RRQ has something to say about it.
Too late, but still doming. Flag and drag on forward, and Devil J for the counter attack. Here comes the showstopper, eliminating the combo from the side of RRQ. FLA, this is what you want, a team fight, but all the roots against the side of FLA with a burst coming in from the Zen as well, turning back the tables. Marky free hit on the Senna. This is going to be a 2 versus 2. Doming going to go for the kill, take down the side of the Gragas in the process. But man, oh man, that was a nail-biting skirmish for both teams.
Nail-biting indeed, but at the end, Fennel Adversity gets the victory away from that skirmish, conceding 3 kills, but were able to get 4 from the side of RRQ, and also getting the Herald. They've gotten everything, kills and the objective. Looking back into this fight, yeah, really good snare right there. I think a 3 or 4-man route on the side of Marky. You can see here Marky is a bit untouched because a lot of the members from RRQ were coming into the fight trying to pick off members of FLA. FLA again with the immaculate team fighting, even though they are a bit behind, but they know what they need to prioritize and set to group up and pick off these assassins one by one as they go in. Right now, though, FLA really feeling themselves, knowing that they need to push the tempo of the game. Right now, shoving this mid lane as well as summoning this referral.
This is going to be the chance to take down first start, but Exo-Zen initiates the team fight, quickly responds for the Grand Entrance Charm for Rafe, eliminating again the follow-up for RRQ. Looking great for FLA.
Yeah, a bit of miscommunication right there coming from the side of RRQ. Exos and going in alongside Chaz, thinking that maybe they got a pick, but Chaz deciding not to go in because it was essentially a 2v3 fight that would have started right there, not knowing any members of FLA might be going for a fight here in the blue buff side jungle.
Yeah, indeed. They need to be very careful though, because isolation play, Arise being picked off here, and this is going to be the target for the side of FLA, the turret on the bot, and they will now disengage, and that was so far unfortunate positioning for Arise in that moment.
Yeah, unfortunate because he was the guy that got left behind, but at the same time, RRQ also needed to leave someone behind just because they all went to Arise. Marky was left under the turret, was taken down, shut down gold did go to the side of Rafe. RRQ ping out that Baron, trying to position themselves there, maybe thinking about getting a pick against FLA, but FLA immediately rotating towards the side of the map. 5 members are here now. Both teams are going for the recalls, and it looks like both teams just consolidating what they got, consolidating items, getting back some control later on this map. Although in 3 seconds, the third Drake of the game is coming up. Both teams right now are pinging it out. Looks like they might be going for this. If you look at the wards, though, there is a ward for FLA near the blue buff. No wards as for only that one in the river.
It's gonna be a difficult pace check here for side of our queue. FLA, Danny alone, of course, with that heavy firepower is enough. And look at this team fight once again. Oh my goodness, the knockup! Oh, that was beautiful. And now RRQ going to go for more kills this time around. The first for the Akali. Doming, flag, and drag. Marky backs away, still very tanky, very healthy on the Senna. Quickly pokes Doming in the process there, but they will secure the CR area around FLA without a rise. Is Danny enough for the damage?
It might just be enough right now. Chaz right here, but the TP coming in from Arisen. They really want to contest this dragon.
Yeah. With bruisers on hand here from the side of FLA, they're very confident to go for the contest. Arisen fighting to space. Chaz jumping in, but still it will be taken on the side of FLA. Arisen there with the teleportations, quickly going to go for the respond, and now gives opportunity for the side of FLA to take that buff.
Yeah, and they have taken 3 dragons in this game. I believe all of the objectives have gone to the side of Fennel Adversity. They were the team earlier who were behind. Even now, they are still behind in both in terms of early game pressure. It felt like RRQ was the team that was in front, but with the plays coming from FLA, they really are just balling up into this team that is just protecting their members, not getting picked off one by RRQ. On the other hand, RRQ, we thought they were going to go for this 1-2-1 split push, but they could never have that chance because FLA keeps pushing the tempo. Look at how deep FLA is.
Oh, that rush! It is gonna be Jazz surprised in that situation. The sequence is perfect for FLA. Numbers advantage right now. Going to go for the bait here in the Baron, and will this be a contest for RRQ?
This would very well be. They need to make this desperation play. 2 members right now in the mist, but Level J is spotted out by Arisen.
Exactly. Oh, explosive cast. That is gonna be a route for the follow-up. Here comes the death mark on that sequence, but look at still FLA managed to turn back the tables. And Devil J, despite on the Kali going to go for that split, and still not going to have those kills. I mean, the burst damage we're expecting for RRQ is still not there. FLA, so tanky in that sequence.
Yeah, FLA was just really tanky, but I also love how they just separated these fights. You'd think that the Kali, the Zed would love that, but the thing was, the engage was not as perfect as it could have been for RQ. They don't really have a lot of this huge, big-time engages. They don't have things that would hold you down. Only the Gragas would be the one to make these displacements, makes this body slam, so FLA could move around while they're getting hit, and that's what they keep doing. They just keep dispersing. Looks like FLA, this is a very different FLA that we've been seeing. They keep pushing the tempo. We are now 17 minutes into the game. The package is on the hands now of Danny, and there might just be looking for a play right here where the RRQ just keeps hounding them down.
Oh, there you go. Again, the Charm Grand Entrance connection. Eliminating Helios in a sec. And now, that is going to be Explosive Cast. Going to go for the trade kill as well. Rafi falls, that is going to support, but Helios on the other hand falls down. No more Zed, and they are now confident here for the side of FLA to take this game, despite, of course, having those assassins to burst down, the bruisers to burst down in the back lines. We're not seeing it. It's crazy Apple.
Yeah, we're really not seeing the jump to the backlines, and that's because it's a Corki. Corki has his second ability to be able to just dash towards his team. Rafe with that Rakan is just able to peel for any members are getting caught up by themselves. He jumps towards them, gives them the shield, also does the knockup, also has that quickness to be able to just pick out any members from RRQ, any of these assassins that would want to touch their players. Arisen as well has been using the displacement and the crowd control on his champion very well. He would use a showstopper to stop Chaz from getting in, from stop Devil J getting in, and he would also just pull them in to add another layer of CC. So right now it just really feels like FLA is just playing these fights so well. RRQ has not been able to single them out well enough to be able to win these fights. Infernal Elder Drake is being positioned right now for FLA. RRQ wants to contest, but they are so far away from this objective.
Oh man. With the activations in check, they have now Force of Nature been locked in, but initiations once again for side of RRQ. Oh, the showstopper. Nope, Arisen rather going to go for the Haymaker. And the Elder Dragon is going to be the target here. Oh my goodness, Danny on the back lines. He still cannot hit, cannot target this Corki. And Arisen backs away low on life. That could be a kill. Oh, RRQ. Let's go for this push. And
Yeah, they are still gonna have a hard time right here. I believe FLA members right now are falling. I'm not sure where this Drake has gone. It looks like it's still up along that Baron. So a lot of the objectives right now are still up for both of these teams. We'll see right here how things are gonna go. But just going back into how the team fight went, it looked like RQ was able to really capitalize on having that objective where FLA was trying to force it down, going for that awkward timing, going in to deal a lot of the damage. And right now, both teams looking at the gold, it's still very much even for both of these teams, with this a bit of a lead for the side of RRQ. Kill count right now is pretty much even, 15 to 15, and looks like just both of these teams are still neck to neck in the late game stages of this game.
oh yeah, so far, man, we are seeing the side of RRQ trying to go for a first, what you call this one, force team fight there on the PR. But you know what, Crazy Apple, is this a chance for RRQ to go for the comeback in this game?
It might well be, and I'm just looking right here at 21-minute mark fight here in the Dragon. Taking the wheel right here. Dragon fight is happening, dominating on the side of Danny. Three members right now are down for RRQ. A lot of the members of FLA are still up, 4 of them to be exact. Only Chaz is here. He still has the smite, but he is being taken down right now. Airborne and Godlike for the side of Danny. It's an ace for the side of Fennel adversity. And we were talking about earlier, can RRQ still get back into this game? And unfortunately, with that fight right there in the Elder Drake, it feels a lot like Fennel adversity right now is in that position to be able to finish this game. 4 members right now from them are up. Helios is up on the side of RRQ. Gold is pretty much even, but the Baron looks to be ripe for the taking for Fennel adversity. They have started out this Baron right now, only Helios to contest. Arisen is boxing out Helios. Helios is not going to be able to contest it. He is just going to recall, going to go back to his team, and will look to defend their base. All members right now for both teams are going to be up 1 second away from Chaz, and looks like Deadeye, are you back with me here?
Yeah, thank you so much, Apple. Thank you so much for the save. And yeah, we're seeing now an Exodia for the side of FLA being completed here. All of the Dragon buffs in their favor with this PR buff as well. FLA looking good in this game. RRQ, despite we have mentioned on the drafting phase that they will dictate the early game tempo with the split push strategy, FLA managed to push them away. They are now in the driver's seat here, and I do believe this is going to be a GG push.
Yeah, it looks like going to be a GG push, but if you look at the map, Chaz is split pushing. So if there is a world where if RRQ is able to defend, they might just have Chaz as the insurance policy, but Arise has already backed away. There's another fight here in the bot side.
Indeed, out of position here for Devil J. A pick off once again for FLA. With this BR buff, it is now easy as well for the side of Arise to go teleport back and save the siege on the top side. FLA going to seal the deal. Is this going to be a sweep in the series? And I do believe they are in for the mission as well. Arisen on the front line, did not care with the burst damages coming in from our Qeon, those assassin skill sets. And he is just still very healthy in the process here. Oh, the teleportation. Arise has come in. It is now extra centered forward, try to delay, but this is going to be it. A Nexus lock, and FLA sweeps the series 2-0 against RRQ.
Yeah, Fennel adversity really silencing all the doubters from week 1, day 3, showing us that game 1 of this week is just another game. It was mostly just showing that we can still have this, and by game 2, they showed a different side of them. They showed that they can play with more initiatives, they can play with more initiations. They kept pushing the tempo against RRQ, and getting this 2-0 feels so sweet for them, apart from Domeng being the birthday boy, being able to celebrate his birthday very, very well today. But just having that 2-0 feels like it shows them, or rather it shows for themselves, the strength that their team has and how strong they are compared to the other teams in the league right now.
Exactly, I do agree with you, Crazy Apple. FLA also showed us that they can somehow counter as well those split pushing composition. I really did somehow expect that they will be having a hard time against those picks from our Q. But you know what? Still, it's going to be in the rhythm once again of FLA, just doing so much in the early game. They dictate the tempo instead of RRQ rather, and I think that seals the deal with the snowball effect as well. FLA secures the series in the bag with the sweep. Wow.
I'm not sure if it's just me, but as Rico said in the panel earlier, ang init, mainit. It feels so hot right now. For Fennel
I'm sweating.
adversity. Yeah, I'm sweating. But also, if you saw how, Fennel adversity played game 2, it's just so good for me. Yeah, we were scared I felt that RRQ tried something different. They wanted to see, hey, maybe we could do this composition. Let's play to the strength of our solo laners and Chaz. They are really good at carrying games. They are really good on assassins. Let's put them on comfort. Let's see what's going to happen, and maybe we can pull something off. And it really looked like for our Q at the early game especially, Devil J showed how good he was on Sakali. He just showed, again, another Z game that he was pretty good at. But if you look at the composition from Fennel Adversity, they had a lot of tools that can just go back to their team, go back and defend, go back and use their abilities, their hard crowd control to defend Danny. And I believe we're going to see a lot of those in these team fights. If you look at this replay right here, this was the awkward fight that was happening in the bot side of the map where FLA, I feel like this was the match that was lit for them, just because FLA here showed that, hey, we can do things on the fly. We don't need to keep playing by the book. And even though they are still the team that goes for the objectives, goes for the turrets, goes for the structures one by one, they can play a bit more fast and loose. We're gonna see later on in these highlights that they're gonna go in deep into the jungle, going for these death brushes, trying to pressure RRQ, making sure that RRQ knows that you don't have control of the map anymore, and just superior vision control. And I believe as well the confidence from the side of Fennel Adversity to just keep pushing the tempo, keep putting the pressure on the side of RRQ.
I really thought those team fights here we've seen in our replays, I really thought this is going to be the chance for RRQ to go for the split push, but instead you can commend FLA on how they charm the side of RRQ here to force a 5v5 team fight. And this is FLA at its strongest on this major brawl. And this is just a great play we've seen so far for FLA here. Despite the bursts, skill sets, RRQ's team composition, no pickup, no makeup we are seeing against FLA here. Too much sustain. The bruisers are stepping well. And I'm really shocked, Crazy Apple, that Danny is enough for the damage.
Well, it's a Corki. Corki still deals a lot of damage.
Yes, of course.
I mean, Corki, even though he deals a lot of magic damage, he scales a lot from marksman items that have crits. And oh my god, that is 47,000 damage coming out from Danny with a 7.0 KDA and 100% kill participation. You could extrapolate a lot of things just seeing from the stats. You immediately know this guy is the main source of damage, and the team played so beautifully around Danny this game. That is the strength of Fennel Adversity, and again, they have shown that this is the strategy that they want to do, and this is going to be the strategy I feel that they're going to do for the whole tournament.
Yeah, they have a high win rate when playing games in late game. They have also a strategy on their split pusher composition. And now they have also just showed us that Team FLA here is in for that win. And that's why as well the Corki has the most damage, because we've seen the composition on the other side is very squishy as well. The 3 assassins there, very squishy, easy to pick up. But yeah, man, FLA is just a different monster here in the start of our second week. So ladies and gentlemen, that was the first phase. FLA takes over the game against the side of our, and we still have 3 more series to come up. So stay here in WCS PH. This has been your Casters Data and of course Crazy Apple. We'll see you guys in a bit.
A bright light feels right. I can't lie. running wild out of my mind.
Welcome back to the WCSPH and Fennel Adversity fully maximizing the birthday buff with a 2-0 against RRQ. Happy birthday, Dominic!
Happy birthday again! Woo!
Now, of course, jumping into our series highlights for there, we were just talking about this just before we went live. This was actually, Fennel Adversity just did their thing, what they usually do, form the protective circle around Danny as usual. RRQ though, there were a lot of times where they had that window. I mean, there were both games. The gold lead was with them first, and Autolus. We mentioned this how they didn't grab the opportunity when it was presented to them.
Yeah, on game number 1, we saw how Dominic controlled the early game. Rico did mention that Dominic's responsibility is to make sure that Danny gets to scale well, and this was the birthday kick. I dubbed this the birthday kick. The 3-man kick by Dominic was just so on point, and from that point on, they're not going to surrender any lead. Much like Team Secret, Fennel Adversity knows how to play ahead of the competition. On game number 2, they tried something, putting Exosen as a support, and I understand. The rationale behind is you could put Exosen on a Gragas. It is still a comfort pick for mid laners, Senna Gragas. However, they were not able to execute their composition properly. You know that they don't want to go for the 5v5s. However, Fennel Adversity just forced them, having the 2 dragons advantage, the 3 dragons advantage. At the end of it all, getting all dragons plus the Baron spelled a nightmare for RQ.
Yeah, this team composition assembled by RRQ has a pretty straightforward yet narrow win condition, right? They're very strong in 2v2 skirmishes, and as well as the split push. But again, if you do not have a significant amount of lead, you will struggle. You will run out of time because when it comes to FLA's composition, they have the better 5v5s in the Elder Drake takes.
Yep.
Especially at this game, they were able to stack 3 dragons. So at this point, RRQ just really wanted to try and steal, try to create 4v5 opportunities. But unfortunately, again, time was running out. Better 5v5s on towards Fennel Adversity side.
Yeah, and this is what our casters over on the Filipino side were also saying, right? That RRQ had the perfect composition to split push. They did it, but it was when Fennel Adversity was already knocking at their base. It was a little too late at that time. So I was looking forward for game 3, as Yasu Meow said. I love the hair, by the way, Yasu Meow.
Oh,
third charm's the charm, but it didn't quite happen at this time. On the other side, though, Fennel Adversity still keeping their lead here in the WCS. Very strong. I believe we probably do have the whole team over here to join us for the interview, and we can greet Dominic a happy birthday ourselves. Let's bring them on over here to our panel desk. Hi, Fennel Adversity. Hello, guys. Happy birthday, Dominic. Where's the birthday boy? Yeah, there he is. Happy birthday, Doming! So, Doming, my first question is for you. And of course, this is with regards to your birthday. Ano yung mga gifts na binigay ng team sa'yo? Or what's your favorite one? Kung marami.
Panalo. Yun po yung panalo namin.
Is it that 2-0? Yun ba yung best gift ngayon
Opo, yung
so
goal
far?
namin is manalo talaga ngayon para po makapasok kami ng playoff.
Awesome. And syempre, that's one of the best gifts, of course, that the team can give you, diba? So, second question. Paano ba kayo mag-celebrate?
Yeah.
Ano yung sa celebration yung ngayon? Syempre, may 2-0 kayo. You have a win today. And, of course, birthday ni Doming.
Baka mag-dinner po mamaya kasi panalo naman po.
Yan. Choice mo ba? Choice mo ba kung saan kayo magdi-dinner?
Dito lang po sa bus camp po namin. Mag-dinner sa gabi.
Well, I hope you guys have a great dinner indeed. Autolus?
Yeah, yun nga eh. Actually, weird nung tanong ko eh. Ilang taon ka na pare? Anong birthday wish mo?
Secret daw. 30 na 30.
30 is the new 20. Let's go. Okay, last question siguro, syempre, game-related naman tayo, parang Domeng. On the first game, you had a highlight play, the 3-man kick. What's the emotion like sa team? Sumisigaw ba kayo nung nagawa mo yung 3-man kick kanina? Birthday kick yun, pare.
Parang ano
Kick.
po, masarap pa parang. Tapos binuboost ng teammates yung confidence ko. Siyempre, nagawa ko yung magandang play na hindi ko expect.
Thank you, Doming. Congratulations. Rico?
Yeah, awesome. Yeah, happy birthday again, Doming. Yung question ko, I mean, yung series na yun against RQ, you guys looked more solid compared to last weekend. So feeling nyo, what was the difference between Fennel Varsity Week 1 at today so far?
Siguro po sa week 1, medyo po nag-shaky kami sa sa homes po. Tapos ngayon, parang binabatak po namin na mag-practice talaga. Tapos ayun po, parang ina-apply namin yung practice namin. Tapos nag-work po ngayon sa second week.
Awesome. That sounds awesome. Thank you.
Magpiyang
So,
siya.
Doming.
Let's go. Pengi.
So, Doming,
Mika.
meron ka bang birthday message to all of the supporters, all of your fans, maybe to your family din?
Thank you po sa mga sumusuporta pa rin sa Fennel. Tapos sa mga family ko na nagpo-push sa na sa career ko na to, nagpapa-thank you po talaga ako.
Short and simple. Yay! Happy birthday, Doming, and thank you so much for your time and good luck in your future games. And have a great celebration. Have a great celebration.
shout out.
Oh, yes, of course.
Shout out.
Go ahead.
Shout out to our management, Fennel, to Sir Endo, Sir Mac, Sir Reggie, to my team coach, Mel and JLC, manager Eddie and si Corinne, to my teammates, Rafi, Danny, Araisen, Cal, at sa papa ko at kay Tita Lotot at sa mga supporters namin at mga kaibigan ko. Thank you. Thank you guys. Thank you.
Well deserved.
Thank you so much. Happy birthday again, Doming. Thank you for your time and have a great dinner. You guys deserve it.
Thank you.
Aw, that's so nice. And I love that, the energy is of course very high. They're celebrating a birthday and they're celebrating that 2-0. I love how they also, I noticed this also at the end of game 1. Every time they get that win, they pat Doming's head too. Maybe they're just trying to get that birthday buff, or maybe just trying to get those awesome jungler vibes from Doming, of course. Now over to our second series of the day. It is going to be Sunsparks versus Team Secret. Now this is funny because the both teams actually have been struggling quite a bit on very different ends of the spectrum. We have Sunsparks here, and they have been struggling once again. And Autolus, we have yet to see that aha moment from Sunsparks.
Yeah, well, for me, if there is a way for them to get a win, not just the game, but also the series, they have to follow the blueprint that was presented by Cerebrum Esports. Again, looking at what happened last week, on the third day, Cerebrum Esports was able to get a game off of the gods. So, I think if this is the day that Sunsparks could continue to make the gods bleed. TS is still the clear favorite, but if they want to fulfill their promise of isang talo lang, they have to start strong against SS.
Yeah, I completely agree with Autolus here. I mean, yeah, following the blueprint of Cerebrum and looking at the entire track record of Team Secret is that once they get ahead, it's really hard to turn the tables around because Team Secret's play style is very clean. They play safe. Walang sobra, walang kulang. They're always by the book, and that makes it so difficult for teams to again turn the game around. So for Sunsparks, this window of opportunity is definitely going to be the early game.
Yep.
So I'm looking forward to early game picks, with Hayes being that that center in the mid lane to be the foundation of that composition.
Yeah, and then Autolus, we were saying how of course Tatsuri is definitely still one of the best mid laners in Southeast Asia. Hayes, though, he has a very tough challenge ahead of him today with this series.
this is a regression if I've ever seen one for Hayes. And I know they've been racking up losses, but last season he was on the top of the food chain when it comes to average damage dealt for the mid laners. He was close to 32% or 33% when it comes to damage share. So Hayes has to unlock his next level Hayes today, especially against Tatsuri. We dubbed this as the mechanics matchup or showdown in the mid lane. And Hayes, with his preferred champions, Akali, Irelia, and also the Jace, he is being given the tools, but I feel that Ace also has to help his mid laner in Hayes just to make sure that he can match up against the season MVP from last season in Tatsuri.
Yeah, it would be cool to see an assassin showdown in the mid lane. Not gonna lie, that would be definitely cool. We do know that Tatsuri is definitely a sight to see on those assassin champions. But Team Secret, you posed that question earlier, and Riku, I want to hear your thoughts on it as well. Team Secret's still one of the strongest teams, of course, but lately, it sounds like I'm repeating what we've been saying, in the previous seasons for the Icon series, but we've been seeing them look a little shaky. That big question mark, of course, was that loss against Cerebrum.
Yeah, not the best of starts for the WCS season for Team Secret, especially you're talking about the hype, the momentum that they've carried forward from Sea Champs to Horizon Cup. They've been racking up a lot of experience, and seeing them shaky poses a lot of question marks for Team Secret. But at the end of the day, I mean, it was still week 1 last weekend. We're still at week 2, so still a lot of things can change, can still solidify, and we could see the Team Secret that we know from last year.
Yeah, hopefully we do see that indeed. And Otilus, of course, we talked earlier about how Hayes has to stand up to Tatsuri. Tatsuri, though, has been a little bit more explorative, creative with his champion pool. So I'm eager to see how the mid lane showdown is going to look like.
I just love Tatsuri being put on his comfort champions, which are the assassins. We have Zed, Fizz, even the Katarina. I'm still waiting for his Katarina moment. Remember this guy here has pentakills every season on the Katarina. So I guess this is the perfect time for him to show that facet. Remember, the Katarina did just get buffed in patch 3.0a, so I won't be surprised if that will be put out there. But I also understand that Renekton and, of course, Set is also a variety of Tatsuri that they want to explore, mainly because of the AP carries dominance in the Dragon lane, and also that they want to have another set of playbook that by the time that the meaningful games happen, they have another page to go back to.
Yeah, that's true. Tatsuri is just a overall flexible player. He can play utility for the team. He can play carry. And as Otilus mentioned, we miss his Katarina. Everybody's looking forward to his Katarina pick.
Definitely.
And if there's going to be another Yasuo pick, if ever in the weekend, it has to come from Tatsuri.
Yeah. And you know what? I feel like this could be the assassin showdown that we, have been waiting for. And everybody knows, we haven't gotten that pentakill just yet for the WCS. Could it be today? Who knows? Who knows? It could be today. It could be Tatsuri's day indeed. He could be saving it for a later date as we draw closer and closer to the playoffs. But Otilus, again, this head-to-head, very, very, very crucial. On the side of Sunsparks, I did also see that Mjan would be playing as well. How do you think this is going to change the dynamic, and how do you think this is going to set up Hayes for success?
That will be interesting. Mjan's role has to be, I would say, the troublemaker for the opponent, because you won't know what he will pick. He is the innovator. He picked the Ziggs as a support. He picked the Blitzcrank as a support. So that's a wild card that I feel Sunsparks will need moving forward. But back to the mid lane matchup, again, Hayes versus Tatsuri. You could see here that regardless of what Tatsuri picks, he could still dish out a huge amount of damage. 1,000 damage per minute for a mid laner is actually very respectable. So this is going to really be a tough task for Hayes, but it's doable.
Interesting. And we're gonna see how doable it is indeed. We know that Team Secret had to work out some kinks lately, and definitely the loss against Cerebrum, Wildrift was a little bit of a question mark for a lot of people here. So predictions. Does this still look like I thought this was gonna be a very one-sided thing, but who knows? Riku.
Oh, okay, I'm gonna start. Okay, I think it's gonna be 2-0 Team Secret. I still believe in their fundamentals on how They're just an incredible team overall. Their roster and their experience, I think it's gonna help them get that 2-0 in the series against Sunsparks.
Oculus?
Same, 2-0 in favor of Team Secret. Sunsparks has been very shaky from our observation during week number 1. I feel that there's a lot of things that they have to work on, and over the course of the weekdays, we saw a patch being employed. So that just didn't help, all of the teams to fix whatever needs to be fixed. So I feel that Team Secret is more prepared this time against Sunsparks, and it will be a 2-0.
Yeah. I also think it's going to be a 2-0 on the side of Team Secret. So this means that we have to default to the gold lead for this.
All right.
So for
do it.
2 games, it's cumulative. So it's a combined for gold lead from game 1 and game 2. How big do you think the gold lead is going to be? You want to start with Riku, or you want some time to think?
I can go. I'm gonna play on the safe side. I'm gonna say 20k cumulative, right? So
Okay.
10k each gold lead. It's a
Okay.
pretty safe
Nice,
answer.
nice, well-rounded number. Okay. Oculus?
It'll be a lot closer, I feel. There's something that tells me it will be a lot closer. So I would go for 15k. Cumulative. Let's go.
Okay, 15k. I'm gonna go somewhere in between, and we all know whoever's the closest is going to get like it. I also don't think it's gonna be that large, because I think that Team Secret has a chance to end this early. If they do, but it's not really their style. I'm gonna say like around 18.
All right.
Ooh.
15, 18, 20. Okay.
Yep, 15, 18, and 20 for the combined gold lead, and whoever gets the closest amount will be the winner, and the others get nil. And one step closer to our consequence, which is that during the post show,
Mika, we
it's gonna
won.
be a little bit more colorful,
Yeah, there.
which is
Where's your tracker? We are
my
in
tracker.
the lead here, Mika. Remember? I mean,
Yes,
you
yes,
and
I
me, we
went-
predicted Fennel
Oh
versus
my.
to win.
I went digital,
So
but
Rico
I
and the
realized
apologize.
I realized the advantage of having it like on paper, so I will transfer that onto paper. I went digital, as was the gold lead.
Okay.
All right, I think we are just about ready to step into our second series of the day. This is going to be Sunsparks versus Team Secret. Casters, over to you guys.
And welcome everyone to the Casters Desk. This is the second series of the WCS PH. Would Sunsparks be able to get that single ray of light to decode Secret, or will Secret increase the security and continue to be kept in the dark? That is the question of the day for us today. I'm Dash and I'm here with Crazy Apple, and we'll be with you through the journey of light and dark.
Indeed, we will be through the journey of light and dark, and especially the journey of this series between these two teams. I love how the panel has highlighted all of the uncertainty, all of the things that we can talk about when it comes to these two teams. And right now, Team Secret, I want to start off with them because they are one of the favorites in this tournament. They were our representatives in international competition, and they have shown to have a bit of a shaky series in our day 3 of week 1. So there's a lot of question marks right now. Will they show the same weakness here against Sunsparks? Will they give Sunsparks their first win in terms of game, not yet in the series department? So a lot of questions right now on the side of Team Secret. While on the other side, for Sunsparks, it's their time to prove that they can get wins off. They can be the team that take games off and just make gods bleed. And right now, Team Secret really feels like one of those high level teams, the gods that we really, or rather Sunsparks wants to make bleed.
honestly, when you're at the bottom of the pack, what's great about that position is that there's nowhere to go but up. That is basically the path that Sunsparks is going for. There's nothing to go but up. But because they're meeting Team Secret, that could be quite shaky. But what's the good thing, like what you said a while ago, and also what the panel said a while ago, is that Team Secret is kind of shaky. Would there be cracks in their armor? Would Sunsparks be the one to decode the secret on how to defeat them? At least during the day 2 and day 3, we've seen them lose against Cerebrum Wildrift once. Will Sunsparks be able to do that too? So that is going to be the question. That is a very good step for Sunsparks if ever they would be able to do that too.
Yeah, exactly. And I guess for Sunsparks, it's kind of this confidence booster, right?
Yeah.
They are the top 8 team in the country. They are in the WCS for a reason, and it's because they are just that good compared to a lot of other teams here in the country. We do have a lot of great players, but these are the best 8 that we have right now. And sometimes you just really need to have that, well, lack of better term, spark for Sunsparks to be able to string off some wins. And what better confidence booster than to take a game off of Team Secret? Because if our viewers have been listening as well to a lot of the interviews we've done with a lot of different players from different teams, a lot of them always talks about Team Secret. They want to beat Team Secret. It's kind of their litmus test and confidence booster test for themselves to know that we can deal with the best, we can represent the country in international competition, and that is the ultimate goal right here for the WCS, is who will be the one to I guess either succeed Team Secret, overtake Team Secret, or for Team Secret to overcome all of the hurdles faced upon them right now. And just I'm super excited to see what are going to be the adaptations. Because one of the players that I want to highlight that Sunsparks could focus on to get these wins is Tatsuri. Tatsuri has been the player, has been a bit seesawy in his performance. When he gets behind, Team Secret falls behind and gives up games.
Yeah. Like what you said, I think Hayes is also going to be the target here, like what we said also in the panel a while ago. Hayes could also be the one that could set the team apart here for the side of Sunsparks. If ever he would be able to turn things around, that would be good. But also, on the Baron lane side, Azar has always been a constant threat in the top side because he's always going to be doing good. So that's why right now for Sunsparks, that is always going to be the challenge. Who are you going to be putting on the solo lane against them? I think the best answer for Sunsparks right now is for them to go to the classic wave clear bot lane, because so far I've seen some of the experiments that Team Secret does. They go for Vayne, they go for a different playstyle in the bot lane. If ever they go for that, they're going to be losing on a bit of wave clear. So Sunsparks could use that in their favor and do a lot of wave clear just for Team Secret to not finish the game as early as they can, because giving them lead is the reason why most of these teams lose against them.
Yeah, and you talk about wave clear, and we've seen Chewy play a lot of Ziggs, a lot of these AP carries in the bot lane, and I think it's one of the things that maybe deserves a ban for the side of Sunsparks. Yeah, we have been seeing a lot of other AP carries in the bot lane, but Ziggs has been this champion that's really, really good when it comes to that. So that kind of expectation could come for Sunsparks, although we could see other bans like, well, Yuumi has been buffed. Yuumi was banned the past 2 games, and I feel like that's an immediate ban, although none of these teams have shown a Yuumi yet. Mostly because they're banned. But I believe Rox is the type of player that could use this champion, and paired up with an assassin or maybe a bruiser type of champion on the hands of Azar or Tatsuri could really just, you know, utilize the potential of Yuumi alongside with Rox being a very, very aggressive support in his own right.
Yeah, what I like about this setup also is because Team Secret during day 3 they didn't even ban the Yuumi, which is also going to be something that we need to think about here, because if they don't ban the Yuumi, that just means that they're confident that they can fight against the Yuumi. I think Rox is probably one of those supports that could know how to counter Yuumi, and Leona is probably the best counter to Yuumi right now. So if ever they won't be banning it and they would be baiting Sunspark to taking it, they can take some other champions, which would also be good for their side.
Yeah, exactly. So if if Leona would be on the table, something that Rocks could very much well use. But another layer into that pick and ban phase is that Thresh is always banned against Rocks.
Yeah,
So
for
there's
sure.
so many things already if you also want to ban these kinds of champions. Although Yumi has been taken off the board by
Okay.
Team Secret, not by the other side. On the other hand, though, Sunsparks have started off with a couple of good, strong champions currently in the meta,
Yep.
which are Lee Sin and Camille. Camille having a lot of that solo lane presence in the side lane, also able to facilitate a lot of that pick-offs early on with her Hextech ultimatum. So pretty good ban writer for the side of Sunsparks, at least taking away one of those champions that Azar could very well utilize to be able to just put a lot of side lane pressure for the side of Sunsparks.
Yeah, I really like that they banned the Darius here. Because if you ban the Darius, you're just forcing Azar to use the Renekton on the top side. So if ever that's gonna be the as you said a while ago, Thresh is always gonna be banned against Rox. So Rox is left with less options in the bot lane. But there's still a lot of champions that he can use. He can use the Rokan, he can use the Galio, and also there's still a Leona if ever they want to go for it. Because I think Rox is probably one of the only supports right now in the tournament that uses the Leona.
Yeah, I agree, and it's mostly because of the playstyle that Rox has been presenting.
Yeah.
In the games, especially in week one, he is the initiator, the tank support, the one who starts off these fights, and it also goes along with his role in the team as this is the main shot caller, as the inheritor of James' role in the team from the past season. And looks like the third ban coming out
There's a
from Team
lot
Secret.
of open champions.
There is definitely a
Yeah.
lot of good open champions
there you
right
go.
now. And yeah, Set has been picked out by Sunsparks, already picking
There
out
you
one of
go.
the strong champions. And the
Mhm.
trade on the other side is going to be that Jace. We're looking at maybe, I was thinking maybe another bruiser champion, another tanky support on that side, which is the Galio. Although Galio can still be flexed probably in the mid lane, could still go into the hands of Rocks. And yeah, picks and bans are coming in hot and fast today in this series, with the Lulu Vayne locked in for the side of Sunsparks. They have immediately shown that they are looking for a hyper carry in the bot side, late game scaling, and it's kind of putting this pressure right now on Team Secret to not pick a lot of these melee juggernauts on their side, so that Vayne won't just have free targets. The answer, although, from the side of Team Secret is that Senna. More of a scaling champion as well.
Yeah, I like the Senna to the Galio answer that they've done here, but because there's still a lot of probable options that they can go for the jungle, they still have the Fiora that they need to ban if they want to counter against the members of Team Secret. And even Sunsparks could still have the Fiora if they want to. So that could be a good answer. Or the Kha'Zix said that has been quite a good duo so far for the tournament, and they could still ban that if they want to.
Yeah, they could still ban the Kha'Zix. Zed is still open. There's a lot of these champions that Tatsuri is very much well acquainted with. Hayes could also use this champion. So really, it's, as you mentioned earlier, there's a lot of champions open, and it's the nature, I feel like a bit of a handshake from both of these teams, letting these things through. I do expect Sunsparks maybe taking out the Zed here, because I feel like there's going to be too much pressure on their side if they leave this champion open, especially the bans for both, the follow-up bans for both these teams have come on that Rengar, the Lucian, and the Garen. But the Fiora has been banned, again, taking away one more scaling damage champion on the side of Team Secret, put on the hands of Trevor in the jungle. Pick right now going to come from the side of Team Secret. Let's see if they will pick the Zed or maybe go for a different choice. They have went with that Riven.
Pick the Riven up, so Kha'Zix said is still up on the side of Sunsparks if they want to pick it. That could be the only chance of taking that good assassin combo, especially against this team composition that they have. Azar, or rather the Jace and the Senna, could be pretty good targets for the Kha'Zix said if ever they want to. But going for the Riven was kind of surprising for me, honestly. With the Riven that they have here, they would have a lot of CC that also incentivizes the Galio pick, which I like.
Yeah, I agree. It incentivizes the Galio pick. The Riven most probably will be going into the jungle in the hands of Trevor. It could make a lot of these rotational plays. It could still go into a solo lane, maybe in the hands of Tatsui, because there's just, again, in Wildrift, there's just so much flexibility that we've been seeing in these lane assignments. But let's see what would be the last pick on the side of Sunsparks. They have picked that Akali. Akali is going to be a solo laner. So most probably they're going to pick their jungler here.
Really?
It's
Okay.
going to be Anunu.
Okay.
Haven't seen Anunu yet this tournament. A
Oh,
very
there you
curious choice.
go.
And the immediate
There
answer
you go.
from the side of Team Secret.
Yeah.
It's that Fizz, that Suri. Let go of the Zed
Yeah.
to get another assassin. Picked out that Fizz.
Yeah, I like the player highlights is also on Haze and Tatsuri. So this is just gonna be a fight between them. Having the Fizz and Akali in the mid lane for sure is gonna be pretty exciting to see. But the reverse Uno card here was the Nunu pick on the last part. Because they really don't have enough. I mean, they do have a lot of damage already with the composition that they have. Having the Nunu is at least gonna be helping out, or rather giving a lot of ganks for most of these players, especially for mid and also for bot lane. Getting them ahead is super important. That this Nunu early game into the mid game would be really a good pick for them.
Yeah, and it would also help them with getting a lot of these objectives. Vayne is a very late game scaling champion, so it would be great for her to have a lot of these dragon buffs, maybe get the Rift Herald early on to be able to at least put some pressure on Team Secret. As the panel have discussed earlier, you need to put pressure on Team Secret, because if they get ahead, they will essentially not take away they will not let go of that lead. They will just keep putting more pressure on top of you and eventually win the game from there. So
Yeah.
right now, it's gonna be a huge test for Sunsparks. They have doubts on Team Secret, but I feel like we have more doubts on Team Secret when they don't put Tatsuri on this assassin.
Yeah.
But having the Fizz right now on Tatsuri feels like there's a lot more confidence right now on the side of Team Secret.
Yeah, I really like the fact that most of the Sunsparks champions isn't very resource heavy, so that's why they can focus on helping Consi getting the early game advantage, or rather the goal that he needs in order for him to ramp up, or at least get the 2 to 3 item advantage that he needs. But on the other hand, for the side of Team Secret, a lot of their members are really resource heavy, but top lane though, Azar is getting pummeled by Sunsparks, Consi and Arjuk, getting for that solo, or rather the switch lane that they did onto the top side is just going to be helpful for taking down Azar.
Yeah, the lane swap right here from Sunsparks is very curious. We usually see the Jace and a set matchup, but putting this Vayne and Lulu here would really help this Vayne scale well, putting a lot more resources as you mentioned. But looks like the Senna Chewy right now has ran immediately to the top side of the map with a bit of a slowdown from Rox, although Chewy might be getting jump here.
Yeah, Chewy. Now super low in HP, Silver Balls would be able to get the kill, and Arjek gets the first blood. And that's good advantage for Sunsparks.
And another kill in the mid lane for Haze. He just solo killed Tatsuri. And with this later rotation coming from Team Secret, Chewy being in front of both the Lulu and the Vayne felt a bit questionable. Just running up to them without the help of Rox yet was essentially killed by the dual lane from Sunsparks. The kill though in the mid lane is super big. We weren't able to see that, but the solo kill from Haze really puts him in a better spot in the mid lane matchup, which propelled right now Sunsparks into 1,000 gold lead 2 minutes into the game.
Yeah, what I like about the Akali pick is because compared to Fizz at the early stages of the game, Akali is more of a constant DPS champion compared to Fizz having just one combo. After you lose that combo, you don't have any more damage. So that's good pick for Team Secret. But again, what's good about what Sunsparks is doing right now, especially Ace onto the top side, because of his rotation, because of the lane swap, he can go to the top side pretty easily, like what he's doing right now. Ace is going to the top side. Chewy has been polymorphed. They don't have enough CC. Ace can't even get close, but now Sunsparks is going to back away, but they know pressure is onto the top side.
Yeah, a lot of pressure right now on the side of Rox and Chewy. Chewy doesn't even have any of his summoners. He doesn't have the flash, doesn't have the heal. On the other side, Consi still has his flash. This is going to be a very much of a free lane for Consi right here. And great start immediately for Sunsparks. We were talking about earlier how Sunsparks needs to get a handle of this early game very early on. It looks like it's going to be that for them. Although lane swaps happening right now for Team Secret. They've initiated this a much early on. Tatsuri already into that dragon lane, while their duo is already in the mid lane. They're already preparing for the two big objectives that are gonna come up in the 4-minute mark. Infernal Drake is gonna be the first Drake of the game of the Herald. Will probably be the one we'll look into more, just because of, I feel like Team Secret needs to propel needs to accelerate a bit of the pressure on the side of Sunsparks to stop this lead that they're getting right now on that vein.
Yeah, I really like that they go for the rotate and let at least Nasio be on the shorter end of the stick here, because Nasio doesn't really need a lot of resources, to be honest, to make him effective. He has the face breaker, he has the showstopper. That's exactly what you need on the game, and even without damage, that's enough CC for them to be very effective. But now, onto the top side, everybody's already there. Trevor is just getting a lot of damage though, but look at this, the play coming in from Ace has been getting the wild gun, and Chewy might fall down.
Chewy.
That's going to be the kill already, and the Silver Bolts would just end him right there. And this is going to be a take for the Rip Herald, but Trevor is still in the neighborhood, so they might still go for a fight here. Sunsparks playing with fire. And Team Secret, they know they might have a win here for V3 with the showstopper coming in onto their side. Trevor has been taken down, and that's going to be it. Oh, the flash out. But again, Sunsparks takes the Rift Herald.
Yeah, Sunsparks are there. Very good calculated play on that Rift Herald. Yes, they were able to get Chewy immediately with a very good rotation from Nastro. He walked through the mid lane. Chewy needed to peel away from Sunsparks, doing a kiting maneuver there, but he was caught up in that push, was able to get that kill. Ace
That
with the
was
big
scary.
snot ball right now coming from the Nunu. Essentially gave him that fast track into the Dragon Pit. Next objective right now for both teams that they're looking at is this Infernal Drake. Already 4 members from both from the side of Team Secret is here. Tatsuri did just shove the top side of the map. He is going for that recall, so it looks like there might be a 5v5 that we're gonna see in the Infernal Drake.
Yeah, I might be. I am kind of scared also if ever that big snowball is gonna come right into my face. So that is a good call for Chewy to use that mist. So now going on to this Infernal Drake, where probably everybody's favorite Drake right now. Infernal Drake is gonna be the target, 4k HP. Most of the members of Sunsparks are already here, but I think Team Secret are in a better position compared to Sunsparks right now. But based on how they're going for this, they're going to be sacrificing this for the third in the mid lane, which is very smart, honestly. Taking that tower in the mid lane would just give you much pressure in the towers. That is a good bait for Team Secret, but they lost the Infernal Drake, but I think that's worth it.
It depends on what they're gonna do next. I think what they're doing next is gonna make it a bit more worth it because they are going to the top side of the map.
Yeah.
But the Rift Herald again is on the side of Sunsparks. They are about to destroy this turret. Unfortunately, they weren't able to take down that
Yeah.
outer turret before the Herald was tackled it, essentially giving it only 1,000 HP. Now Nastro is the one who's reacting to the top side. Azar might be getting picked off here, but not enough damage.
Yeah,
though.
showstopper onto Azar, and Chum in the Waters would be able to get the kill, but now Nastro is gonna fall down. But his damage is just so much right now, not enough to get the kill. Nastro, okay, he's playing with fire, but Tatsuri takes him down, but it's still a 1-for-1.
Yeah, it was a 1-for-1 and not exactly a successful defense right there for Nasser. He was trying to prevent the turret from being destroyed. Unfortunately, the minions was able who took it down. It was a 1-for-1 trade there, giving a kill to Tatsuri, but I didn't expect the aggressive play coming from Nasser. He saw his chance getting one more kill on the board for him and for his team.
Yeah, and that kill was enough. I mean, I was scared that Nastro was able to dish so much damage, even against a 2v1. Azar, even though that we have this, I think Azar is going to get dive here to the top side. He was able to catch wind of it, of what's going to happen onto the top side, and that's really good map awareness on the side of Sunsparks, or rather Team Secret. Now, with that, we're going to be slowing down the pace of the game right now because there's not a lot of the objectives that they can contest, waiting for a 9-minute mark before they go on for the Rift Herald again.
Right, and both of these teams are now consolidating, waiting to where they could go. But looking at the items, a lot of the items right now are very much even for both of these teams. Only 1,000 gold on the side of Sunsparks. A lot of that lead is on Consi on that vein, which is the right target for Sunsparks to give that lead. A 1-3-1 right now is being done as well by both of these teams because they just really need to consolidate their side lanes. But looking at the objectives, Rift Herald is going to be coming up in about 25 seconds, about the 8:30 mark. It's going to be up about 30 to a minute before Dragon spawn. So that could very well be the objective that both of these teams will be contesting. We're going to look right now at the map who will be putting down the wards there. Sunsparks already has their wards in the river. Although Conti is going to go for a back, they will be ceding a bit of that pressure here in the Rift Herald side of the map. A lot of the vision right now will be going to the side of Team Secret.
Yep. Onto the Team Secret side, they have the vision onto the top, so I think Sunsparks really need this because they are down one turret. They need to take this referral for them to get another, or at least answer back the mid lane turret takedown from Team Secret. And this is what we were saying a while ago. Losing the towers onto the mid lane on the top side just makes it so that it's easier for Team Secret to start any objectives that they can. They lost the snowball, so Ace won't have any way to get in, but Rox is getting pummeled. He's getting the wild goat. They're getting a lot of CC, and he falls down. Wasn't even able to get the hero's edge and showstopper onto the backside. And now look at the position from Nash Joe. They were able to get the kill, but Tatsuri also falls down. Good advantage for their members. 2 for 2. Still not done. Secret and also Sunsparks are still going to be taking this. A Rip World. I think they're not yet done. Team Secret still wants to get this. Remember, they still have a lot of damage on their side. Ace, going for the snowball. They don't have any ultimates already on the side of Sunsparks, but they would be taken down. That Rip World. Ace is going to be the target. He's going to pull down. Consi is going to back away, but Trevor is still chasing him down. Arjek doesn't have anyone with him, and the flashes happen. But Team Secret won't be able to get anything. They still have the broken wings onto the kill. Team Secret takes it down.
Yeah, Team Secret getting more kills on their side right there. Yes, Sunsparks was able to secure the objective. That was their victory condition in that part of the map at that time, to at least secure the Herald. But great plays right there coming from Trevor, able to spot out Consi flashing over the wall. But you can't just get away from a Riven that way. She still has her flash, has all of her dashes, was able to catch Consi. But right now, look at the macro side of the map. The dragon is up. Both teams are now running over to it. Looks like Team Secret has a bit of control, but Nastro is being a bit sneaky here. Let's see if he can be spotted by Team Secret. But looking at mid lane pressure as well, mid lane has been initially shoved in by Sunsparks. Statsuri trying to clean that up, maybe getting for a push, but since the mid lane tier turret is down, a bit of an advantage on the side of Team Secret there. Consi going for the engage.
Yeah, losing Rocks here is very crucial. If ever they lose Rocks, it's not going to be good for them. They won't have the Hero's Entrance, but because of the positioning that they have right now, Stasis on in front of everyone. Trevor is just getting pummeled right now. Ace is going to push them back. They might be able to take this Ocean Drake without any contest. That is Team Secret respecting the CC from the side of Sunsparks.
Yeah, they did have a lot of respect right there for the side of Sunsparks. And again, it was really just the positioning for Sunsparks. They were able to do a pincer movement into the pit. Consi, Arjuk, and Nasrio came in from the bottom side of the pit, while Ace ran in with his snowball coming in near the jungle red buff side from Sunsparks, essentially scaring away Team Secret. Right now, yes, objectives on the side of Sunsparks, although turrets are falling for Sunsparks. Team Secret right here have taken down all the outer tier turrets, but if you look at the Baron lane, the Nunu, and I think the set is there.
Yeah, Nasio going to be to target. Haymaker would just make it work, and that's going to be the kill, and Rox is going to follow through, and he's going to fall down. Also, that is 2 people down to the side of Team Secret. This is just working. Look at the Rip Herald at the top side. They would be able to take this tower, and Sunsparks are just getting all these advantages, though.
Yes, Sunsparks again, but Haze flashing in.
Yeah, they're not yet done. Haze is gonna go. They have the shuriken at the kill. What was that? That was too fast. Sunsparks taking him down. Chewy wants to get a kill. He has a Twilight Shroud, remember, so he's not gonna be seen, but Chewy would be able to take him down. Look at the damage. Look at this. Chewy was forced to flash. Rip Herald was able to bonk onto the 3rd tier turret. That's gonna be it. Sunsparks are just taking all the advantages. They're gonna be taking down the mid lane turret also.
Yeah, at the turn of the dime, Sunsparks getting all these advantages. Double root right there on Consi and Ace, but looks like they will be able to back away from Rox and Chewy. And with that, Sunsparks just accelerated essentially their gold lead on their side. They have almost 5,000 gold. They are up in turrets. Earlier, that was 3-1 in favor of of Team Secret. Now it's 4-3. All of the signs right now looking good for Sunsparks. They are accelerating their vein. Haze has been playing out of his mind, getting all these assassinations across the map, having very, very clean mechanics, as we saw in the dive in the inhibitor turret at the top side. A lot of turrets right now also in the red for Team Secret. Mid lane, 2nd tier turret. The inhibitor turret in the Baron lane is very low as the Baron is about to spawn into the rift.
Yeah, and also remember, they have a front-to-back composition at the side of Sunsparks, and Team Secret didn't draft a lot of assassins. Yes, they have Tatsuri, but because there's the presence of Arjuk here on the side of Sunsparks, it's not going to be easy for Tatsuri to be able to take down Consi very fast. So that's why right now, it's just that they can't even pierce through the defenses of Sunspark. So Team Secret are just giving up all these objectives because right now they don't have enough way to go in. And also, Rocks can't even go in because there's only Trevor to actually latch onto. And now they have the snowball
Ace?
coming in. Ace might be playing with fire here. He's gonna go in. Azar is now super low in HP. He's being taken down, but burned a lot of summoner spells from Azar there, which is very ideal if they want to take this Baron.
Yeah, Ace just showed in full display what you were talking about, but Ace still going in.
Yeah, still going in. They still have the hole coming into their side. He stays it on the wrong place. This is not going to be good for their side, but now the perfect execution was able to get some damage, but I think he's playing with fire. He might fall down, but this is good. Team Secret is just so afraid. Ace is super low in HP. They have that. That's going to be the kill for Tatsuri, but they would be able to answer. Back Hero's entrance won't be able to save anyone in Team Secret. They had the chance. This might be it. They still have the flash on to Roxanne. It's a shield of the rest of the Justice Punch. Nash Joe is going to be the target. They have the Haymaker. That is the safety of the composition. They're working down, and Team Secret is just taking them down. They would be able to get the kill, and Hayes is just in safety. He's just going to get healed, and Hayes is still alive, but he's going to be taken down. Azar is not even going to fall, and that's going to be a win for Team Secret.
Yeah, great series of events right there from Team Secret. A 2-4-4 exchange. Team Secret was able to hold on to their base, was able to deter Sunsparks from getting the Baron, getting 4 kills on their side. Momentum was building for Sunsparks. They were able to get so deep into the jungle. Ace, essentially showing your point earlier, Team Secret didn't have a lot of damage in this front-to-back team fights, but when you're able to essentially jump the backline because the members of Sunsparks were separated. A great Shield of Duran coming from Rocks, flashing over that wall, getting the 3-man taunt. Halving the members of Sunsparks, they weren't able to group up, essentially won them that fight, but still, there's still a hill to climb for Team Secret. 2 Drakes right now on the side of Sunsparks. Looks like this Drake might be uncontested, going to the side of Sunsparks with a 4K gold lead.
Yeah, Crazy Apple. This is going to be the third Drake. Not any answers. Even if they take the Heller later on for the side of Team Secret, it wouldn't have that punch that I was expecting. Because right now, if Sunsparks takes the Elder Drake later on, Team Secret is just going to get taken down by the sheer stats that Sunsparks would have. And now, as you said a while ago, the only way for Team Secret to win this is for Rocks to have Flash, to be able to get a Shield of the Run, break the formation of Sunsparks. If they won't be able to do that, they're just going to be taken down. What do you think about this, Crazy Apple? Because right now, with the team composition that they have, having no front line, it's super hard to make the hero's entrance work, right?
Yeah, exactly. And that's when I think when Team Secret was thinking about this composition, they were seeing that Tatsui or Trevor would be the one to initiate these fights so Rocks could get in, and as well as maybe having these flanks coming from Tatsui. But Sunsparks has been playing these team fights very, very well. They would just group up into a ball, essentially doing a Fennel adversity in some sense.
Honestly, yeah.
And, and just defending themselves against these assassins. But Ace right now is such a boss, running down the members of Team Secret.
You have the boss also on the bot lane while having Ace being the boss right now. Just going in with all the confidence because he knows he's not going to get bursted down. He's very tanky, but if your composition is full of bruisers, he's not going to get taken down. So that's why he can just sustain his way out of most of those fights. And that's what's happening. And if ever they try to go in, there's Nash Joe putting themselves back in their place whenever they try to get into the back line. But I think this is going to be a good setup though.
Yeah, it could be a good setup. And let's take stock of what both teams are doing right now. They are very much respectful of each other's power. Team Secret trying to look for a pick, but there might be a fight happening here.
Yeah, Nastro running in with the face breaker, not going to be able to get anything. He's now half HP. That's probably a mistake. Sunsparks needs to back away. This is not going to go good for them, even though it's a front to back. There's a lot of damage going through, though. Both of the front lines are now half HP.
Yeah, both of the front lines are indeed half HP. Conceal riding out his bike, trying to get away from Tatsuri. Tatsuri was able to put the fish on Conceal, but with the stasis, essentially not getting any damage done on the Vayne. Both teams right now consolidating where they are on the map. Looking at the side lanes, both side lanes are shoving towards Team Secret. Team Secret needs to shove this side lane so that the pressure will be on the side of Sunsparks, so that they would have a number disadvantage when it comes to this objective takes. But if you see right here, Tatsui has showed up in the bot side, and Sunsparks answer, let's start the Baron and burn this down quickly.
Yeah. Let's go to the Baron. 5k HP. They went in for the rotations. They don't have Tatsuri here. So this is going to be an easy fight for Sunsparks if ever they want to go for it. Trevor tries to go in, but he's back in his place just because of Nash Joe. And now they're going to go back. They have the Baron buff. They're so happy. Sunsparks are just going to be losing one tower, but at what cost? They got the Baron in the end.
Yeah, they did get the Baron. They're still able to go for these recalls. A tower was taken down by Tatsuri in the bot side of the map, giving them a bit more pressure there. But right now, with that Baron buff, Sunsparks can just shove the side lanes, can shove the mid lane, put a lot of pressure on the side of Team Secret. On the other hand, we do see Team Secret really recognizing the power level of where Sunsparks is. They need to respect this Lulu Vayne combo. I feel like they are gonna rely on Chewy later on to deal a lot of these damage, to deal a lot of these pokes, to burn down the set. But there's a fight here.
Not a good place to be in for Ace, but the good thing he has the Gargoyle Stoneplate for him to survive. The hero's entrance has been burned, and that's gonna be good for Sunsparks. But look at this, the flash has been burned onto the backside. Consi gonna be the target. The Wild Growth is on his hands, but he can't get out of the fight. I think Consi's dead here. That's gonna go good. He was able to take down one, but they are gonna be taking more. This is gonna be looking great for their side. Hayes is onto the backside. Chewy was left alone. He's gonna be taken down, and this is Trevor being chased down, and this is Hayes gonna be taking it down with a double kill. Sunsparks are just making it work. Dash Joe is gonna be chasing the members of Team Secret, the last two members, but Baron is on their side. This might be the game. Crazy Apple, they've been taking them down. This tower is gonna fall down in just a bit. They went in Azar. This is not good. This is gonna be the chase down coming in for the side. They're racing after the targets, and one fell down. Sunsparks are gonna make it work, and they're gonna be winning this. This is gonna be the takedown. Team Secret loses game one, and Sunsparks takes them down.
Sunsparks showing us that gods indeed do bleed. It's not only Cerebrum who can do that to Team Secret. Game one goes to Sunsparks, and this team right here, this feels like a really good momentum booster for them, because it didn't go to like it didn't feel like there's a lot of mistakes for Team Secret, a lot of obvious mistakes that Sunsparks was able to capitalize on. It was really more on macro movement, map movement, knowing where you are in the map, knowing when to strike. I think the biggest indicator there is when they shoved the side lanes, and Team Secret wanted to get that fight. When Team Secret didn't get that fight, they just stared at the Baron. 4 members while Tatsuri was running to the bot side, trying to consolidate that side lane push, and Sunsparks immediately burning that Baron down. It really shows the understanding, the macro understanding of the game from the side of Sunsparks. And if you give them that kind of lead, if you give them that kind of late game advantage on the side of Consi, they would just be able to take these games, and you could saw that in full display in game one of the series.
Yeah, what's great about that also, Crazy Apple, is because Team Secret doesn't have any way to pierce through the back line, and having the Galio without any front line is just so hard to make use of it. Usually, Rox was just able to use the hero's entrance defensively, which is not super ideal when you're drafting an aggressive composition like this, like what they have right now. And that's why Sunsparks was just able to work with it. If you're gonna go front to back, we have the hero's entrance, only our front line is gonna be taken down, but their front line can't be taken down also because they don't have enough damage. Remember, they have the Senna as an ADC, and we don't really have a lot of damage on a Senna, especially when they're building Edge of Night, because that's just because that Edge of Night build was because Chewy was going on the defensive, because he's always taken down. That's why he was forced to go defensive, and that's why Sunsparks just capitalize on it. Yeah, we're just gonna be building full damage, and this is just Consi carrying us after.
Yeah, and I love how you pointed out the item build as well on the side of Chewy, and that was essentially his role in the team. He is the secondary support. He needs to get Tatsuri, Trevor, and Azar in a position to be able to win these team fights. But as you mentioned, the front to back is not on the side of Team Secret. The difficult thing for their composition is to look for these pickups, and Sunsparks never gave them that opportunity. A lot of the times, the movements from Sunsparks would just deter Team Secret to be able to do anything, and came to a point that Ace would just use his snowball to push away the members of Team Secret. As you mentioned earlier, he provided a lot of vision, a lot of pressure, a lot of space for Consi and Arjuk to just go into these positions, to go for these objectives. And Hayes, guy, he had a lot of flashy plays. But at the same time, they knew where they needed to be, what their victory condition is, and to put Consi in this position to win the game. Although the last fight, Consi did die, Hayes and the team pick the slack when Consi fell down.
Honestly, I can say that Hayes is probably the low-key superstar of this game one, honestly. Because Hayes was the reason why Chewy built Edge of Night. Hayes was the reason why Chewy can even position well to do some damage against most of the team. And even Azar can even go in because Hayes is always going to be a threat. And that's why it's super hard for Team Secret to do anything, especially when they gave all those objectives. These stats are just gonna pile up and just make them easier to work with. Considering that they had the Cloud Drake also though, Nashjo and Ace is just gonna run you down every time.
Yeah, and it just came. It kind of is the ticking time bomb.
Yeah.
For the side of Team Secret right there, because Sunsparks had a lot of this late game. You already know that's gonna be the Lulu vein. And even though you could say Team Secret had a bit of a late game timer with their Senna, it's very, very long. And if you look at the player of the game right here, well-deserved Hayes
for sure.
getting the solo kill at the start against Tatsui, putting himself ahead immediately in that 1v1 matchup. And again, going for a lot of these aggressive plays and forcing members to build items against him. Just really gave Sunsparks that position to win game one.
Yeah, and also what I can say is because we're all focused on Consi picking the bait together with the Lulu a while ago, that just relieved a lot of pressure for Hayes. That's the reason why Hayes became the superstar of the game, because everybody was focused on killing Consi, and that's why when you think about it, Hayes was just given the chance because Consi was just incentivizing the fact that hey, Consi is gonna carry, so Hayes is gonna be the superstar, right?
Yeah, exactly. And it's one of those, and I think it's one of those things teams can utilize, especially when you have another superstar player on your team. Like Hayes, we've been talking about him as well, even in the panel. That's how good this guy is, and now we're seeing if these two are paired up, relieving pressure from one of them, they can shine and carry these team to win.
Yeah, and again, everyone, we'll be back with a battle of light and dark between Sunsparks and Team Secret. We're just going to be taking a short break. We have been your casters for today. I'm Dash, and I was here with Crazy Apple. See you guys in just a bit.
Stop and refocus. Get a clearer perspective. See things from different angles. Power up and set your eyes on the prize. It's time to step up and rise to the challenge with the Redmi Note 11.
The crack in the armor. That is the case actually for Sunsparks versus Team Secret. That was a great game one for Sunsparks, but again, we're gonna be your shoutcasters for today. I'm Dash, and I'm here with Crazy Apple. Crazy Apple, talk me through that game one. Sunsparks just did that so well.
Yeah, to be honest, it's Sunsparks playing their victory conditions, their objectives, very, very well. I love how you pointed out earlier on during the draft how there's not a lot of resources that Sunsparks needs to share. They can all put it on Konzi because of their picks in the top side of the map, and also in the jungle with that Nunu pick, essentially enabling this and enabling the Vayne to have a lot more space. But the star of the show in that game one was Hayes. He was making a lot of this solo plays across the map, able to even get the first kill in the mid lane against Tatsuri. And a lot of praises that are really deserved for the side of Sunsparks taking a game off of Team Secret. But this puts into question, where does Team Secret stand now? They have given up a game against Sunsparks and Cerebrum, both teams who at the start of this tournament in terms of power rankings from the panel are not really in the top 4, not really in the top 5 that we're looking at, but these teams are showing up, especially against Team Secret. You can say, hey, Team Secret is a team that a lot of people know. They have watched a lot of their games, especially in the international stage. So there's a lot of data on this team, but at the same time, this is a challenge right now for Team Secret. They need to regain their footing. It's only a game. In terms of a series, they can still take this back with a reverse sweep. They can still win the series in week 2. So it's just going to be a test right now for Team Secret, their fortitude, their resilience, their tenacity.
Yeah, that's what I want to know, if Team Secret would be able to turn things around. Because honestly, when you're at the bottom, especially for the side of Sunsparks, there's nowhere to go but up. That's why they were able to put themselves up there a while ago. They were able to answer the questions that we've been asking during week 1 on how they're going to be turning things around. Right now, on to week 2. They changed everything. Their shortcomings last week weren't seen today. Honestly, Team Secret are just having a hard time. But remember, it's a best of 3, and this is Team Secret that we're talking about. So it's still easy for them to turn things around if ever, especially if they go for if they just go for a draft and where there is an actually better goal than what Sunsparks did. I think Team Secret would turn out to be the victors a while ago, but because it was kind of all over the place, they had a hard time.
Yeah, and I'm not sure where that falls for the side of Team Secret. Is it more of communications, shot calling on where do we need to be? I think the big indicator there is when side lanes were shoving against them. They are when they were pushing side lanes, they weren't really utilizing that to get a lot of vision into the enemy jungle. On the other hand, Sunsparks was utilizing these things pretty well. They were looking at side lanes and, hey, this side lane is pushing. We could maybe put more pressure here because obviously one guy will be trying to go there and cover it up. But at the same time, Sunsparks, with a good series of events in Game 1 where they summoned the referee on the top side of the map, there are a lot of members from Team Secret in the bottom side, and they never interacted. It was gonna be a handshake, but kills across the map for the side of Sunsparks, really tilting the momentum into their side and just really utilizing what they have, the vision control, and I'm looking forward into Game 2. The thing is that one of the adjustments I'm thinking of when it comes to Team Secret is, hey, put Tatsuri in a comfort champion, but he was on an assassin in that game. He was on a bit of comfort. So where do we go from here for the side of Team Secret? We are going into picks and bans, and first off, it's gonna be the usual, the perennial, the one that we'll be always seeing in the ban list, the Yuumi.
Yeah, no meows right now, especially on a week 2, because Yuumi has been buffed for patch 3.0b. That's why it's really hard that you're losing, especially for the side of Team Secret, right? They're the ones who has been banning Yuumi, because you're losing a bit of this bans. That's why Sunsparks was able to pull out the set, was able to pull out most of their champions a while ago, and that's why it worked in their favor. Now, they're even banning the Garen. They don't want Sunsparks to be picking the Garen and also the Yuumi combo that happened during the last week. And now with this, Camille getting banned, Sunsparks is just so happy that they're banning classic champions here. And TES are just forced to ban most of this. I think this is the same bans that they did during the last game.
Yeah, for Sunsparks, it's still the Lee Sin and the Camille. Although there are a bit of a change in the bans for the side of Team Secret. The Garen was on the second round of bans earlier on,
Yeah.
but they have chosen to ban this immediately now, taking away one of those staple solo lanes, Baron lane, or even a support for the side of Sunsparks, also banning out that Gragas. Essentially, they have decided we are not going to go for the Senna Gragas anymore. Thresh has been banned as usual, but as you've noticed, it's going to be the first pick set for the side of Team Secret.
Yeah, what's great about this is Rox could also use this to support, especially that there's a phase rush minus 3 second buff that could use in the bot lane. But again, because of that, they can get the Vayne and Lulu again. Yeah.
Okay, this has been the trend in the past 2 games for both of these teams, wherein the red side team immediately picks their Dragon lane, and it is the Vayne Lulu combo immediately for the side of Sunsparks. The answer, though, for Team Secret is a lot of long range damage, a lot of these possible poke damage coming from their side, with the answer, the Jace and the Varus. This will essentially poke out Sunsparks whenever they go for these objectives. Team Secret can set up early on to be able to know where Sunsparks is coming from, but at the same time, the answer from Sunsparks is that Darius taking away one of those champions that are very good in these poke compositions, because Darius can just come in and get these resets. There's still a lot of picks that Sunsparks can have. They can still go for these assassins to try and take down the Varus in the back lanes. I mean, in the back of the team fight. And let's see here what Sunsparks gonna pick. They have banned that Rakan as their 4th ban.
Yeah, they can ban a lot of their supports if they want to. I mean, on the side of Sunsparks, they were just able to get the pick on the champions that they want anyway. So basically, we're looking at the same playstyle for Sunsparks a while ago. It's just the same front-to-back composition. But Team Secret, they need to answer back, especially that they have the solo lanes already on their hands. Or rather, the Jace could also go to the jungle. They could still answer back with some of the supports that could potentially be different. I think a Galio is not the answer here. Or rather, I think it would be the better answer here because they have the set now, which could at least help them get in better with the hero's entrance. But now, we're seeing again, Tatsuri can still go for the assassin here. Just because with this composition, they can still go for the Akali or the Fizz. It fits well, just because it's full 8D composition they have here.
Yeah, I am thinking of another way that Team Secret can tackle this. As we were mentioning in Game 1, there was the Leona that Rox has been picking a lot. And one thing to really help dealing with the Vayne Lulu is just to kill them over and over with a lot of dives. And right now, with the composition that Team Secret has, along with that Varus, they could very well do that with a very long range pick off coming from that Varus along with the Leona. It could work in the Dragon lane and even having the set helping out in those fights. But the answer right here from Sunsparks is that Diana anticipating the assassin pick, and as you called, it is going to be the Fizz pick for Team Secret. I think we're going to wait here what would be the pick for Rox. I do think that a more aggressive support that can pick off this Vayne would be more doable.
Leonor Galio, as we said a while ago, could potentially be a good pick for Rox here if ever they wanted. But they went with the Nami together with the Varus, which is probably the classic combo. The damage that they can do in the bot lane. Consi and Arja could have a hard time in the bot lane. But would that happen, or will do the same thing that they did a while ago? They forced Team Secret to slow back or try to answer back with nothing actually on their hands because they were forced to rotate. But now with the Jarvan 4 onto the last parts, what's good about this is because they have a lot of ways to go in for the side of Team Secret, Diana and Jarvan are such good picks against engaged compositions. That's why it's kind of looking bleak for Team Secret right now. Just with this trap, but they can still play around it.
Yeah, but at the same time, when it comes to engaging, Team Secret has also a lot of disengage on their hands. There's also a lot of ways for them to to essentially throw these members away. They have that set with a showstopper. If the Diana or the Jarvan comes in, he could just throw them back to his team. They also have the Nami for disengage with her tidal wave. At the same time, it's also allowing them tools to have a lot more ins, a lot more ways to engage on the side of Sunspark. So I do think it's gonna be a clash of styles right here for both of these teams. One team, again, Sunsparks doesn't have a lot of champions that need a lot of resources. They can again put a lot of their resources on Consi. They can go for another lane swap at level 1 to give this Vayne a bit of a boost in the early game. Let's see if that's gonna be what they're gonna do in this in game 2 of this series. But with the picks that these teams have done, Sunsparks right now is looking to get this game to close out this series, to get a 2-0 against Team Secret, while Team Secret right now really needs to get this win, really needs to again do a Cerebrum where where at least they get a 2-1, at least they get a series win in this game.
Yeah, they want to go for. Honestly, Team Secret still has a 2-0 if ever they want it, but now Tatsuri, just because of that mid lane push that they did there, they were just forced to. Oh no, this is gonna be bad for Consi. If they don't see this, they might have a lot of problems here. Now they're really hovering around the bottom side of the map because I really like that Sunsparks are just being very, very good when it comes to their rotations. They're forcing Team Secret on ways that they don't want to happen, and it's working. That's why Consi could still have easy ways to farm.
Yeah, and you also saw what Team Secret tried to do there. They went into the Tribush in the Baron lane, maybe get the pick off, maybe thinking that, as you mentioned, the Sunsparks has been very creative in their level 1s, and because of that level 1, the Team Secret really wasn't able to do anything about.
Yeah.
Trevor is very much behind on this set compared to the clear right now of Ace. Ace has already done his Krugs and red buff, while I believe Trevor is just starting out his Krugs.
Yeah.
Ace right here might be looking for a gank in the mid lane.
Okay, going for the mid lane. Flag and drag wasn't able to hit, so Team Secret are just happy with that. And I think the presence right there in the mid lane just shows that they're gonna go to the bot lane side of the map where they're gonna be taking the Rift Herald, which I think Ace is just too late for it. A Rift Herald, or rather Rift Scuttler, sorry.
The Scuttle he is a bit late because
Yeah.
he did show up in the mid lane, but he wasn't able to convert into anything, making this jungle matchup a bit more in parity right now. Trevor is level 4 compared to Ace's level 3, as well as the Scuttle has control for the side of Team Secret in the top side. So it's going to be a double Scuttle take for the side of Team Secret.
Yeah. Honestly, I really love the Trevor going to the jungle because at least he would be the front line. That's basically the answer that they did here, because right now they need a lot of ways to get into fights, and having Trevor in the jungle would just solidify that would be helpful for them. Yes, they're the more aggressive composition for the side of Team Secret. Sunsparks, they're more. I think it's better for Sunsparks to be reactive against Team Secrets if they want to win, because look at this. Chewy is very great at these types of champions. The Ziggs, the Varus, he's very good at taking down the enemy, especially with his wave clear and just his sheer range.
Yeah, and we've seen him play a lot of these, as you mentioned, these kind of poke champions, these wave clear champions, and it's one of those role kind of players that Team Secret is utilizing very well here. Just keeping a bit of that maintenance, that cleanup duty in the mid lane right now. A lot of the members hitting that level 5. We are about to hit 3 minutes into the game, a minute before we see the objectives. Not a lot of big fights happening. Again, this is similar to game 1, where it feels like these teams are just looking to fight it out in the next objective. So it's going to be the Mountain Drake here and the Herald. I feel like there's gonna be a fight maybe in the Herald again, just because of how much Sunsparks doesn't want this game to go out of control for them.
Yeah, Team Secret has the advantage on this objective takedowns, because they don't have a lot of power. We all know that the Yana doesn't really deal a lot of damage, but the disruption from the Moonfall would be enough. But Azar now take it down the top lane. What a good play from Nasjo. On the nick of time though, right? So the Rift Herald is gonna come out with rocks coming in here. Would they be able to answer back with one? And that's gonna be the ignite. I think Nasio is gonna pull that, but the barrier and also the level up was just on the right timing for Nasio to survive.
Yeah, and very good 1v1 player right there from Nastra. I thought
Yeah.
Rox was gonna get the kill. I thought he was gonna get
I was surprised, yeah.
the offensive support kill. Trevor also using his flash, not being stunned right there by the condemn coming from Consi. Riff Herald is being prioritized right now with Sunsparks because they are in the stronger side of the map for them. With Azar going down, it looks like it's gonna be Riff Herald, but a lot of members here for
Yeah.
both teams.
Yeah, with the champions that they have, I think Team Secret has the advantage here if they want to go for a fight. Remember, they have Chewy, who can deal basically a lot of damage even on range, and also Azar with the Shock Blast, so they can pin them down before they go for the fight. Here comes the showstopper. Ace and will get the face breaker of the tree. That was big. Ace is now going to fall down. Just with that, they won that, and the backline is now taken down. Sunsparks is being chased down by Team Secret, but I think Nashjo would just back away from this, and Team Secret takes a referral, and Chewy might be able to get one more with the snipe down from downtown, and Team Secret gets the 3-1 also with the referral.
Yeah, also with the Rift Herald secure the 3-4-1 exchange in favor of Team Secret, and Schreber with a very good showstopper play right there, immediately catching Ace, even hitting 3 people with the pull, essentially taking stunning most of the members of Sunsparks there. I even think Sunsparks got caught by surprise with how fast Schreber initiated there. I think Sunsparks was thinking it's gonna be a bit more of a staring contest for the next 2 seconds, but Team Secret immediately pulling the trigger, catching Sunsparks off timing, and was able to win that fight from there.
Yeah, that face break, especially that Haze wasn't there also. It was a 4v5. Big advantage for Team Secret to go for that fight. And they're very smart, especially
Top
that they
lane,
have
though.
Tatsuri with the Rabadon's dead cup already. They're not even contesting that top lane would be the target. Tatsuri still has ways to get out from this. Playful Trickster is still up. I think he's going to fall down. He knows that he's dead. That's why he just gave way. But the Mountain Drake is going to come to the side of Team Secret.
Yeah, the exchange right there is the Mountain Drake for Team Secret, and Rift Herald is on the side right now for Team Secret. They can bust this mid lane turret open. Only Haze is here for the defense.
Yeah, I think this is going to fall down because Rift Herald is just going to get the bonk here in the mid lane. That's going to be taken down. Big win for Team Secret, opening up the map, and also more pressure for Sunsparks.
Yeah, and I think that's what you want to see when it comes to Team Secret. Yes, Tatsuri did fall in the top side of the map, but he did absorb 4-player pressure. But there's a fight here.
Yeah, they go for the fight, and that's going to be the kill already onto Nastio. Very, very fast. Trevor is just dealing so much with the skanks right now for the side of Team Secret.
Yeah, again, that was a fight there in the river, but going back into the point here in the top side of the map for Tatsuri, he is the guy right now manning this side lane, and I think that's what you want to see from Team Secret. Their solo laners manning the side lanes, being able to absorb pressure from Sunsparks, and then Trevor, Chewy, and Rox playing from there, looking to where they could go to the map, which is going to be the stronger side. And that helps with vision. If you look at where the wards are right now, it is mostly the top side river. They really want to keep Tatsuri a bit more safe here, trying to put a lot more pressure on the side of Sunsparks, because Consi and Arjuk, again, this vein will be the victory condition for Sunsparks.
Yeah, and as looking at the win condition for both of our sides, right, Crazy Apple, I think you can agree with me here that early to mid game would be the stronger power of Team Secret because they have a lot of burst damage and they don't have good scaling when it comes to the late game. That's why this is honestly a good way to play with it. Probably a 5k golden is the most ideal against Sunsparks right now, because that would just mean that they would just be winning the fights because they have item advantage. They don't want this to drag on, because if that happens, Consi would just go on a rampage.
Yeah, I certainly agree to that point, that we really need to see Team Secret to have a larger advantage at this point. 2,000 gold lead is significant, but it is not as significant as where they need to be when it comes to dealing with Consi. They need to keep forcing the issue right now, and there is a very deep invade right now for Team Secret, but not a lot of things happening here. Consi might be getting caught out in his red buff here.
Yeah, gonna be scary. Sunsparks going in for that buff, won't be able to get anything because they got just smited out to oblivion, and top lane is just gonna be taking them because Sunsparks doesn't have enough members onto the top side of the map, so this is just gonna be easy for them to take down.
Yeah, but a bit of a handshake right now because a lot of the pressure for Team Secret on the top side, but Tatsuri being able to run here the bot side, clearing the wave right here against Sunsparks.
Yeah, that was just Unfortunate for Sunsparks. They weren't able to get anything out of it, and the Rip Herald is just going to take down for the side of Team Secret. Remember, I think this is what happened during Game 1, right? Sunsparks just taking all the objectives, they're taking all the map pressure, and they're going to be winning. Team Secret, I think they're following the same formula here, and I think this is a big advantage for them.
Yeah, they're kind of following the same script right now of what Sparks was doing earlier, but the difference is in terms of the win conditions. Earlier on, it was really on Team Secret to be pushing the early game tempo, and they weren't really able to do that with Consi eventually being able to snowball to a point to just kill a lot of the members from Team Secret. Now,
Yeah.
it's still kind of the same thing for Team Secret. They need to
Yeah.
be the ones dictating the early game tempo, and that they are doing at this point. We're about to approach 10 minutes into the game, 20 seconds into the second. Drake, Sunsparks might be looking at this objective. They need to put down wards right now, or maybe putting a bit more people there to look into that part. But Team Secret being very aggressive into the jungle, being a lot of incursions right here, just trying to put down vision, trying to make sure that Sunsparks won't be able to put vision into this Drake pit.
Yeah, they're taking all the visions onto the Ocean Drake, especially with a team like Team Secret. They would need this Ocean Drake because the sustain that they have, especially in a 5v5 fight, would be needed. And that Rox was able to put down already. Okay, that is a good ultimate right there from Trevor. Now the Haymaker comes in, doesn't have the face breaker though, but he dealt a lot of damage already. That's going to be the kill onto their side. Haze has been put up, and that's going to be the kill. Sunsparks wasn't able to get anything out of that fight yet, but that's a 2-4-0 in favor for Team Secret.
Yeah, 2-4-0. All 5 members of Team Secret are still up. This Ocean Drake is gonna be on their side. And as you mentioned, it's gonna be very, very good for them because of the regeneration that this Drake is gonna give to their team. Unfortunately for Nastro, he tried to start the fight off. He tried to pick off Chewy with the flash, but wasn't able to get the apprehend on him. Hence, they kept trying to go for the engage. Ace even used his Cataclysm, but a lot of the flashes were still up for Team Secret. Why? Because there weren't a lot of fights that were happening earlier on. So Team Secret was able to save up their flashes, able to get away from these fights, and essentially a double kill was awarded to Azar because of those good plays and good tracking of the macro instance for the side of Team Sequence.
Yeah, this is an ideal setup for Team Secret. Getting that 6k gold lead against Sunsparks is really what they want with their composition, because we said a while ago, yeah, they're going to be having advantage onto the early stages of the game and up to the mid game. That's why they're taking all these objectives whenever they can. It's a good thing that they got the Mountain Drake and the Ocean Drake coupled with it for them to have more sustainability at the later stages of the game, where they need it, actually, against Consi especially. So now with that, Team Secret is in a very great position right now while waiting for their next objectives.
And I think right now where Team Secret is, the lead that they have is all thanks to how they helped Trevor get back into the game. Trevor was in that invade at level 1. He wasn't able to start off his camps because no one from Sunspark showed up. So Team Secret helped him get both scuttlers, help him get to a position right now where he is. He has the most gold in his team. He has a 3,000 gold advantage against Ace, even though he was slower at the start. So it just really shows how if you help one of your members, if you help your jungle out in the early game, it can just really snowball you into a win right here. But Hayes with a moonfall.
1v1 into the bot lane. Rox is here with the Tidal Wave. Good timing. Not going to be able to hit. Tatsuri is now low in HP. They have the Playful Friction, but Tatsuri is super low. And Hayes is just going to be put out. And that's going to be a killing spree for Trevor.
Yeah, killing spree for Trevor. Baron's about to be up in 25 seconds. Sunsparks right now going to the bot side trying to stop this Herald, but they might be catching Tatsuri out here.
Yeah, I think they're still going for Tatsuri. They still have the Paper Elixir to work with, though, so this is going to be good for the side of that Sunsparks. They were able to get the Cataclysm, was able to get the Condemn also onto Trevor, but he's super tanky. Nobody is taking him down right now. Look at that. That's going to be a Chain of Corruption. Was able to hit onto Ace, and they are just pummeling down Sunsparks right now together with the Rip Herald. Might be able to get one bonk.
Yeah, might be getting one bonk, but doesn't look like it because Team Secret are going for the recalls, going for the back timings right now. But there's a bit of a scuffle here in the top side. Doesn't look like Nashua can create a kill.
Oh, they went in with the Noxian guillotine to the skies. I thought that was a dunk on both sides, but Nashjo came out the victor in the end, and 5k gold lead still on the side of Team Secret, getting big advantages throughout the map. And I think Tatsuri right now, together with this Fizz, is in a better position than he was in Game 1.
Yeah, he is in a better position, but Azar has been giving up solo kills to Nastro. This has been the second time this game, and feels like it really takes away a lot of momentum for their side. They really were riding a lot of the momentum when Trevor was getting ahead, but with
Yeah.
that, it really shows that Nastro on this Darius can keep bullying the Jays in in the solo lane, and
Yeah.
Team Secret will now need to react to that more often. Let's see here what Team Secret can do about that. Can they kill Nastro in the side lane, or will they focus on the objective? It looks like they are pinging the bot side with the map. 25 seconds on this Cloud Drift. Team Secret looks to be prioritizing the Dragon objective in the next minute or so.
Yeah, giving that to most of their champions is really great, especially that they don't have a lot of dashes on their kits. Team Secret would just be happy taking that Cloud Drake, and it would just be very good for them. Sunsparks needs to deny this, because if ever they give this, that just gives more ways, or rather incentivizes most of Team Secret's champions right now for taking a lot of the pressure, because they can go in and out of fights very fast if they take this Cloud Drake, and I think that's going to be Sunsparks just giving out to them.
Yeah, Sunsparks is in a very bad timing right here. Nastro trying to sneak in, but it looks like, yeah, it's going to be given towards Team Secret. All three Drakes will be going to their side, while Sunsparks putting a lot more vision into the Baron. Maybe looking for a play here, maybe looking for a pick in the mid lane.
Yeah, they want to go for the mid lane. I think that is going to be the target, but I think Ace didn't have the timing right, because Team Secret was able to smell it out from the bushes. And right now, I think Sunsparks needs to get a W, needs to get a win in a fight, because so far Team Secret has always been
They're starting the
at
Baron.
the top. Yeah, they're starting the Baron without any vision for the side of Team Secret. So this might be a good thing. But just because they were seen, the flag and drag was seen by this vision right here, but the timing is just right. Team Secret is going to take this. This is going to be a good win for Sunsparks. They were able to see it, but they don't have anything to answer it with. Yes, the Chain of Corruption comes in. Nastya is going to back away. Tidal Wave onto the Wildrift, but I think Nastya is going to fall, but at least Sunsparks was able to get that Baron. What a sneaky one. They're trying to take him down.
Ace,
Just the
though.
waters onto Ace. He's chasing them down, and he's going to be taken down also. They got up 2 kills, but still, Sunsparks was able to get that Baron without any contest from Team Secret.
Yeah, and that adds the timer for Team Secret. Again, Sunsparks is the late game team, and if they let that Baron go to the side of Team Secret will be able to siege them down with a poke from Chewy, a poke from Azar, and the side lane shove coming from Tatsuri, because Tatsuri is in a good position at this point to be a solo laner in the side lane. But with that Baron buff take, it adds the timer for Sunsparks right now, gives them more time to get this Vayne into a point. But right now in the mid lane, Trevor going in.
Mid lane going for the fight, showstopper onto Archik. He's gonna fall down. Consi is left alone with his own devices. He's not gonna get anything out of this. They're gonna be losing the Baron if ever Consi falls down. And it's a good thing that Consi was able to back away.
Yeah, you can see right there, good guy Arjuk on the support, moving away from Consi. Is like, no, you need to live, because we still need to win this game. 4 members right now from Sunsparks still alive, sieging down this mid lane turret, because they do have the Baron buff at this point.
That was like anime-ish at some point, yeah. It's like the best friend of the protagonist going in with a face breaker together with his Tidal Wave, and this might be it. Sunsparks are just taking a lot of time. They don't have enough damage. Consi is backing away. The Moonfall won't be able to do anything, and they just backed away. Yes, they're scathed, but they still are alive with the Baron Nashor in their hands.
Yeah, they're still alive. Look at all the glowing red bars on the side earlier. Ace is super low, and a lot of members as well from Team Secret was low earlier, but Consi seems to be very aggressive here.
Oh, Consi, this is not a good place to be in. Rocks and Tatsuri are already
my
here.
God,
They
he's
might
so
go
greedy.
in if they want to, but what? Team Secret will run away. So they respected Consi. That could have been a kill on the upside. Nobody was there, but yeah, that's a good call. I think because they don't have enough vision, they were just a bit afraid on why Consi was just pushing into the top side.
Yeah, and that's respect on Conti right there. It's still a Vayne. Vayne still had her ulti, can still do a lot of these invisibility outplays. Hayes almost getting caught out by Trevor there. But yeah, it could have been a kill for Team Secret. I felt as well it was a bit too respectful. They still had Tatsuri there to be just able to throw a lot of nuke damage. But I think when they saw the Twin Shadows, they got scared. Nastro though trying to go against Azar. But it looks like both of these teams positioning into the Elder Drake pit at this point. 30 seconds on the
Yeah.
Elder Infernal Drake.
Yeah, and it is an Elder Infernal Drake. Everyone would want this. So they are going to be pushing for this if they can. The Team Secret has a lot of ways. Rebel goes in where the Showstopper comes in. Hayes is not skated though. That's a lot of damage coming to their
Ace.
side. Cataclysm onto the back line. I think Ace is going to fall down. But a Moonfall was able to get down the tree, and Kazi is just taking them down one by one. Look at this, Nacho is chasing them down. They won't be able to get anything out of it. They lost both of their junglers. So this is a good Elder Dragon call if ever. The timing would be right for both sides.
Oh, the Elder Drake right now is being started by Sunsparks, and Team Secret is running right now to the pit. It's still 3v3. Who will take this Drake?
Good burst. I think Team Secret is in a good position. That's why they're respecting it. They don't have a burst to take down this Elder Infernal Drake. So now, they're just going to be giving that. And I think Sunsparks is just going to be respecting. And mid is going to be their next target.
Yeah, respect right there coming from Sunsparks. Didn't really have enough damage to immediately burn down that Elder Drake, but they're going in again.
Okay, they're going in. That's going to be good for their side. They were able to take down Rocks right there. 5 stacks onto him. Chewy is going to be next on the chopping block. Sunsparks was able to take down 2. And this is going to be a good chance for them to recall and get the Elder Infernal Drake after.
Yeah, no Chewy, no Rocks. It's gonna be very hard for Team Secret to get in the position to challenge any objective that Sunsparks is gonna choose right now. The last item from Consi is that Randuin's Omen, a defensive item, because he doesn't need more damage. He can take down these Juggernauts. He can take down the Varus at this point. And the Elder Infernal Drake is being started by Sunsparks. Team Secret is nowhere near this objective to contest.
They can't even contest this just because the fact that they don't have enough on their Drakes is good. That's why this Elder Infernal Drake is not going to be as destructive as we thought it would be. But I think Sunsparks good denial for them, for Team Secret, because if ever Team Secret takes this, that's just more stats for this Elder Infernal Drake. But now, with this, they're starting the Baron, and that's just because there's not enough members right here. Rox doesn't have
Trevor.
any TP, but they're like that. Trevor is on the inside, was able to take down 1, and they won't be able to take down the Baron, but Tatsuri was able to take down Origin already, and that's going to be the takedown. Moonfall comes in, and that's going to be the kill. Consi is just on a safe place, and they were able to take the Baron and the Elder Infernal Drake, and that's a good win for Sunsparks.
Yeah, great win right there for Sunsparks, and this looks to be it. This looks to be the first series win for Sunsparks. All of the signs are pointing to that. They have the Elder Infernal Drake. They have the Baron buff. They even won that fight. We are in 21 minutes of the game. This is a full item vein. Late game vein is here and will just eviscerate the members right now of Team Secret. And Team Secret has a tall task on their hands at this point.
Yeah.
It's gonna be very, very hard for them to get this. But Nastro looking for a pick right here.
Yeah, it's all order, but Tatsuri was still able to get away from that Haze. It's just gonna be right here. I think this is the point in where Haze is just so strong, especially with big Moonfalls coming into their side. Team Secret has a lot of ways to get in. Engage composition is the way of the game for them. That's why whenever they try to go in, Haze is just gonna wait for that timing to get the Moonfall, and it's always gonna be big. And this is just the way for Sunsparks. A while ago, we're 5k gold lead, but now the tables have turned, sorry. And this is going to be a mid-push for the side of Sunsparks to get it with the Baron and also the Infernal Drake.
Yeah, and the siege right now in the mid lane. 4 members from Sunsparks. Nastro, the only man in the bot side. Trevor might be
Ooh.
spotted here by Ace.
Yeah, pushing their limits. Haze is going to be the target. Showstopper in front. Guardian Angel is still up for their side, and that's not going to be the kill. Tatsuri is just going to go in with a Moonfall on the backline. Haze was able to do a lot of damage, but not enough in order for them to defeat most of these members. They have the Baron on their side. Sunsparks are just taking down all the certs. The time is ticking for Team Secret. They need to go for a clash if they want to win against Sunsparks. They have a lot of HP. This might be their chance, but I think Sunsparks is just going to back away.
Sunsparks going again for another push here in the top side.
Okay, top side, it's going to be the target. Nash Joe is going to go in. He doesn't have enough damage. Haze is going to go in. No Moonfalls on your side, buddy. But Consi is just going to be taking down Haze. He's just going to be taking down another. Consi has the Guardian Angel. Remember, this is going to be good for their side. So they're just taking down all the inhibitor turrets. Remember, they have the Baron on their hands. That's why they were able to take that a while ago. And now, 5k gold lead, and they're backing away.
Consi saw the win right there. He was running for the Nexus, but Arjax's like, no, back away. There's only one of you. We don't have the power yet to be able to take all of the members on that part of the fight. But man, Sunsparks
Wow.
going to the late game. 23 minutes. The game is not over yet, but it's only a Nexus left for Team Secret. They don't have the late game strength as compared to Sunsparks.
Yeah.
Sunsparks looks to be just waiting for Haze to be alive and will go for the death push.
Yeah, the time bomb has already exploded. That's why the gold gap is just exploding so much for the side of Sunspark. We were saying a while ago, they just need one single ray of light, and now they might be able to take down the members of Team Secret. It's going to be hard. They're going for the Baron. If they take this, that is going to be the final nail in the coffin. Sunsparks, Team Secret rather,
A pick
needs
right
to
here.
contest this, but Trevor is going to be the target. He has been polymorph, won't be able to do anything, but they don't have enough damage. This is going to go bad. They're playing around them. Nashio is going to fall down, which is not good for their side. They were able to take down one. This might be the turnaround for Team Secret. This is good. Haze was able to get the moonfall, but nobody fell down. Not a good position to be in for the side of Sunsparks. Consi is going to back away.
The base
Good
though, the
thing
base.
This is going to be the base ticking down. They have a lot of minions, and remember, they have a lot of weight here, so this is still going to be safe, Crazy Apple.
Yeah, it's gonna be safe. Whew. I thought that was gonna be the fight
is-
right there. It looked
that is
like
scary.
Trevor was gonna get picked off, but the flank coming off Tatsuri, hitting 3 members of the Chum the Waters, essentially stopped Sunsparks from reacting on that fight, dealing a lot of damage on Konzi, dealing a lot of damage on Arjuk. Team Secret right now in a position in this Baron. They're trying to bait
Yeah.
out Sunsparks, but Sunsparks, the call might be just to shove it all, go to the Nexus and
Oh.
finish this game.
Yeah.
Baron though is the contest here.
Yeah, considering that they don't have any inhibitors right now with the side of Team Secret, it's not going to be easy for them to call for the Baron because their base, look at their base, it's going to be the target of the minions here. So they need to go for a call because they went back. Sunsparks
Baron.
would just be taking this Baron. And remember, it's a Vayne. Now this is just going to be so bad for them. If ever this is not going to be stolen by Trevor, just because Nashio is in front of them, Sunsparks took the Baron. And now Team Secret know their time is ticking. This might be the end for them.
This might be it. This might be the series win for Sun Sparks.
no.
Let's see if they're gonna go for a recall. Nastro is caught out here.
Okay, Nashio gonna be the target. Chung the Waters won't be able to hit Facebreaker. They're putting a lot of their eggs on this backseat. They want to get the kill onto Nashio, but would he be the good target though? Trevor would get the kill onto Nashio. It's a 4v5. They can still go for this. They have the Baron to work with. The Moonfall is down, so this might be the chance for Team Secret, but Consi is dealing a lot of damage. Remember, they don't have Chum the Waters, so if ever they try to go in, they need to wave clear so bad. This is gonna go bad for them. This is gonna be Consi falling down, but they're taken down. Sunsparks won against Team Secret, and that was a great win against them. A 2-0. What a great statement for the members of Sunsparks.
A 2-0 series win for Sun Sparks against Team Secret. A lot of teams, as we said earlier in the broadcast, use Team Secret as the litmus test, as their true test in this tournament in the WCS, if they can do it. And Sunspark has shown us a 2-0 against Team Secret, and I'm still amazed at how Sunsparks was able to do it. They went from a week 1, a 0-3 week 1, and as we mentioned earlier, they just needed that one spark, that one ray of light coming in to win. Game 1, they did that. Game 2, they were on the back foot. Team Secret had the lead, and as a panel mentioned, Team Secret doesn't let go of a lead, but Sunsparks knows how to do it, plays the game very well in the macro level, just took it the late game, won the 2-0. And as last thing I think the only thing I want to say right now with Sunsparks is congratulations to this team.
Wow. Yeah, I think right now, Crazy, I'm not sure if I'm dreaming right now that Sunsparks was able to get
It's an
a
upset.
win. Yeah, a very, very big upset at that against Team Secret. Remember, Team Secret is, again, one of the top teams last season, and that was just so much to take in, honestly. For them to get a 2-0 against Team Secret, that was just a big, big statement for them. I mean, it didn't come to that. The draft was great during game 2. Honestly, it was so great. They were able to fulfill their win conditions, get the early game in their favor. But because it took a long time for them to end the game, Sunsparks just played the Vayne card. And that's just how they won the game. After that, Haze, even without the Moonfall during that last fight, they were able to get the win just because Consi was just so big at that point. That was just a big, big win. Honestly, I don't have any words. It's just that Sunsparks just played this so well.
Yeah, you see the strength. I feel like we're seeing here the actual strength of Sunsparks as a team. We have put them in the power rankings as one of our, not in the top 4, not in the top 5, but you're seeing here when they play well, when they can get Consi into that position. I believe in week 1 we talk a lot about Consi being this marksman player, being a possible win condition for Sunsparks, and they show us here when you focus on Consi to put him in that position, and it all starts from the early game. Sunsparks keeps being creative on where to put this duo lane on the map. At first, they put it at the top side. In game 1, it worked out well for them. They put it in the mid lane. Trevor was put behind early on. Yes, Team Secret was able to recover from that, but slowly and surely, the play is being started out by Nasjo. I think we are not putting as much attention to him right now. He did 2 solo kills against Azar, stopping a lot of the momentum that Team Secret was building up. And you saw earlier in that replay, he was able to pick off rocks in the mid lane, giving Sunsparks that pressure in the mid lane, destroying the turret, and it's just every member of Sunsparks at one point in this series stepped up to give this 2-0 win against Team Secret.
Yeah, if you take a look at what happened there during the last fight, right? Consi made himself a bait. Just for them to finish the game though, right? He popped the GA just for them to bait out in order for them to get the takedown onto the Nexus. And again, this is very much well-deserved for Consi to be the player of the game because he's the one who's dealing a lot of damage. And just like, as you said, I think Nasio could also get an honorable mention because what he did during that game was just being the front line, being the shield, and also Ace. Also, making that front-to-back composition work so well. And that was just, I mean, man, again, a 2-0 is just, I still feel like I'm daydreaming or something.
It's a statement game for Sunsparks. Week 2, they've come to play. They're starting it strong right now against Team Secret. They've seen the cracks that were shown by Cerebrum. What were the cracks? Nasus 3 picks in all 3 games. We're gonna do it in a different way. You're gonna go late game against Team Secret. We're also gonna go late game, but with the strength of our team. And their strength is Consi and the crew. I mean, Hayes was also strong. And Nasjo also, but Consi.
I like that they are very creative with these lineups that they've been doing, right, Crazy Apple? Because honestly, they went with Hayes being the target. I mean, they went with Consi being the Vayne, which is the pressure that they dealt with during the whole game, which is really great. But Hayes was able to also put himself out there during game 1, but game 2 was all Consi and Nasjo, just making sure that each other is safe, each other is always able to get their win conditions, and also Vayne is just so big in the late game, especially when you're close to 20 minutes. But before we go on to our analyst test, everyone, we're just going to be taking a short break. That was an insane series, Crazy
We need
Apple.
the break, man. We need the break.
Yeah, to be honest. But again, we have been your shoutcasters for today. I'm Dash, and I was here with Crazy Apple. See you guys in just a bit for more Wildrift action.
as the sun went down. Now my search is over, over, over. Wherever it takes me, my world will be complete. 'Cause I've been going crazy, but now I've landed on my feet. 'Cause now I found my lucky star. Found my lucky star. Found my lucky star. Right here in the shadows. Right here in the shadows. In the shadows. Right here in the shadows. Running wild out of my mind. Hold my breath, 'cause I'm ready to make a move. Got nothing to
I'm back. It's always a good surprise, but it's never a good one for Team Secret because this series goes to Sunsparks with a 2-0. I don't know. Crazy Apple, I'm gonna throw this to you because you just came from the series, and
I know. I feel that was, but that's me and Dash. Literally, while we were casting that game, we were in disbelief on what's happening. Like, okay, game one, Sunsparks gets the win right there, and come game two, Team Secret was in the lead, right? And we were all thinking, hey, they don't throw away a lead. This could be a comeback for them. But man, beautiful game though for Sunsparks. Beautiful series with a 2-0. Hello. Can you guys?
yeah.
I'm not.
Okay, let me take over for Autolus right there. If you guys weren't really hearing Otto, I basically mentioned how this Nunu pick for game one was this very new, is this old pick, but it comes in and out when it comes to these objectives, when it comes to these metas, and yeah, it was very much well used by Sunsparks along with that attack speed buff. But coming into game two, it really felt like it was a Team Secret show at the early game. Tatsuri was on his assassins. They were able to get these pickups, as you see here in the replay. Chewy was able to throw his damage from far away, but I think this is one of those turning points. This highlight right here from Nastro, being able to take these two, Chewy and Rocks, in the mid lane, throwing open the mid lane, destroying that turret, was essentially something that really gave Sunsparks a lot more space. They also were able to sneak the Baron. Wasn't sure if it was shown in that replay right there, as also mentioned by Autolus. And yeah, Sunsparks was just really able to snowball the game off that.
Let me check my audio for a bit.
Yeah.
Are we good?
I hear you loud and clear. Nice. So, yeah, and I really just feel like this day is there's something weird with this day, guys. There's something weird here, but I don't know. I don't know. Team Secret, it just definitely wasn't, of course. I mean, we still hold them to that standard, of course, because they still have that title, of representing, of course, the Philippines and Southeast Asia. We definitely thought that, it was going to go all uphill from here, but it seems like Team Secret, they still need to take a step back and, restart, reshuffle, maybe, think about some things first, because it seems like, here in the WCS, they're having quite a hard time, and against teams that we know that they would have had an easier time. But of course, not to discredit Sunsparks at all, because this was definitely quite a performance from them. All of the members of Sunsparks managed to step up quite a lot, and we even saw Leather Goods come on screen for quite a while. So for sure, his leadership, I was gonna say his leathership, is in play. Fun in there, insert a fun in there. But yes, for sure, this is exciting for Sunsparks, definitely. I do have to say, Nasjo had quite the series, actually, not just the game, but the entire series. And Autolus, we were talking about how Nasjo was, definitely one of the players to look out for. And we do have our interview ready, so we can actually ask the team about, how their synergy is. Finally, welcome over to the panel desk. We do have Sunsparks, and I do believe it will be Arjuk speaking on behalf of the team. But let's wave hello to all of them. Hi, guys! Welcome! And congratulations to everybody. Good job to Sunsparks. Of course, we have some questions for you all. And one of those questions, of course, Arjuk, is with the new team that you have. How are you? What's the difference between yung team mo last season or dati sa CI Icon series and the team today?
Siguro sobrang laki rin ng pagkakaiba. Kasi nung nasa Lakan ako, sobrang aggressive kasi ng play namin dun lagi. At kung napapansin nyo naman, lagi ako nagbo-brute support, mga ganun. Kasi dun din sanay yung jungle namin dun that time. Kaya, ayun. Ngayon, nag-a-adjust talaga ako. Tsaka, parang lahat kami dito magkaka-team. Pinapansin namin kung saan kami mas comfortable na comp.
And the adjustment is really great, no? Kasi we're seeing, of course, the improvement of the team really come into play, especially up against opponents like Team Secret. So, can I ask, you guys, when you found out that you were going up against Team Secret, ano yung mentality nyo going into this series? And of course, your reaction upon realizing na kayang-kaya nyo yung 2-0 for the series?
Hindi ko alam kung ano yung iniisip ng mga teammates ko. Pero ako, that time, yung iniisip ko bago yung laro, parehas kami ng situation ni Rox bago kami sa team. Alam mo, kumbaga mas high pressure lang kay Rox kasi yung mga players na hahawakan niya as a shot caller, mga high caliber players mga galing Horizon Cup. So, ayun siguro, mas lamang tao konti pagdating sa pressure ng ganung situation.
Yeah, that's very interesting. Oo nga, no? You and Rox are in the exact same position, tapos the exact same role din. Autolus?
Yeah, let's talk about shot calling. Sino yung nag-shot call nung clutch sneaky Baron na ginawa niya ng game number 2? Because if that didn't happen, I don't think makaka-comeback talaga kayo because of the pressure that is being put out there by Team Secret. So, kaninong call yun, pare?
Actually, sinat call ni Consi. Tapos nag-agree na agad ako doon. Tapos yung buong team nag-agree na. Nag-agree na yung
It was a highlight, and I think we will go back to that clip over and over again. Congratulations, parang Arjuk. So proud, so proud.
Thank you po.
Crazy
Yeah.
Apple?
Yeah, for me naman, Arjuk, first of all, it was a great game when me and Dash casted it. Sobrang in disbelief kami nung na-2-0 niya yung Team Secret. I guess my question leading into this is, in-expect nyo ba na matu-2-0 niya Team Secret today? And if yes or no man, what would be next for this team? Kasi it looks like you are about to start a very hot streak ngayong week 2.
So, sobrang ganda ng tanong na yun. Kasi ako sanay na ako since nasa execration ako, bugbog na ako sa talo alam mo yun, laging yung mga panelists, laging kampi talaga sa nakakalaban naming team. And especially naramdaman ko yung feeling na to nung nasa nung playoffs nung Lakan versus RRQ. Na halos lahat kumakampi sa RRQ kasi 6-0 nga daw yung RRQ. Pero ayun, lagi ko lang chine-cheer up yung mga kakampi ko doon na kahit sino naman kalaban, pare-pares naman yung mga pro player. Kaya ayun lang, sa execution talaga nagkakatalo. Pero sobrang proud ako sa teammates ko yun. Props sa teammates ko dahil ginawa namin lahat ng best namin. Lahat kami.
Yeah.
Especially din
Great
kay
job.
dyan.
Oh. Kaya grabe talaga yung game niya, guys. Like there's a lot of great plays right there, a lot of great calls, and yeah, I do agree na the whole team really looked to have contributed. So thank you so much for that answer.
Buti na nga may bosses pa si Crazy Apple sa interview na ito kasi sa series na yan, kala namin mauubos na. So Arjok, do you have a message, of course, to all of the fans of Sunsparks and all of the supporters and maybe your friends and your family that might be watching?
Yun, shoutout nga pala sa family ko, tas sa mga kaibigan ko, lalo na sa girlfriend ko rin na walang sawang pag-support sa akin simula nung wala pa akong team dati. I mean, bago maging Sunsparks. Sabay, props din sa team ko na ginawa talaga namin lahat ng best namin. Tata rin kay Mjan, kahit ako yung naglalaro ngayon. Pinaubaya sa akin ni Mjan yung role. And also, happy birthday rin pala kay paring Domeng.
Yay! Happy birthday kay Domeng. And actually, before you go, meron kaming sasabihin actually dahil nabanggit mo din na usually yung panel yung dito na lang.
Sasabay ako, sasabay.
Harap-harapan na lang. Oh, I Bakit kamay ko? I Mika Fabs.
Otolus.
Hi, Crazy Apple.
Do solemnly apologize
Do solemnly
Do solemnly apologize.
for doubting Sunsparks today.
For doubting Sunsparks
Sunsparks
today.
today.
Congratulations!
talaga.
Congratulations!
I'm saying
Sunsparks!
sorry for the Rico gang. Pati kay Rico din, nagawa ng prediction.
Congratulations sa inyo. I hope you guys have a good celebration and thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Oh my gosh, yes. We had to do that. I mean, he
Yes.
already said that
Deserve.
They deserve it.
But it was well deserved indeed. I mean, of course you have this team that has to keep their composure against, of course, the team like Team Secret. And I love what he said about him and Rox being in the exact same
Exactly.
position. That's
Yeah.
absolutely true. And Otalusa again. I wanted to bring this back, but we talked about how Nasjo is just really stepping up. We've
Yeah.
seen him in the first week, slowly getting there and everything. I think this whole series, both game 1 and game 2 was where he really got to shine.
No better way to prove yourself than killing Azar twice solo.
There you go.
Right?
There you go.
And that's
There you
Joe again.
go.
We were very critical of his performance last week. And sabi ko nga, if there's a highlight for Sunsparks, my highlight for them is that there's going to be a rest for them, or there will be a few days of rest and practice for them to go back to the drawing board. And that, I think, is what happened here with the help of Coach Leather Goods, again, one of the veteran coaches that we have in the field right now in the esports industry. I feel that Sunsparks just shook everyone's power rankings. And this is what we expected because WCSPH is really, really strong.
Yeah, I have to go back and think about some things. Definitely, I have to revisit some things, especially after today. But we are not done just yet because we have our third series coming right up, and it is going to be between Cerebrum and Grindsky. Now, this is interesting. I mean, Cerebrum is definitely a very interesting team, especially with what happened in their previous series, which was up against Team Secret as well. It seems like, once you can pass Team Secret in that trial by fire, interesting things happen to you. And for Cerebrum, that was definitely true. Autolus, the big question is, are they gonna run the Nasus?
I think they will still do it. They
They'll
are
try.
very comfortable if Renekton gets picked on the other side, we
Yeah.
know that Tante really favors taking the Renekton. That's their counter pick, and I kind of understand now the rationale behind the Nasus pick. But more than that, again, Cerebrum Wildrift, the time is now. The momentum is definitely on their side, and I think the moral victory that they got against Team Secret, if they just continue to ride Peigo's pressure in the mid lane, and yeah, things would definitely be onto their favor. But our solo player highlight, of course, is going to be Evilis. You did mention about the dog, Nasus being picked multiple times. If the question is, will Evilis still pick the Nasus? I think so. I think so. There really is a fulfillment feeling for me if we will see a Nemesis duel that will be won by Nasus, and he will have a cleaving siphoning strike. What do you think, Crazy?
I mean, I think that it looks to be a very comfortable pick on the side of Ivalice, and it's something that you can really utilize more and challenge these teams moving forward on how they're gonna react to it. And it's not a pick that we've been seeing only here in the WCS. We've seen it in other regions as well. In the same usage style, they've been picking it against the Renekton. So I really do think we might see the dog again. I would
Arf, arf.
really love to see the arf arf. Yeah, it's like the counter to the
Yeah,
meow
the
meow,
meow meow. Yeah, let's go.
that we've been seeing lately. So yeah, we would really be excited to see that. But at the same time, we would all, I think one player that we could also look at or look forward to seeing in Cerebrum is, as you mentioned earlier, Pego on
Pego.
that assassin, on his on the pressure that he brings to the team, because I think that's one of the things that Cerebrum was able to bring out against Team Secret, and they kind of decoded the Team Secret, and I do want to believe that I really do want to believe that Sunsparks was the team that was able to capitalize on that. So I'm looking forward to Cerebrum to be able to again carry that momentum, getting that one game win
Yep.
against Team Secret into their series today against Grindsky.
Yeah, and that's what makes it so interesting, right? That's what makes this series so interesting, because they will be up against Grindsky Esports. Of course, the question is there is whether if they can take a game off of Team Secret, can they take a game or more against Grindsky Esports? And the Crazy Apple, Grindsky Esports is another team, much like Sunsparks from the earlier series, that doesn't have that big victory moment just yet.
Right. It's one of these things that you really want to say that, hey, I beat one of the big four,
Yeah.
big three, big two teams, and propel myself into that confidence boost. And although Grindsky is one of those teams that we know a lot about, and the narrative has been Qianese. Did he get a good night's sleep? Did he wake up with a good breakfast? We might see that again in this current week. But when it comes to the solo player that we're gonna highlight today for the side of Grindsky, it's gonna be Tante, which is gonna be this top lane matchup that we're looking between the two teams. Tante has been a bit of a role player on their side, playing whatever they need to when it comes to the Grindsky composition. He has played a lot of that. Darius has played a lot of that Renekton, which gives, I think, me and Otto
An opening for
some,
Nasus.
yeah, an opening for Nasus. And yeah, I think this will highlight what we'll be seeing later on. I think the biggest difference is for Grindsky, it's their jungler. That's one of their, like, the sparks that they need in their team. While on the other hand, for Cerebrum, it's gonna be on their mid laner. So we'll see the interaction there when it comes to the rotations coming into the mid game. But what do you think, Otto? How do Grindsky get this win off of Cerebrum?
If there's a full reset that did happen for Sunsparks over the weekdays, right? I feel that Grindsky also had theirs, because looking at their social media posts, they were in a team building event just a couple of days ago. So if there's no better way to refresh or to reset than having to go to Pansol and swim, let's go. But yeah, Tante, I believe is still the foundation for Grindsky Esports again. Tante against Ivalice will be our highlighted matchup. The numbers currently is favoring Ivalice. I don't think we will be seeing a solo kill moment in this series, because both of them just wants to get just wants to get even and not really go for the high risk, high reward play. But if it happens, then we will welcome it definitely. But yeah, for now, eyes on Ivalice and Tante.
Okay, remind me again. To trigger the Nemesis duel, what needs to happen?
Well, okay, at both of the champions.
Level
should
13.
be Level
Yeah.
13, well, from observation, should be fairly high level. And then afterwards, both of them should be alive. There should be a certain distance between them, and no damage should have been inflicted on both of them for a certain amount of seconds. So it's safe to say, if they're if they're just freshly reset, or if they're just back at their base, refreshing their HP bars, then the Nemesis duel will trigger if both of the champions are level 30.
See how incredible it was that we actually got this 3 times
Yeah,
last
long
week.
game.
Yeah.
Exactly.
And just how we just couldn't believe our eyes that this is actually happening. And of course, in the WCS of all places, it wasn't like it wasn't a solo queue, or it wasn't some just random rank game. This was a pro game, and we happened to have it. We have to check actually if we are like the only ones to have triggered it, like somewhere around. I don't know. I'll check that. I'm curious now. I'm really curious now if we're the only ones. But
We
yeah.
are the only one to trigger it 4 times already. We had 3 times of Nasus versus Renekton, and we also have a Nemesis
Yeah.
duel between Redgar and Kazakh. So when it comes to
That's
rivalry and the narrative
right.
between these 4 champions, I believe PH number 1.
Wow. Wow.
I'm keeping track. I
Yeah.
tell you.
That's like I don't know like how, of course it's like in terms of like the logics of the game, it's pretty impressive because there's so many conditions that have to be met.
Exactly.
Of course the panel needs to meet our condition that was set for us, which
Well,
will
guess
be
time.
by the post show. Whoever comes in last for predictions needs to draw, or the other panelists get to draw or write on the face. So we'll need to prepare something to write on our faces. Maybe if you're daring a marker, it could be maybe a washable pen. It could be eyeliner for those who do have, or maybe like a crayon of some sorts. I don't know, but let's have our predictions to see who gets further ahead. Like currently, the Rico gang is trailing behind a little bit in terms of points.
Yeah.
Or has more losses rather on this side. So Crazy Apple?
Oh, you're starting with me,
Yeah.
Riku Gang.
Yes.
Okay.
You.
Let's do it.
Okay.
Rico Gang.
For predictions, I thought about this. I wanted it to be spicy this series, but I think it's gonna be less spicy just because of what we've seen on the second series. So I'm going Cerebrum this series. I believe it's gonna be a 2-1. Cerebrum versus Grindsky, and that's me going off the hype train with Sunsparks. Like seeing Cerebrum win last week with 1 game against Team Secret, I feel like they can carry that over. They had that reset. They could have gone to VOD reviews, and I feel like they could take it away from Grindsky, who has been very coin flippy from week 1.
Autolus?
I still think Grindsky is the best middle pack team that we have here. They're like the gatekeepers. And again, Pansol buff. If we had a happy birthday buff, I believe there's a team building buff. There's a lot of magic miracles that can really happen after you go for a morale boosting event. And I think it is going to be
beach buff.
Grindsky over Cerebrum Esports.
Yeah. I actually do agree with that. I think like the R&R can
Pansol,
definitely
let's go.
the Pansol buff. I think it can definitely do wonders with the team in terms of morale and in terms of just resetting everybody's minds and building that team chemistry. I think we're gonna see that Pansol buff come into the game in this series. I think it's a 2-1 in favor of Grindsky Esports as well. So Crazy Apple, you're gonna see if you're gonna add more to the wrong predictions. This is keeping track of the wrong predictions.
We need
by
it.
the
We need
way.
it. Come on,
So-
Cerebrum. We need it.
so there you go. And of course, by the post-show, ladies and gentlemen, we will be preparing our, maybe like, something that we can write on our faces with. We get to decide. If you have any requests, by the way, let us know. Just use the
I have a
hashtag,
request.
WCS.
Because I'm in the lead.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
El Filibusterismo.
Oh my god.
Wow. that's a lot of ink.
I know.
That's a lot of.
A lot of letters.
That's a lot of ink. But yes, let us know via Twitter. I think we have some tweets to feature on over here on our desk, so let's bring them up. We have, hey, what are you doing over there? You should be getting ready to cast. Sunsparks, what an upset, getting that 2-0 against Secret. Wow. That's yeah, that is definitely what, like, I don't know. I was here crying a little when that series was happening for sure. Do we have another tweet? I think we do. And again, guys, just use the hashtags hashtag WCS, hashtag WCSPH, and hashtag Wildrift Champions SEA. I think those are just one tweet. So if you guys want to let us know, of course, your thoughts, or if you guys want to suggest more consequences to the panel, please be kind. Let us know via those hashtags over on Twitter. We are now gonna get ready to get into our third series of the day between Cerebrum, Wildrift, and Grindsky Esports. Casters, over to you guys.
Welcome everyone back to the Caster's Desk. This is the third series of the day of WCSPH. The wolf on the hill is never as hungry as the wolf climbing the hill. This is the theme of our games today. Two teams that are hungry for a victory or even a chance in getting into the playoffs. I'm Dash and I'm here with Riku, and we'll be your guide for the long snowy mountain climbing that these teams are gonna do. Yeah. Honestly, that is, yeah, that is actually like what Rico was saying a while ago. I mean, they had a hard time during the first week, and maybe they could have a chance during this next week. I mean, they're fighting against each other. So what do you think, Riku?
Yeah, it's a very important match because even though we're early into the round robin, we're only at the first, we're just halfway there to finish.
Yeah.
I feel like because you're at a very you're at near the threshold of the bottom two, it's just very important to rack up points, rack up wins as much as you can before, you know, transitioning over to the second round robin, because you will have more leeway. So this is a more even matchup, if you will, on paper for both Cerebrum and Grindsky. Well, Grindsky has one more point. Again, still a very important match.
Yeah, and again, Grindsky was able to get that win against Sunspark last week. So that is quite a statement. I mean, Sunsparks was able to get a win against Team Secret. So if you're just looking at math, maybe Grindsky could take down Team Secret. I don't know, but it's just because of what the stats are saying. But again, Cerebrum Wildrift also had a very great play last week. They made Team Secret shake on their legs, getting a 2-1 against them. So the momentum is both on this team. So it's a good thing that Cerebrum Wildrift, I mean, even if they lost, they still had a very good week last week.
Yeah, I have to agree with you there. So there's momentum, and Grindsky as well with that one win over the last weekend. But something I want to touch upon today is that Cerebrum, they love the Rakan Lux. They played it 3 straight games against Team Secret. But we know the overarching theme for today is 80 hyper-scaling carries, 5v5 front to back versus pick compositions. So now we're looking at Cerebrum banning the first Lulu. It's veering away from, okay, we're not going to give this very scary enchanter to a Vayne, to a Kaisa later on.
Yeah, I mean, if they are going to be opening in the Vayne, the Kaisa, it's going to be okay because at least there's no Lulu to at least help out the Vayne that is actually going to come out. It's a good thing that Grindsky banned the Yuumi. I mean, Yuumi could also be a potential champion that could also help out the Vayne. So getting that was great. Set is open. Yeah, going to be taken.
Yeah, this is already you have this tanky frontliner, heavy engager intact. So now I'm curious to see if it's still going to be the same formula. Are they going for the AP carry, AP bot lane with a heavy engage support? And for Grindsky, this is the opportunity, right? We've talked about Tactical and Bold before being, you know, a solid duo laner because the synergy is basically already intact. They've been on the bot lane for a while now, so we'll have to see what the timing or what the priority for red side is going to be because Thresh is open. Thresh is open, which means we could still possibly see Thresh Varus or Thresh Lux. There's still a lot of options for the bottom lane still.
Yeah, Morgana is also open if ever they want to get that for especially tactical. That could help them out, especially with the wave clear. And also, the Black Shield would help them out. But they went in for the Corki. We haven't seen a lot of Corki in WCSPH. I'm not sure why, but Corki is a very great champion. We just saw him a while ago during the game 1. But again, as Riku said, Rakan is always played by Cerebrum Wildrift. That's why they're taking him.
Yeah, I love the quirky pick here because there's a lot of wave clear already. That means if Bo wants to roam, there's a bit of safety for the quirky. But there we go. Just as we mentioned, it's going to be the Rakan and Lux. So just matching wave clear with wave clear and a lot of CC to begin with. So right now for Cerebrum, where's the additional damage going to be coming from?
Yeah, I was expecting if ever they have a good mid laner later on, that could be good. But based on this team composition, they're set for life. Just because if ever Seth goes in with a showstopper and Rakan goes in with a combo, that could be a good setup together with the lock. So they have a wombo combo on their hands, which is really hard to pull off. But if they would be able to pull that off, that's so great. But now, with the Riven getting picked, that's a good addition just in case they need a lot more CC and also a bruiser on their lineup.
Yeah, we've seen this pair before. If a team wants to be over-aggressive, want to set up dives, a Thresh and a Riven is fit. I love that laugh. We won't see the dog. We won't see the dog out this time around. So, Evilis, sorry to you. We'll have to see if that's going to be a set top or perhaps that's going to be Zaupi picking up that set instead. Or still could be Pego, but we always know Pego is on either or most of the time an assassin pick. So we'll see if we're going to be seeing the Fizz again.
Yeah, there's still a lot of options where they decide they banned the Renekton because that could also be a good potential pick for the members of Cerebrum if ever they want to with that. And also, on the other hand, for the side of Cerebrum Wildrift, they can still go with the Zed Kha'Zix if ever Grindsky won't be able to catch that against them. So that could be a scary potential pick, Assassins especially against a Corki.
Yeah, how will they be able to try and set up for this? Because now that another jungler has been banned, it is going to be a possibility of Qeon still on towards this Riven. There's still a lot of mystery on the board. I mean, we could possibly see a big switch up. Like, what if this is a Corki mid for Bambi? And then suddenly they switch it up for tactical and more and falls more on the utility because you mentioned the Morgana. It is still pretty much open.
Yeah, and also Lee Sin could still be possible for them to go for the jungle if ever they want the Riven on the top side. So, yeah, the Lee Sin comes in. So, yeah, that could potentially happen on their side. So, that's going to be good. At least if ever they're preempting the Kha'Zix pick, which usually is the counter. Lee Sin is usually the counter against the Kha'Zix because he's the only champion that could actually have the vision whenever Kha'Zix uses his ultimate.
Yeah, that's true. So we're going to be seeing a lot of scary skirmishes. A Lee Sin Riven, very strong level 3. So I wonder if, you know, the plan in mind for Cerebrum, what the jungle is going to be. And as you mentioned, it's going to be Kha'Zix. So double assassin. We're seeing this again versus not exactly like the usual hyper carry scaling like the Vayne or the, what do you call this, or the Kai'Sa. But the idea is there. We'll see if it's going to be a lock-in on an extra tanky champion because they might want to get more tankiness, and there you go. That's going to be the Garen.
That's good. Yeah, that's actually good. They needed the front line for their hands in order. I mean, having the full AD composition on the side of Grindsky together with a Corki just gives Corki a lot of leeway to have a lot more damage. Because, I mean, if they're going to be building a lot of armor, Corki would just deal a lot of damage, which is good. And also, on the other hand, Cerebrum also has that. So that is going to be so good for both of our bot laners here. But based on what they did last week, Cerebrum Wildrift picked the same composition. It's just that the set is kind of out of place because Nasus is not there.
It completely changed the dynamic, basically. The idea is different now because usually when we look at Cerebrum, like, okay, we're most likely lacking scaling. We can't exactly put it in the mid lane because Pego's going to be an assassin. Can't exactly put it in the jungle as well because most like another assassin again. But the dynamic has changed. So not exactly, it's not the same as there's a reliable scaling at any of the within the composition, and now to set more of that utility. So Evilis now is going to take the backseat and see how he can set up for his team along with Floor.
Yeah, that's what I like about this. I mean, the setup that Seth that Seth does for the team is just so it's just so good. That's why Seth is always a must ban if ever you can have the chance to do that. I mean, the side of Grindsky is not a slack also, but the Garen pick on the top side just means that he's good in the solo lane, but not really as good for clashes just because he doesn't really give much utility as Seth would do. And that could potentially pose a problem for Grindsky, but I want to see what they want to do with this.
The trend though today, Dash, pick
Yeah.
comps versus
Yeah.
the standard 5v5s.
Yeah.
It
You
is the
want-
5v5s that reign supreme the entire for the entire day today so far. So maybe this could be the streak breaker.
Yeah, I wish that Cerebrum Wildrift would be able to break the streak because they used this last week and they were successful with it. But right now in the mid lane though, Ignite has been popped already for Bambi with Pego popped his flash, so that's a big win for Bambi in the mid lane.
Yeah, that's unfortunate, especially for the matchup. You're not really going to do anything towards this Garen. If you add in Qianese in the
Oh, wow.
equation, oh my, Hal
Wow.
and Floor are so low.
Yeah, that's so much damage. Even though that the death sentence wasn't there already, that was so much damage that they could deal and could potentially be pushing the lane that could potentially help out Tactical and getting the advantage on this lane, which would be really good for the side of Grindsky.
Yeah, this is really good. This gives a lot of space for Qianese. And I believe earlier at the panel, I believe it was Auto Apple. Wow, I combined two different
Yeah. Okay, but the fight in the mid lane, look at this. Southeast now low in HP. Look at the damage coming in from Qianese. He might be able to get the kill because of the red buff, but he was able to though. The first blood already came in and Grindsky takes a 1 in the bag.
Yeah, we literally talked about space there. That's the space necessary to invade the jungle. And exactly that, right? Tactical has a lot of wave clear, meaning Bo can roam with the jungler. Even during
Yeah.
League of Legends PC days, Thresh and Lee Sin it's been a deadly combo, even pre-level 5, even with the dragon kick. Level 5 is already available for both sides. So I really like this from Grindsky.
Yeah, Grindsky being very aggressive. I think Qianese really had that good night's sleep right now. He was able to roam around into the bottom side of the map, especially that you know that you have the advantage against the Kazakhs early in the game. Even if it's a 1v1, he could still potentially win. And Bambi, even with the 2v1, is just so confident just because this is a Garen.
Now, this is a Garen. He's the great
Yeah.
neutralizer. He
Yeah.
doesn't do anything, but at the same time does a lot for being that foundation, right? Because no
Yeah.
one can exactly kill him yet. And at this point, you know, we've seen Garen even before, even last year, being picked up against slippery champions because you disrupt their combo with the silence. So this
Yeah.
is scary for Kha'Zix, this is scary for Zaupi and Pego as well.
Yeah, and also with the Demolition Justice that could potentially take them down. Even though they're slippery, and Demolition Justice is just a takedown. Top side, face breaker on the showstopper. Tante super low in HP, was able to get the stun, and that's a turnaround. What a kill to Evilis.
Nicely done by Tante. This is absolutely, again, scary because a Riven is just incredibly slippery. If your CC fails on the side of a set, there's nothing else going to hold Tante down.
Yeah, they were able to get the kill there. And again, a 2-kill advantage onto their side is really pretty good. And that dive right there, they don't really have enough damage yet to Zaupi. That's why they weren't successful in taking down Tante. Right now, Grindsky is just taking over the jungle for the side of Cerebrum Wadid. They can't even get into their own side. Zaupi, this is really unfortunate for him.
Yeah, Qianese basically put a flag there, like, this is mine. I have 3 quadrants already in this map. We're going to be waiting for Zaupi, and so far Zaupi has been focusing a lot over the top portion of the map, which means that they could prioritize Rift Herald, which means if they open up topside, Evilis can help initiate for the entire squad, because look at how in floor, they're locked. They can't leave the lane, so who else can help make moves around the map? It's going to be Evilis.
Yeah, especially that the Cloud Drake is going to be up in just a bit. I think that is a really great priority for the side of Grindsky if ever they want to take, I mean, the Rift Herald versus the Cloud Drake take. I think this is very important for the side of Grindsky. They need that extra movement in order for them to take over more parts of the map against the members of Cerebrum Water, because right now, they're the ones who will start the fight every time because they have this big advantage.
I agree. Look at them now.
They're taking bot lane. Death Sentence wasn't able to hit, and that just calls out because Pego is in the bot lane. Yeah, we can take the they can take the repel. Let's just take the Cloud Drake.
Yeah, this is just gonna be a trade of objectives, but yeah, you're right. It is. Grindsky would love this so much since they've been roaming out a lot with Bo and Qianese here on Thresh.
Yeah, quickness onto Qianese, wasn't able to hit the hit. Dragon's Rage comes in, and this is going to be a takedown onto Qianese. What a big win, but Grindsky was able to answer back with their own, and they're going to be taken down now. He's getting chased down, and he's going to fall down. But I think this is still going to be a Cloud Drake take for the side of Grindsky.
Yeah, this is Zaupi focusing on top side, most likely trying to drop.
That's scary.
That was risky. It could have been a 50-50. Grindsky could have lost that dragon still with no jungler. But at the end of the day, is that I believe the Flay passive that was able to last hit properly on the dragon.
Yep.
Yeah, but at this point, Grindsky looking really solid at this moment. Qianis was able to get a lot of space because of the priority done by that big level 2 of Bow and Tactical, and now How and Floor having a difficult time, and now with this lane swap, just to see if they can cover more ground and see if they can set up for Zaupi.
Yeah, I hope that Zaupi would be able to put down the Rift Herald up to the top side, or even the mid if ever they would be able to. But Tante is just absorbing a lot of pressure from the members of Cerebrum Wildrift right now. If this is going to be a 3v2, I think this is going to be hard for Grindsky, but this is going to be a 3v3. There goes the Facebreaker. They have the Showstopper onto Zaupi. Tante is now low in HP. That's going to be a takedown. Whoa, what a good play right there. But Tactical is already here. They have some damage, but 2 has been taken down. And I think this could potentially be the Rift Herald being thrown to the top side.
Yeah, this could be first blood already for Cerebrum. Well, first blood tower, rather, as they have a lot of hope. Not a lot of options for...
Okay, that was good with the quickness onto the backside and the grand entrance there, taking them down 2 in the bag again for Cerebrum Wildrift, and probably a tower also on their side.
Awesome setup from Floor there. With great knock-up, and then with the binding, it's just a killer combo to lock down targets with no escape whatsoever. We talked about Grindsky's composition is that, yes, they do not have a solid disengage, but they do have that lantern. But at certain situations like that, it's really difficult because you do not have that option to just, get away from danger.
Yeah, that's why, I mean, with their setup, it's really hard to go for a lot of fights unless Tactical is really that bad. Because right now, they don't have enough ways to deal some damage. Yes, Bambi and Qianis is there, but with the way that the Cerebrum Wildrift composition works, is that they're better on those types of fights. That's why Grindsky can't even win on those 4v4 fights that they did on the top side unless Tactical would be able to get the 2 or 3 item power spike.
Yeah, you can definitely assure... it's a sure kill if ever Floor gets the start on the fight. I don't think Bambi's gonna get caught up though. He's a tanky Garen. He's gonna be fine. But yeah, the thing about Cerebrum is that you cannot get hit by a binding. You cannot get hit by the knockup or else you're gonna die.
Yeah, like what you're saying, one has been hit by the Showstopper, and Qianis is now super low in HP with the grand entrance onto the backside, was able to get the kill, and Bambi might be the next target, but it is very chunky though, so I think that 1 kill is good enough.
Yeah, 1 kill, they're gonna be happy about that. That means they have more space to chunk down this tower a little bit more.
Yeah, another grand entrance on the tree. That was perfect for Floor. They might be able to take down 1, but Bambi answered back with 1 of himself, and they are going to be running away Tactical, trying to poke them out, but that's a good, at least an equalizer for Grindsky.
Yeah, they wanted to get more kills, most likely. Is that why they're super aggressive? But don't count out the burst coming from Bambi here on the Garen, especially if you're taking a lot of turret hits. It is gonna hurt.
Yeah, for sure. I think right now Qianis is having a hard time getting into fights because every time that he tries to go in, he's probably gonna get bursted down or Showstopper into Facebreaker, CC to the face, and that's why it's super hard for him to get into the fights. That's why he has 3 deaths right now, which is really, really big, especially when you're a Lee Sin. Not getting that lead ahead for yourself would be very detrimental at the later stages of the game.
Yeah, it started out really well for Grindsky, but the response?
Yeah, topside together with the package was able to get the hit, but wasn't able to get the kill. Now they lost the package. This Rip Herald take is now going to be very hard for them because they invested a lot of their ultimates onto the top side.
Yeah, it's like a domino effect, right? They get double binding.
Double binding to the Spinal Spark, was able to get the damage. Hal was just gonna push them back just because of that good light binding that they did there. And now the Infernal Drake is up. Qeon needs to reset. I think it's off time for this Infernal Drake take.
Yeah, this is so good. Cerebrum already are very healthy. They didn't spend a lot of resources for this. They can contest the second objective on the map.
Oh man, Floor is just on fire. He's getting all those grand entrances. The Death Sentence was able to hit onto 1, but it's not enough to be able to get the kill. Evilis was able to get, and also the damage onto Floor was enough for them to get the kill. Qeon is gonna fall down. Now this is gonna be a big win for them, but oh, look at this Bambi. White ball to get the kill onto Zaupi. He has the ultimate though. It's gonna be destructive. Here comes the Demotion Justice. Not gonna be able to get the kill, but Bambi super low in HP. Oh no. That's scary though, but Cerebrum Wildrift is going to be backing away.
Okay, no one can still get the objective. No one can still get the Infernal Drake. You could see part 2 of that little rabble in the way. What Final Spark?
Oh, I thought that is... Yeah, that is... That is just that is just super big for them to get that kill onto Tactical. Now they don't have an ADC, so they can take this Infernal Drake pretty easily.
Yeah, this is the attempt of Chinese if he can get a steal, if
Yeah.
ever. But this is a big 4v5, so your
Yeah.
Cerebrum is happy to take.
Yeah, and remember, they have Evilist with the Showstopper also. And also, he has the Face Breaker, so this is going to be hard for him to take. Now that he doesn't have the Sonic Wave, he might not be able to take it too. Dragon's Rage, that was big. Face Breaker onto the backside, but they were able to get the Drake, and that's going to be a 4v5. That's a big win for the members of Cerebrum Wanda to get it with a double kill onto him. Zalpi takes it down and probably a midway turn.
That was such a yummy angle of the final spark. It literally
Yeah.
hit everyone from Grindsky. Not only did they get another Infernal, but they get more kills on the board. But yeah,
Yeah.
just as you mentioned, it's so difficult for any of these melee champions on the side of Grindsky to come near because it's very linear. You know they're gonna, Bambi's just gonna sound charge, and then, How is gonna be ready for the binding. And the same goes for Tianese and Tante. It's very scripted-ish.
Oh.
So let's take a look at the replay once more towards the back. Look at that binding.
Yeah.
Chinese just wanted to get near here, and the CC chain just follows
Wow.
through. I like the approach coming from Bambi where, he silences Floor on this Rakan to just stop the engage for a little bit of time. But don't forget, there is still How on this Lux, and as well as Evilist on this set.
Oh, Pigo playing with fire here with the Living Shadows. And like what you said on the point a while ago, that was really good, honestly. Especially that Floor has been getting a lot of these grand entrances into quicknesses. That's why they're always winning this fight. Grindsky needs to get away, but because there's vision there, that was a good death sentence for Grindsky. Taking one down, at least some gold for themselves in order for them to live for another day.
Yeah, Pico just wanted to destroy that one.
Yeah.
That's all he
Yeah.
wanted to do there. And yeah, that's
Uh-huh.
a really nice pick, which opens up top side. But this is the response.
Oh, Answer onto the bot lane, was able to get the damage right here. Evilist is very tanky. They won't be able to get the kill here. Tante, oh no, showstopper right there to the Haymaker onto the sweet spot. Gets the kills in. Bambi is now going to be the next target. Ground entrance. They are very tanky though, but Bambi still is going to fall down. Evilist is going to back away, but now that is a good win already. So now they're just going to be claiming their banks.
Yeah, really nice. Again, every single time they decide to get another tower on the board for Cerebrum, they always take more kills down. And I feel like Bo almost could have spotted out someone from Cerebrum porting back to base, but he tried on that brush near the river.
Yeah, I think, Rico, it's been quite a while that Grindsky has won a fight here. It's because they don't have enough ways to go for a setup. Yes, they have the Riven if ever Riven tries to go in, but right now, I think Tante is not in a good place for him to get into the fight before the Garen comes in. They don't have a lot of CC to work with unless Bo gets the death sentence. That's why Cerebrum Wildrift, every time that they see someone, or at least two people, they pull the trigger.
Exactly. It's Cerebrum having the better hand when it comes to re-engaging, when it comes to counter-engaging Grindsky. Whenever Death Sentence fails, most of the time CE says, okay, that is our signal to go. And Cerebrum has been spotting out those opportunities and has been working in their favor time and time again.
Yeah, that's why Cerebrum Wildrift, every time, Floor, whenever you pick a Rakan in your composition, though, you're expecting that the Rakan would be the ones opening up the fights or at least re-engaging whenever it's needed. And so far, Floor has been super successful. I think there's not a fight yet that he wasn't successful. Yes, he will die, but at least they will be able to take some kills for themselves. But Tactical now low in HP without any mana. That's why Cerebrum Wildrift is just going to be happy with the silence onto Zalpi. He's now super low in HP. I think he's going to fall down by the Demolition Justice, but Zalpi still lives, and they're going to be backing away.
Final Spark is still up, but I suppose Chinese is already back home in base, so might as well save that for the next objective, which is going to come up in 15 seconds, which is, they need more shields. Grindsky will definitely welcome this Mountain Drake. They will need this as well, because of just so many pokes coming from How. But at the other side of the spectrum, the same thing can be said for CE because of this of Tactical, with a lot of the rockets just shooting through, pewing out of Tactical.
Yeah, I mean, having this Mountain Drake would just be very good for Cerebrum Water because at least now we're seeing the cracks in Grindsky because they don't have a lot of damage. That's why they can't finish any kills whenever they try to. Facebreaker wasn't able to hit though. They still have the showstopper onto Bambi. Bambi gonna be the target. The binding was able to hit, and that's gonna be the death sentence onto 1. But the final spark was able to hit onto 4, and that's gonna be a great showstopper onto their side. That was now gonna be the takedown. Lots of low HP members on Grindsky, but at least that's a 1-for-1 for Grindsky.
Yeah, everyone from Grindsky is pretty much low. Yes, they have resources. Yes, they have the box from Bo, but it's not going to be enough to penetrate through the defenses rather, of Cerebrum Esports. That's 20 seconds on the clock without the Baron, or rather without the Baron later of Grindsky. This could potentially sort of give more space to set up for Baron later on.
Yeah. Remember, they don't have any flashes on the side of Cerebrum Wildrift. If they try to go for a fight here, Qeon might be able to get an insect if ever he wants to. But they're backing away. They're respecting the fact that Qeon has flash. So Grindsky is going to just be happy. But the final spark, oh no, I thought that was going to be a mid lane push. But yeah, How is just going to reject them.
Yeah, there's just so much wave clear on the side of How, and at this point of the game, at what, 16 minutes, the final spark is on an extremely relatively low cooldown, so you can just use it anywhere and just to wave clear, not worry about the next fight.
Yeah, I'm kind of afraid that this is just too fast, though. The final spark is basically like a basic skill right now. With
It's up again.
Yeah, it's up again for How. So right now, they can take this fight. But getting the Tante is on the bottom lane side of the map without any teleports on his side. So this is going to be an easy take for them. But Bambi might be able to see onto Zalpi. But Zalpi is very much healthy right now. So Cerebrum Wildrift is just going to be happy with this.
It's just trying to scare off Grindsky away from the Baron. It is... Because the game is still very even, right? Anyone can be poked.
Yeah.
How, as a Lux, been incredible for this entire game, but incredibly squishy in the hands of Tante, Qeon, and Tactical. And Bo, again, there's a lot of pressure onto his side to start a fight, to start a pick from Grindsky. And we'll see if that opportunity will present itself, because again, Baron is up. This is where most of the teams are going to be hovering around to see if one can get a pick, because both of them have the ability to do so. Immediate 4v5 means that they have the Baron advantage.
Yeah, that's honestly a good win. They need Tactical. They need to go front to back here for the side of Grindsky if they want to win. They need to use the power of Tactical right now. Tactical is at a point in where he's going to be confident in getting kills, but Bambi will be target onto the top side, not slowed. So Cerebrum Wildrift is just going to back away.
Yeah, really hard to try and get Bambi for sure. The most of the vulnerable targets you can get. I mean, the biggest bonus is Chinese, right? Because he's the jungler. Like, no jungler, no problem. We can get this objective down for ourselves. So now they're climbing deeper and deeper into the jungle of Grindsky.
Yeah, I'm liking that. Yeah, I'm liking that Cerebrum Wildrift is not starting this Baron, because honestly, they don't have enough damage to finish it right now, because they have Lux right here as a bot lane. That's why, compared to what Grindsky could do, I think Grindsky could do it very fast. But because of this, Bambi is going to be the target. But because of that, they were able to take down one. What a good play from the side of Grindsky. They were able to divide the fight in their favor. And Cerebrum Wildrift lost Pego. So this is just going to be dividing them more. They need to invest some resources in bot lane. But that was almost a kill there. Bo! Oh no, overstep his bounty. He's going to be taken down. This is going to be the chance for CE to take down the members of Grindsky. Right now, Cerebrum Wildrift is just making it work for themselves.
Exactly, this is really nicely done. And the moment that Pego fell from battle is still not over.
Yeah, Tante gonna be the target. Showstopper comes in. Oh no, the Facebreaker wasn't able to hit, but the damage from Zalpi might be enough to ignite his sticking, and that's gonna be the kill for the side of Cerebrum.
There's a lot of death timers on the side of Grindsky. It is Tante and Bo gone. No support means Cerebrum can can retake control over the Baron area. But the thing is, there's another juicy target coming up soon. It is gonna be the elemental Drake. It's gonna be the Elder Drake, rather. It's gonna be absolutely scary, but look at that. They're starting this.
Yeah, they have the vision. Bambi is here onto the backside. They know that they're starting. Qeon is slowly hovering around their side. They have the vision though, 6k HP, half on it. So this is going to be quite scary though. If he would be able to take the skill here, they're taking down, and this is going to be a package. Was able to hit, and the members of Cerebrum wanted, but just taking down. But the final spark is just too big. Grindsky, every one of them are still alive, and that's going to be it on the backside. Zalpi was able to take down Qeon. It's going to be the next target. What a good play. Stasis right there. But Qeon might be able to take down Zalpi though. That's not going to hit, and Qeon is still going to fall down. Shutdown goals onto their side. Tante goes in for the TP, but still a 4-4-3 in favor of Cerebrum Wildrift.
That is definitely more space that Cerebrum is happy to have. But now that they couldn't take Baron before transitioning over to the Elder Drake, the fights are going to hover more around this Elemental. And Grindsky, now with Tante alive, is able to secure the Scuttler. Better vision for them, better utility for them later on. And now for CE, this is an incredibly close game, Dash.
Yeah. Yeah, it's really looking really close, honestly. I mean, the gold lead, there's no gold lead. They have equal gold right now. So yeah. So we're seeing it getting close and close. Grindsky are just taking a lot of resources, which is great on their side. That's why they are able to take some pressure. 4 towers are down on the members of Cerebrum. That's why they can't even push onto the bottom side map. But they need to stop this Elder Ocean Drake, because if ever it's taken by the members of Grindsky, this is going to be good. Getting that extra sustain for the side of Grindsky is good for their composition.
Yeah, exactly. This is where CE, Pego lost the 1v1 earlier. That means the split push is not going to be an option, or else Tante can do it again. Now he's going to be joining the fray with this Elder Drake. Oh.
They don't have any vision though on this part of the map, so that's why Zalpi is just taking it pretty easily, yeah. And they were able to get it. Pego would be the target. It's a good thing he has the edge of night though, but the backside was able to get taken by Tante, and the stun was able to get him right there. And this is going to be good for the side of Grindsky. They're taking him over, and there's just a lot of skills going around for their side. CE are now being taken down. One member has fallen down already, and it's going good to their side. Pego is the last one alive, and this might be it. The turnaround from Grindsky. He wasn't able to take the seal, and that was a win for Grindsky.
That is it. Grindsky, knowing the fact that How already dished out the final spark, already dished out everything, and that is a steal from Grindsky. Really sneaky play by Cerebrum there, but unfortunately, they weren't able to finish it in time. Grindsky was just also doing their own secret mission, and they're able to win this game.
Yeah, that's it. Grindsky, even though they were on the backseat a while ago, they were still able to pull back from the clutches of CE, and now Tactical, I think Tactical just dealt a lot of damage. They were waiting for him to get at that point, and that's why they used it on the late game, and they were able to take the win there.
That was, I think, the closest fight we've ever experienced. Look at them showing their scoreboard. It was, the goal was even, the dragon count was even. It was basically boiling down to the point of whoever got the Elder was going to win. Whoever got a pick from the side of Cerebrum was going to win. Whoever... I felt like the start of where the scales were tipping was when Pego lost the 1v1 against Tante and basically opened up bot side, which meant that, okay, Cerebrum doesn't have a lot of map control like they had earlier as they were protecting with the using How on the locks to keep wave clearing. And with that, with a lack of space, Grindsky had more space basically to do the to do the sneaky things as well.
Yep, honestly, with their composition right there for the side of Cerebrum Wildrift, they don't really have a lot of siege potential. Yes, they have a lot of wave clear, but when it comes to sieging, I think the advantage falls onto the side of Grindsky. That's why they were able to take down the tower in the bot lane, as you said, and that just paved way to them getting the wins there. In Tactical, when it comes to the late game, you're gonna be betting on a Corki for sure, and that's why he dealt so much damage into the late game. I think compared to the Lux, I think Tactical just dealt so much more during that last fight.
Yeah, I have to agree with you there because, you know, a mage versus a consistent damage dealer like a Corki, if you dish out your combo, the entire thing, if you press all your buttons on the locks, you have to wait for the entire cooldown, and you're basically have to wait and not dealing as much anymore. So really nicely done by Grindsky. They played their cards so well, even though they were getting picked off here and there, especially towards top side, where Zalpi was was focusing a lot towards the Baron area, and it was incredibly close. No one was exactly in the lead. Objective counts were basically even, but it all boiled down to the Elder Dragon take.
Yeah, that was really hard, honestly. That was a hard call onto the Elder Ocean Drake. I think the members of Cerebrum Wildrift knows that it's gonna be hard. They were a bit sneaky, and they were waiting for that chance to bounce back. And because Cerebrum Wildrift was left on the pit, honestly, whenever you're going for an objective fight, if you're the ones who are left on the pit, you're the ones on a disadvantage. And that's what Grindsky used in their favor, and that won them the game. This was looking really good for Cerebrum Wildrift, honestly, on the earlier stages, but Grindsky just tipped the scales in their favor. Let's wait for the late game. Let's wait for Tactical to get stronger, and that's where we'll bounce back.
Exactly, and the trend continues. The consistent damage dealing AD carry versus hope so far that has been happening throughout the entire
Yeah.
day. I mean, the series ain't over yet. I mean, it still
Yeah.
could go 2-1 to whoever. It could be Grindsky versus Cerebrum. But at the same time, it's looking really good. Grindsky was very patient in this game.
Yeah. Good observation there, though. Like, it's been quite a trend here right now for the week 2, day 1 of WCSPH. Front-to-back compositions have been working well. Honestly, whenever you have a constant DPS onto the backside, it's always going to be easy for you to get a win condition whenever you go for a fight. You know that you're just going to be defending tactical anyway. You're just going to be focusing on that. Looking at this last fight, though, they were left on the pit. That's why it was so easy for Tactical to just take them down. Even Rakan wasn't able to get onto Tactical. That's why it was so easy for them to clean up.
Yeah, it was already 20 minutes. People, most of the players already have stacked inventories. They already have their defensive items on board. So their survivability in these long drawn fights is going to help Grindsky even more with their sustained damage. And you know what? Bo, player of the game. Yes, the lanterns were always there for the save, the death sentences. Again, there was a lot of pressure on Bo on this game to set up the fights because again, the death sentence was the only reliable CC that they could rely on.
Yeah, to be honest, it's the only engage tool that they have in their bag. I mean, Floor was a bit flashy during this game because he's using the Rakan anyway, but Bo was on the backseat. He was the shadow for the team right there. And that's why he was able to set up a lot of these fights. And during the play, even the box that he was using was really great. And he was able to get onto key targets, which was what's important, especially during the last fights.
Yeah, is able to appeal for Tactical, especially at the later stages of the game, and that was their win condition. Keep Tactical alive, and they're gonna win the sustained damage game.
Yeah, and again, they won that. That was a very fast. No, that's not very fast. That's a 20-minute game. That was a very great fight, to be honest, for Grindsky and also Cerebrum Wildrift. But before we go on to game 2, they still have a chance to turn things back. It's a best of 3. Remember, we have been your casters for today. I'm Dash, and I was here with Riku. See you guys a bit for more Wildrift action.
Stop and refocus. Get a clearer perspective. See things from different angles. Power up and set your eyes on the prize. It's time to step up and rise to the challenge with the Redmi Note 11.
And welcome back, everybody, to the Caster's Desk of WCSPH. It's again going to be Grindsky versus Cerebrum Wildrift. It was a good 1-0 in favor of Grindsky, but again, we're going to be your shoutcasters for today. I'm Dash, and I'm here with Riku. And Riku, tell me about that game one.
That was one of the closest games we've had so far in the WCS PH. Even gold, even objective count for Dragons, and as well as, you know how close the game is if it's going to boil down to whoever got the Elder Drake. So it was very neck and neck.
Yeah, it was kind of very iffy for both of our sides. I mean, we actually went to a point in where they have equal gold, right? That was it is in the late game also. That was kind of scary though. I mean, having that big advantage in the early game for Cerebrum Wildrift, I thought that was big advantage for them, but because Grindsky was able to chase down, just because they got the kills, they got the shutdown goals, they got the tower in the bot lane, that was enough for them to get the win.
Yeah, Grindsky did a really good job, even though, let's just say, Cerebrum was getting a lot of these kills by How, getting a lot of picks being set up by Floor. Grindsky, on the other hand, was doing their best to even out the gold, which means the snowball potential that Cerebrum could have had wasn't exactly there.
Yep, and honestly, I think the thing that the panel said a while ago, the Pansol buff actually works though. I mean, I've been actually doing that before when I was still there. I was studying for exam. Pansol buff, it actually works, everybody. It actually works. So that's why Grindsky is just having fun with that buff that they have right now, and they're making use of it in order for them to win this fight against City of Water.
Yeah, good rest. Very important for everything. Yes. Yeah, so you know, Dash, it's like the trend is starting, is still continuing basically, because so far, for those of you who just joined us right now, is that the scoreboard for pick compositions versus scaling AD carries or consistent AD carries, it's always been the latter who has been winning. And so far, the double assassins, triple assassins, or pick compositions, even when you combine it with a Varus, or in this case, it was the Lux now who had the setup with a single target setup, it still hasn't exactly won yet today overall. So maybe the trend is going to change. Maybe a lot of these teams are going to go back to basics, where back to traditional rather, where it's just, put AD carry here at the bottom portion of the map, and we'll see how we fare at the 5v5 front to back fights.
Yes, honestly, what's hard about that is you don't really have a lot of options for ADK. I think you have only two, Corki and also the Vayne that's been using some. I mean, the Kaisa also has been used a while ago, but I think you don't really have a lot of choices. That's why most of the time, some teams ban those AD carries. That's why they're forcing them to use this composition where they're forced to use Morgana, they're forced to use Ziggs. But if ever, they would be able to get the 5v5 composition, or rather the front-to-back composition together with the AD carry. So far, it's working. Just because this game gets dragged on for so long, the AD carries get super strong.
Yeah, exactly, because on top of that too is that we haven't exactly seen a significant amount of leads. Let's just say it's like a 3k 2k gold lead is definitely not enough for these double assassins, triple assassins composition to actually finish the game before the Elder Drake spawns, before the third dragon spawns, for Baron spawns most especially, and that's where the scales tip in whoever in a team's favor. So there is a ticking time bomb. There is that timer for these type of compositions, and whoever is the best at turtling it out with those consistent or scaling AD carries, then they have it in the bag. They have a better chance of winning in these Elder Drake fights.
Yeah, the only way that they can win those most of the time when you have the double assassins other fighting a front-to-back composition though is have a 5k gold lead, get all the drakes, because you'll need those stats. Because the stats of AD carries are just gonna be blowing out of control, and that's why honestly when you're really drafting for the early game, you just need to get all those early game objectives. If you won't, you'll be losing for sure. That's why they need to be careful whenever they draft such champions.
Yeah, it's really, really scary, because you mentioned the stats going to be increasing, the damage numbers are going to be increasing on the side of it. Well, let's just say a Vayne, a Corki, or a Kaisa. There's also the fact that you have to maneuver around, what do you call this? You have to maneuver around defensive items. Like, for example, you have to maneuver around the Edge of Knights. You have to maneuver around the Zonia's Hourglass. So these are anti-assassin, what do you call this? Anti-assassin items, which makes things a lot harder for players who pick that.
Yeah, for sure. And I'm kind of expecting the same bans for both of our sides, for Cerebrum, Wildrift, and Grindsky, because honestly, the only things that you need to ban in order for you to stop the the ADC composition is for you to ban some enchanters in order for them to not help or enable these AD carries.
Yeah, Yumi, Lulu comes to mind. I mean, we did see the Nami from earlier played by Rox. Still
Yeah.
a very, very viable pick. Can be strong depending on what you want to pick. I mean, we've seen the Varus Nami combo as well. Varus Thresh works because of how strong the single target pick. But it's another pick it's another iteration of a pick opposition.
Yeah.
But we'll see now because Grindsky, well, momentum is on their side at the moment. They really don't have to change anything. They played their comp really well. For Cerebrum now, do they switch it up or try it again? Do they want to push further with their lead? They can do the How Floor combo because Floor had a phenomenal performance on the Rakan. The Lux pick was also incredibly strong. So now that they're
Same
banning out
fans.
the Gragas, meaning there's not going to be that big disengage for the side of Grindsky. So we'll see if they're going to pick something extra aggressive in comparison to before.
Okay, so they got Bo's Thresh, so this is gonna be good. At least Floor is also a good Thresh player, so this is gonna be quite scary, but they're leaving a lot of options for Grindsky, especially that they're gonna be taking 2 picks. Set could probably come in mind if ever Grindsky could use it on their composition.
Yeah, that is definitely going to be open, but instead they decide to, okay, we're going to leave out the mystery. We're going to lock in a tanky champion. Potentially could be towards Tante or still towards Bambi, or they can play what Senna Garen lane as well is available if they do decide through that route.
Yeah, if ever they would be going that route, that could also be good. I mean, with the ADC compositions, I could say that this is where Brom could actually come back. Because we haven't seen a lot of Brom for WCSPH, but because they picked the Morgana, this is for sure going to go for tactical. So this is just going to be a bit different from what they did a while ago.
Yeah, I 100% agree with you there. It's a very strong for disengage and really good peel, and as well as the necessary CC. But at this point, you know, we got to see Cerebrum already locking in a lot of frontline, a lot of melee so far. So now, where is the consistent damage going to be coming from? Are they still going to opt for the Lux Thresh and switch it up a little bit? Just double down on the aggression and get that snowball? It's going to be difficult now with the Morgana in mind because of the black shield that will stop that hard CC.
Yeah, what's hard about this is though, just because they picked the Riven and the Darius already, that just made the Morgana pick a bit better. Because at least Morgana would be happy with the black shields that she can do with this champion right now. But the Renekton has been picked, and so far Renekton has always been successful onto the top side and always banned against Cerebrum Wildrift because they know how to fight against it. I'm not sure if Grindsky is going to go with an angle that they're going to be banning the Nasus again, but I think that could potentially come to fruition here.
Yeah, there is still a strong possibility. I mean, we've talked about how Pago loves his assassins, but I believe there was this one time he played either a Darius or a Garen in the mid lane, so there is still that possibility. They do not want to count it out. Zalpi could pick up this Riven, mid lane Darius, and leave open whatever Ivalice rather wants to pick up in the top portion of the map.
Yeah, if they could be fighting against, Garen in the mid lane anyway, Darius could be a good matchup against him. At least they're just going to be sustaining themselves out in the mid lane. But now with the bans, they're banning a lot of options for the bot lane, taking off the Lux because they probably still could go for a Ziggs if ever Cerebrum Wildrift wouldn't ban that.
Yeah, there is still that. I mean, earlier it worked so well with the layering of CC.
Yeah.
If they do not if they lock in the Ziggs, then it might be a little bit awkward for them as the jungle pool is now being narrowed down exponentially high. And now what are the options for the side? I mean, Set is still open. We've seen Renekton before. Fiora is unfortunately banned. So are we going towards the AP junglers? Morgana jungle?
Yeah, or if ever it's a Morgana jungle, and Olaf could still be a possibility on their side. Though. I think just because they picked that could just say that this is possibly a Morgana jungle, Rika. I think you're right here. I think you're right.
I mean, Morgana jungle is stable, but very vulnerable because we still don't know what jungle Cerebrum is gonna pick. So there's still a lot of mystery. There's still a lot of flexibility on the board for both of these teams. So right now, really nice wave clear already secured by Cerebrum. So if they want to turtle, if they want to scale, that's gonna be available. So what is Ivalice gonna pick? Is it gonna settle for the Darius, for the Riven? I feel like there's still something for him to be picked here because the matches is still open. I mean, it's still open.
Yeah, I'm not sure if it could be a Nasus or an Olaf. That could still be a possibility for the team here. If they're gonna be, oh, okay, they went in for the Zed, which is also good if Pego holds it again. But they're losing a bit on the damage department here onto the late game. I mean, How could deal a lot of damage though, and Wavely, which could be safe for their side. But remember, we have a Corki again on the side of Tactical, so the late game is just grounds for the Corki.
Yeah, this is gonna be rockets versus bombs on the side of
Right.
Tactical and How here, and they both have really nice scaling. But at the same time, what's gonna finish this composition? It's gonna be a Pantheon with a lock-in with really nice semi-global ult. And this is perfect too because what are your options for Black Shield? You've got what, the Renekton and as well as the Pantheon to just go in. This is looking to be a very strong mid-game composition for the side of Grindsky.
I'm still not sure, Rico. I'm still not sure on what they're going for here. I'm still surprised that Qion is not swapping with the Pantheon. So this could, yeah, we're going for a Morgana for the jungle for the first time in WCSPA. So this is nice. All I can say is this is nice.
I mean, it's most likely going to be a Riven jungle anyway. So
Yeah.
you know, you're not going to be afraid of getting locked down because you have that you have the Black Shield. But I
Right.
feel like it still could be a Corki Morgana bot lane, Pantheon support, mid lane, Garen, and as a Renekton top
Okay.
lane. So this is definitely more doable, right? Like Qion
Yeah.
can fly. Well, not fly. Well, technically he can. He can fall from the sky rather, and do like the flashy steel, like dragon steel or baron steels. I think that could be one of the moves that Grindsky can do. They
Yeah.
have backline access so that the Ziggs will be a little bit careful. So Floor should think twice on leaving his AD carry to exchange for an aggressive move, an aggressive play, or just sticking to How to make sure that he peels well for his team.
Yep, honestly, I like the addition of the Morgana in this lineup because it just makes so the Tactical is safe. A while ago, Tactical was not as safe as he's supposed to be, but because there's a presence of the Morgana, it's going to be easier for them to run around the map with this. But with the Ziggs in the bot lane also, this would just make it easier for How to do his job. Because How is just going to be taking down the Black Shade pretty easily and would just be happy taking the wave clear in the bot lane. But top side though, doing a lot of damage onto Tante. They have the play to work with, but they don't have enough damage to take him down.
Oh, that's really good. This is classic level 1 where whoever gets to... Darius can take advantage of the level 1 because Renekton is incredibly strong during level 3. And this is really nice roam coming from the side of Floor because, again, we're talking about a Ziggs who can just wave clear.
Okay, that flash onto stun, that is good. Bambi is now going to be the target. Floor does have the flash and the ignite is ticking. Might fall down. I thought that spear is going to hit. He actually survived with a sliver of health.
That was too close. That was really, really close. That could have been first blood. And look at the space that the AD carries are doing for the supports for Bow and Floor. How and Tactical basically do the same thing. There's poke, farm from afar early game during the laning phase, and that means you have space for the supports to roam around the map.
Okay, they're going for the damage here onto Bambi, but still backing away. Actually respecting the damage that he could deal at this point in the game. I mean, Qion, what's really boggling for me is that whenever you use a Pantheon in the jungle, you're expecting to get that early game advantage for your team. So if ever he won't be able to succeed with that mini quest that he has, he's just gonna be a walking cannon minion at that point at the late game. So that's why I'm kind of afraid, or rather I hope that Qion would be able to do his win condition.
Yeah, exactly. For Grindsky, the only reliable tanky member on your side would be Bambi. Once the game progresses to the later stages, then How is just gonna shred through everything on Tante, on Qion. So this is gonna be very difficult.
Yeah, they're going in for it, and this is gonna be the damage already. Tante won't even be able to get any of them onto lower than half HP. So that's a good win for Cerebrum Wildrift taking that first blood.
Yeah, this is really nice. This is classic Cerebrum where they mainly play around top side, get Zaupi or Evilis early ahead in the game or shut down Tante as well. And now we'll see whether or not Grindsky is able to initiate. You mentioned because Qion early game to mid has to find these kills early, and this will extremely. This will. The Black Shoe will definitely help that because no CC will definitely stop him, and he can just stun easily for whoever.
Yeah, Bambi's gonna be the target
There
in the
you
mid
go.
lane, but at least he was able to get the 1 kill for his side, but there's still a trade for Cerebrum Wildrift, so that's still a win for their side.
I like how and Tactical are going to be playing PvE for what, the first 10 minutes of the game.
Yeah.
And then Bo and Floor are going to be the ones finding all these opportunities. Get the Dark Binding, get the Death Sentence, and see how they can get kills early for their team, especially if they want to set up for Infernal Drake, especially if they want to unlock the lanes early. I believe they want to get the Rift Herald as well for Tante, so we'll see if they're able to get the roams down. See if they can visit the blue side quadrant of Cerebrum.
Yeah, they're chasing it down. Dominus has been popped. This might be the target. Tante has 5 stocks on his head, but he's gonna fall down. That's gonna be good for their side. They still have the ultimate onto Qeon, but that's too late. But what's important, they can take this Rip Herald space here.
Now, we talked about this before. They prioritize this time and time again when we look at, you know, the what do you call this? The MVP board. It's Tante and Qeon, either of the two at the end of the game, and this is what's definitely happening, focusing a lot more on towards top side, and the timing is perfect as well because once they take this, they can still contest Infernal if they do the reset.
Yeah, remember, they don't have the dominance onto Tante, so this is going to be a hard take for them to get the Rip Herald. Also, Qeon doesn't have any up ultimates, though. He went into fast package right there, and this is going to be good. They were able to take that down. Cerebrum Wildrift gets the advantage. Flash missed, but Grindsky lost a lot there because they lost the Rip Herald.
Well, now both teams are going to do the reset. That means we get to see take 2 of this fight. Or rather, no, Cerebrum. No. Floor is going home. They're all fine. They're gonna do a reset and then contest the Infernal Drake, and it all boils down to where the Dark Binding is gonna go. Where I think it's very difficult for Grindsky to sort of penetrate with this triple melee setup because of how it creates a lot of space for their team with a lot of pokes with the explosive mines as well. It's really hard to continue and push through with a lot of space, or rather these choke points near the dragon area.
Yeah, and they're just giving this Infernal Drake onto the members of Cerebrum Wildrift, and this is not really ideal for your side, but looking at the composition, I think this is okay. I think Grindsky really needs to give most of these objectives early on for the side of Cerebrum because they don't really have enough effective damage yet at this point in the game.
Yeah, they're the ideal situation for Grindsky is that they're able to get a pick first with the Grand Starfall and then into a Dark Binding. I mean, that would be the ideal situation, and then that's the time they can comfortably get these objectives. But on a 5v5 scenario, all of these bombs coming from How, the bouncing bombs are just absolutely painful to receive, basically. So at this point, this is, just as you mentioned, a good call from Grindsky.
No way. I thought that was gonna hit. I thought the Evilist is gonna be their target onto the top side. But as you were pointing out, that the reason why it's super hard for Grindsky also is because they only have single target CCs on their hands, and they can't even get close. And that is why it's super hard for them. But the flash right there gets the kill. How is gonna fall down. And that's at least gonna be good for the next level, or rather for the winter for Grindsky.
As you were talking about it, Dash, Grindsky manages to get a pick, and it's all thanks to the vision. Again, for the side of Grindsky, they're all basically over at top side, hoping to find a pick here and there. Maybe unleash the Rift Herald. Why did I say it like that? It's already out. It was Cerebrum that managed to win it. But going back to the vision, it's extremely important, right? Because how can you get a pick if you do not have the necessary information to begin with? So that is exactly what happened there, coming from Grindsky earlier.
I like that the proactiveness from both the parties. Like what I'm saying, though, the proactiveness is coming out. The death sentence won't be able to hit, and Floor is just going to be backing away with that. back to my point a while ago. I like the proactiveness. It makes the game look shaky because they're always finding these opportunities for themselves. Giannis goes in without any damage. Zalpi might be able to take him down. That's gonna be the kill onto the backside. Was able to get one. Giannis is gonna fall down also. What a game that set. That's a tactical. It's just dealing so much damage. How? This is going scary though. The Solari Charge Blade is making work for tactical. But how is just gonna be hitting him with a satchel. And he's taken down 3 for 2 advantage for Cerebrum Wildrift.
How in tactical, we're tired of PV for the first, 7 minutes of the game. So that was so... How with the flash, really nicely done. It could have gone either way, though, because both of them had poke to begin with. But because of the bouncing bomb hitting and how hiding in the brush to play a little bit of the mind games, How had that advantage, that HP advantage versus tactical.
Yeah, it was so good, the way that they played onto the bottom side. I mean, when they went for the re-engage just because they know they have enough damage, it's just super hard for Grindsky to be able to get the kill whenever Bambi is there. I think they should not go to the lane in where Bambi is in, because Bambi doesn't really have enough damage in order for him to contest on this fight. Compared to Evalis, Darius does have the damage after getting the 5 stacks, and Rip Herald is ticking.
Yeah, I mean, on paper. Here comes the Starfall, though. Qeon's coming in.
Yeah, with the Starfall, goes in.
Oh, no.
The Mega Inferno Bump just hits for a lot of damage. Qeon is super low on HP right now. Tactical just went in with a package, and he's gonna fall down. This is just going good for the side of Grindsky. I mean, Cerebrum, they were able to take down the Rift Herald, and they were able to take a 2 for 2, make that a 3 for 2 with the flash from Evalis.
Floor is so ready to use the Flay whenever Chinese is going in for his single target stun. He's just so ready for that. And without the follow-up, without the necessary.
Oh, Chinese was able to get the kill, and that was enough though. Ignite is sticking onto his head, but okay, the bounce in bomb. Oh no, I thought that was gonna be a kill, but at least they were able to take down the mid lane turret, which is a good advantage for Cerebrum Wildrift.
Yeah, that means more space for deep vision, more space for the dragon, more space for the Baron later on, and it's going to be well protected because it's really difficult to penetrate through towers with a Ziggs with just insane amount of wave clear. So you have to eliminate How first before you can comfortably try to take down these towers.
Oh, that's why they don't have enough damage. Look at the 3 black levers that they have, though, on the side of Grindsky. I mean, it's great that you would be able to put them all on top of each other, but because they... Oh, no. Wait, really? How was able to steal that blue buff? Oh no, that was unfortunate.
No.
For the members of Grindsky, now they're left alone with their own hands, though. So if they are going to be going for this, Pego is not in a great position. If they would go and converge onto Pego before he comes in, that would be a good position to be in. But Tactical, being 1/2 HP, he's not going to be contesting this for sure. I think Grindsky is just going to be backing away from this fight, but they're going to go in. Grindsky comes in, and this is going to be good for their side. Look at the backside, though. Fleur is now super low on HP. They would be able to get the damage onto the Dimension Justice, and they are chasing them down. Bambi is just a monster. It's super tanky, but not enough damage. And they're going to be going for Zalpi. Zalpi going to be the next target. He's not going to get the smite in, and this is going to go good for the side of Grindsky. They don't have enough smite, though. Giannis is just going to be taking that, and that went well for the side of Grindsky.
Could have had vision there. Maybe that's why How didn't completely pursue and rain down bombs to try and make a steal. But at the end of the day, Grindsky incredibly patient with their play, despite Tactical being incredibly low in that fight. You can tell that they still wanted to go because Tante activated his ult basically, and you get to see Chinese on the Grand Starfall. But I think the MVP for that fight would definitely be Bambi. He zoned out 3 members from Cerebrum, the important members as well, away from the dragon, and that was the necessary space that Grindsky needed to secure that dragon.
Yeah, now that is making work for the side of Grindsky. Together with the Solari Charge Blade onto Tactical, that just makes it so that he deals more damage onto the game. And Grindsky would just be happy with that. And Evalis is just super aggressive onto the top side, though, but he might not be able to get the kill. It's just unfortunate that Grindsky can take down towers, and bot lane might be their target. They're going for Zalpi. They have the death mark onto Giannis. He's going to be the next target. He might fall down here, though, but he did not fall. The death sentence almost closing in. Going for the kill there. CE backing away from their mistakes, so Grindsky still happy and alive.
As soon as they saw How, they wanted to just get out of there. I mean, the fact that How is just so close to Rabadons as well, so if his bombs are just already painful to begin with, what more with the Rabadons? Bambi?
Okay, I hope that Bambi... Okay, I thought he's gonna... Yeah, he has the motion justice and doesn't have any flash, so Zalpi could just run in. He's baiting him out. He's absorbing a lot of pressure against the members of CE.
Yeah, absolutely tanky there with the Sterax.
What?
And so he goes.
Yeah, top side though. Tante was able to get the Dominus. Doesn't have enough damage. Evilist might be chasing down onto Bo. He's gonna be the target. He doesn't have the Black Shield yet though. Soul Shackles would be able to push him back out of the way. We have the Black Shield onto Tante, so no CC would come his way. And here comes Tactical. He does have a lot of damage. How Gems almost falls down, but Chianis is already here for the kill. He's gonna go for the cleanup. Bambi's also here for the Demotion Justice, but they use a lot of their flashes in order for them to save their lives. But this might be the call for them to take the Baron if ever they don't have a lot of flashes on the side of CE.
That was a really nice collapse coming from Grindsky. They came from different directions, basically.
Yeah.
And Cerebrum just didn't want any of it. They decided to just back away and retreat, but they will lose this mid lane tower.
Oh no, not really good though. The Dark Binding, I thought that was actually a kill, but it just took a bit of time for them to just run away after that though. So Grindsky looking really good. They're trying to keep the place against CE, but Floor is gonna go in. He might be able to get the death sentence onto play, and they had the vision onto Tactical though. Look at their crosshair. They're all locked onto Tactical. That's why they were not able to get the kill though. Bam is just so tanky.
Yeah, they wanted to ignore the Garen out of the picture, like
Right.
move out of the way. We're after Tactical here.
Yeah.
But then Flora realized that okay, Bo is there. If I death sentence, there's just gonna be a black shield that's gonna protect them. So this engage could be messy. So let's just back away.
Yeah, Floor is gonna be the target though. Bambi might be dealing a lot of damage here onto them, so they're just gonna be backing away here. With this pressure that they have on the side of Grindsky, they might be able to take this space that they need. But Bambi super low in HP. They were able to get the kill onto Fun, and that's the kill onto Fleur already. They don't have enough damage or rather CC for them to continue this fight. They have the Soul Shackles, and Will is gonna be super low in HP. Chian is gonna be the next target. They have the stunts on the side, backside. Tactical has been pulled back and was dumped on by Evilist, and this is gonna go good for the side of CE. This might be the turnaround, but they were able to take a 2-for-1 in favor of themselves.
That was most likely Grindsky overstaying their welcome. Really nice Evilist there coming from the side and just taking advantage of how low HP Grindsky is. But it still doesn't change the fact that there's a new objective on the map, which is the Air Drake. And Grindsky right now still has control over this portion of the map. But at the same time, 10 seconds on the clock, there is going to be the package available for that movement speed, at least to rejoin the fight here. But it's going to take time. Grindsky has to buy time.
Are they going to be taking this though? They have 1 second on the clock. Wildrift is ticking already. I think that could have been the timing for Cerebrum to take that Drake, because they didn't have Dante, they didn't have Tactical during that fight, and now with this, package is on the hands of Tactical, so this is going to be a destructive fight if ever they want to go.
Yeah, this could absolutely go scary here. Again, both teams have a lot of pokes, so they can play that battle.
Yeah, the Mega Inferno bomb down already, so How doesn't have a lot of damage to put out. They were able to get that, but Tante is the only accident right there. The damage came in, and there you go. Flora is going to be the target again. They have the apprehend on the backside, but Tactical was able to get them with a great Valkyrie onto the backside. They were able to take him down, and they were able to take more. That was because of that package from Tactical, and now Pego is going to be the next on the chopping block. Chianis won't be able to get the kill. Ivalis is going to be the target. They have the sun to work with Dark Binding, won't be able to hit, and that is going to be a 3-4-2 in favor of Grindsky.
That was insane. I cannot count how many times Tactical in this game have aggressively used the package, moving forward and then is trying to move backwards, just trying to take advantage of the package, not using it defensively, but super duper aggressive. And I understand this mindset because there is that Dark Binding for you to narrow down the punish potential that you could receive from doing that move. But at the same time, it still created a lot of space for Grindsky to take this dragon, and the dragon count is building towards Grindsky. And again, we're looking at Baron most likely as the play here for both of these teams to hover around it.
Okay, they got the win there. Grindsky able to take them out. Rather, the Cloud Drake would just help them out whenever they try to go for this aggressive plays, considering that they don't have a lot of dashes on their side, which is really great for them. Getting that extra move speed just gives them more way to go about whenever they go for a fight. But looking at CE though, I like the positioning that they have here. Bambi might be the target, but not the very best one.
Yeah, Bambi is unafraid. He's a Garen. He is tanky. You got Sterak, you got Guardian Angel that hasn't been popped yet, so he's definitely very confident. And the Stone
Yeah.
Plate as well is going to help him just soak a lot of damage for the team, especially later on when it's the poke game coming through.
It's just so hard for Hao to find any damage onto the fights just because that Grindsky does have a lot of bruisers on their hands. It's so hard to find opportunities for himself to deal a lot of damage. Tactical and also Bo might be the targets, but considering on how Bo is building right now, Bo is basically a bruiser too. That's why you won't be able
That's
to kill
true.
Bo pretty easily.
Yeah, we're seeing the dead man's on Bo at the moment, so
Right.
gonna survive a little bit more once he enters the fights, especially up against Ivalice, Zaupi, and Pego. And Pego, because of how tanky everyone is, meaning Pego, his targets are narrowed down
The one.
exponentially. So it's just the one, which is Tactical,
Yeah.
who has a
Yeah.
Zonius Hourglass to protect himself. But look at this.
Yeah.
This is a battle of the siege right now.
Yeah, battle of attrition onto the top side. Bambi, look at him like a boss in front of everyone, just going in. Tactical was hit, but the death sentence would remember the Black Shield is just too much for their side. Tactical would now pop the stasis. They lost a lot of ultimates there on their fights, and the bot lane is just gonna be taken down by Grindsky. They want to end this for sure. What?
Nexus?
They can't end this. They don't have enough damage in order for them to end this because most of them are already recalling. So Ivalice is just gonna be defending this bot lane.
Oh, this is really nice by Grindsky. They're prepping.
Oh.
They're marinating the Elder Drake.
Yeah, they're chasing them down, and Tactical was able to take one down for. Now they don't have enough engage potential onto their side. Ivalice might be the next target, though. Grindsky, they are going to be backing away. They're for sure going to be taking this tower and take the Baron after.
Okay, they have how. They have how to slow down the game. They have wave clear. They have a decent amount of wave clear. But that
Yeah.
means Baron could be open. Grindsky still wants to pursue this 30-second window
Yeah.
without floor.
Yeah, they want to get their push. They have a lot of time for them to take the Baron. And also, bot lane is pushing, so that's going to be good for them. They just need to leave one on the side of CE. If they don't leave one in the bot lane, that might potentially end the game. So it's a good thing that Grindsky is buying some time here, because right now they're waiting for the bot lane wave to push.
Exactly, but they cannot afford this.
Okay, the flash happened, and this is going to be the fight. Ivalice is going to be left alone. The Demolition Justice onto the backside. Ivalice falls down. Bambi going to be going on to Hal. He's going to be the next target, and that's going to be 3 members, or rather 2, fell down. Grindsky, more space for themselves.
Really love the confidence whenever Grindsky decides to initiate something, because they cannot exactly afford to basically stand still, wait for the opportunity for Cerebrum to go near them, because how, again, such a scary threat when it comes to the poke, and then they're going to lose the HP advantage. And now they're very, very confident in their engages. So now they're going to time this carefully, getting the Baron, and then after that, reset most likely, or not reset. If you're healthy enough, you just transition over to the Elder Drake.
Yeah, Elder Ocean Drake. Will they go for the trade here? Because I think CE is looking at it, but because they don't have Hao and Ivalice, they won't be able to take it. This Baron is just going to be easy for Grindsky. Now, they're looking at the next objective, considering that they have 2 Drakes also on their hands. This Elder Dragon would potentially be exponentially higher of a threat for them, especially that it's a Ocean Drake, probably my favorite one on the side of Grindsky. They would have more and more sustain on this long drag on fights.
It's absolutely perfect.
Yeah, going to the top, Mega Inferno Bomb. They don't have a lot of damage. Sante is just building right there. What is that damage from Qeon? I wasn't expecting that to happen. They're already taking down Tante. He has the GA. They use a lot of their resources. I think Bambi is going to be ending this game. Grindsky wants to end it. They're taking them all down, and Grindsky gets the win in the end. What a good distraction onto the top side.
That is why they picked the Garen first in the rotation over our red side. And what a game from Grindsky. They were absolutely confident. They were making the right moves. They were saying, hey, we need to initiate first, or else we're gonna get poked down by Hal on this Ziggs. And every single time they initiate, it's always from either the Dark Binding, either from, the Pantheon easy stun. And all of these layering of single target CC is enough for them, because all they needed to do at that point of the game is kill Hao. Therefore, the Cerebrum win condition is gone, their damage is gone, and therefore they can comfortably take the objectives and even the towers, as we saw.
Yeah, honestly, what a great 2-0 for Grindsky. They just made sure the tactical always gets onto that Corki. And that Corki just played it well onto the later stages of the game. But don't forget, there's a lot of reasons why Corki was made effective. Because their early game is just set by Bambi and also by Bo. And also by Qeon. They all set up the stage for Tactical whenever they have the chance, and that's why Tactical would be able to pop off onto the late game. And so far, I think the streak is not yet broken, Riku. We still have the front-to-back composition working and working.
Yeah, it's crazy. I mean, it was incredibly close at the very first game of this series, and then after this, it was very convincing. I believe that this is also our very first Pantheon of the WCS PH. So the unique pick so far has been coming in early. We're getting fed early with the yummy, spicy picks, basically, and I'm excited to see more.
I'm really liking the formula that they've been doing here for WCS, especially for week 2. They've seen the power of the assassin composition, the early to mid game composition that the teams have pulled out during the first week. So that's why they found an answer. Yeah, late game could be the potential answer for those compositions that they've been pulling out so far, and it has been effective. And I hope that it won't break the streak onto that last game, onto the last series that we'll have for today.
Yeah, anything can happen at this point. We've seen so many twists today, and the day isn't even over. I really like this. I really like this particular series because it's incredibly close. Like the biggest difference, the dragon count is completely even, and as well as the map space. But it's like this entire what do you call this? This entire series, it felt like it boiled down to what do you call this? To how much space. Map space does the team have? It started with Tante versus Pago last time with the split push with the Riven versus Zed, and now sort of the same thing happened with Qianis and Tante pushing through at the bot lane, which gave them a lot of space to work with, and even hitting the Nexus earlier into this game, or rather later into this game.
I really like the fact that also Darius and also the Garen on this game just was played super differently. I like the fact that Bambi is always going to be the front line that actually helps the team deal damage for himself, and also a constant threat. He's always a constant threat because if you're low in HP and Bambi is sticking in your face, you're going to get taken down by the Demotion Justice. That's why whenever a fight happens, CE always backs away whenever they see Bam because they're afraid of taking the sword onto the face.
Yeah, it's literally the same concept, right? We've talked about this before during C Champs with how on the Ziggs, poke champions are always paired up with a Darius, just because you enable the resets. There's so many low health targets if you poke properly. I don't think that's the appropriate term, but the same thing can be said over at Bambi and Tactical, because you have a lot of poke on paper. You have the execution skill as well coming from Bambi on this Garen. So these very similar concepts. It's so nice to see them match up, because before that wasn't in the equation, and now we've got Garen over here, and no surprises here. Player of the game is gonna be Bambi.
Yeah, honestly, Bambi, I haven't seen him much on this Bruiser playstyle in the mid lane, and he has been successful with the Garen. I'm really happy that they have been able to make this work for Bambi, and this Garen just played it so well, absorbing a lot of the pressure from the members of CE. That's why it's super hard for them to get anything, because if they leave Bambi alone, he's just going to be pushing the towers, and if you don't leave him alone, the other members are going to be taking other objectives, which is why they fell into this trap that Bambi just made work.
Yeah, he had aggro of the entire Cerebrum Esports. Basically.
Right.
Yeah, Bambi was zoning out 3 members from Cerebrum time and time again, and no surprises there on why he was player of the game rather on this Garen.
Yeah, I mean, we don't expect the Garen to have a lot of damage though, but he did a lot during that game, to be honest, everyone. But again, that was just our 3rd series. We still have our last series for today, so don't go away, everyone. We're just gonna be back. We have been your casters for today. I'm Dash, and I was here with Riku. See you guys for more Wildrift action.
A bright light feels right. I can't lie. I'm sky high, sky high. It feels like lightning, burning up in the sky, bright as the sun in your eyes. Feeling alright, I can't shine like lightning. Bright light, shine like lightning. Feels right. I can't lie. Sky high, sky high. It feels like lightning, burning up in the sky, bright as the sun in your eyes. Feeling alright, I can't shine like lightning, burning up in the sky, bright as the sun in your eyes. Feeling alright, I can't shine like lightning. Shine like lightning. Shine like lightning. Feels right, feels right, feels right. It feels like lightning, burning up in the sky, bright as the sun in your eyes. Feeling alright, I can't shine like lightning. Shine like You lit me up as the sun went down. Now my search is over, over, over. Wherever it takes me, my world will be complete. 'Cause I've been going crazy, but now I've landed on my feet. 'Cause now I found my lucky star. Found my lucky star. Found my lucky star. Right here in the shadows, follow me. Forget all your troubles and trust me. We'll do it together in harmony. Let it go and set your mind free. You lit me up as the sun went down. Now my search is over, over, over. Wherever it takes me, my world will be complete. 'Cause I've been going crazy, but now I've landed on my feet. 'Cause now I found my lucky star. Found my lucky star. Found my lucky star. Right here in the shadows. Right here in the shadows. In the shadows. Right here in the shadows. Running wild out of my mind. Hold my breath, 'cause I'm ready to make a move. Got Watch me shake up the ground. Have you seen a phoenix rise? Rising up above the deep blue open skies, knowing that the way is right, guided by the secrets of an undiscovered life. Have you heard the ocean cry? Shallow waters carry silent goodbye, diving deeper than the sea. What you find is what you get, and I found a part of it in me. Running wild out of my mind. Hold my breath, cause I'm ready to make a move. Got nothing to lose. Watch me shake up the ground. About to explode, nobody knows. Coming the way like a renegade. Running wild out of my mind. Hold my breath, I got nothing to lose. Have you felt a human grow? Open up and step right out of the shadow. Wondering what is left inside. Some may say, oh they say, it's mystery of life. Running wild out of my mind. Hold my breath, cause I'm ready to make a move. Got nothing to lose. Watch me shake up the ground. About to explode, nobody knows. Coming the way like a renegade. Running wild out of my mind. Hold my breath, I got nothing to lose. Bright light feels right. I can't lie. I'm sky high. It feels like lightning, burning it up in the sky. Bright as the sun in your eyes. Feeling alright. I can't.
Welcome back to the WCS PH. Mika Fabs here along with Onlus, and welcome back, Osiris, to the panel
There you
desk. Of course, fresh from casting that previous series. Now, guys, this is your reminder to take some time off and get that
Oh,
R&R
definitely.
because Grindsky Esports just did, and they came back with that 2-0 against Cerebrum Esports. Let's jump into our series highlights for that. And Osiris, you just came fresh from that series, and of course, there was quite a lot. But before we jump into all the victories that Grindsky had, of course, there was that little window for Cerebrum too that they lost.
Yeah, I mean, we already discussed that both of the teams they're having issues in terms of closing game, but the openings from Cerebrum in terms of their early game is looking strong. But Grindsky, they know how to stop the bleeding. They know how to stall. They know how to read the map. And every after engage has been won by Cerebrum. There's something that puts them in a different spot, but kind of still Grindsky is winning. So they are the ones who's trying to maximize their macro potential again and again with some split push coming in from Dante. And even at game 2, they were able to successfully take down an inhibitor turret by sneaking.
I'm trying to get my grasp here on game number 1, because on game number 1 it was neck and neck. It was back and forth between these two teams. And Dante and Qeon won. I think at one point combined they were 0-10 or 0-11. I think that Bo and Tactical plus Bambi on game number 1 really put on their carry pants. Meanwhile, on game number 2, we saw again Tactical being protected by the tanky members of Grindsky. I love the draft, by the way. Grindsky,
Yeah.
just making sure to go strong on the early game. I was expecting an Olaf actually for the second game in terms of the draft, but they brought out the Pantheon and it was very effective, I would say. Against Pego, Pego was held down to 11K
Yeah.
at 17 minutes, and I think that just goes to show that Garen is definitely a go-to pick right now for even for our viewers right now. If they are scared to face against Zed, just go for Garen Valenciano. Right, Cyrus?
Yeah, I mean, Mr. Pure Energy, he is directly mowing down the mid lane just to finish the game. That's how he's complete with energy. And we saw also the moment that after casting the death mark, you are being silenced. So Bambi really knows how to deny a Zed because he is also a mid laner assassin who's really efficient in terms of taking down the carries. So a really good answer from Grindsky.
Yeah, and speaking of Mr. Garen Valenciano, for our international viewers, it's a local
It's a
reference to
homage.
somebody who is known as Pure Energy because Bambi definitely was Pure Energy in that series. So let's bring him on over to our panel desk right now so we can ask him a few questions. Hi, Bambi! Hello, Grindsky! Congratulations to Grindsky Esports, of course, for your 2-0. Now, first question. Yes, hello. Nandito kami. Oh, nandito kami. So, yung backdoor nung game 2, pwede nyo ba i-share yung mga comms nyo nung nangyari yung first backdoor na yan? And ano ba yung comms? Kamusta yung energy ng team ng moment na yan?
Hindi ko marinig. Tanong. Ha?
Patay. Oops.
Panalo na po kami dun eh. Marami na rin pong minion. And masaya naman po.
But it sounds like everything is just happy at Grindsky, no matter what. Now, second question, yung basically yung pansol buff nyo, di ba? Nag team building daw kayo. And mukhang well-rested talaga kayo. So, yung tanong ko, nakatulong ba talaga itong mini vacation nyo at yung team building nyo sa series na ito, yung week na ito?
Opo, mas nakatulong po lalo na po sa Baron lane po namin. Nakapagpahinga po yung Baron lane namin kasi napapagod na po kakagrind eh.
Yeah, I have a very simple question to Grindsky. Walang invite? Yun ba yung kayo-kayo lang?
I-invite po namin kayo sa lobby mamaya.
I'm looking forward to it, brother. Congratulations on your win. Cyrus.
2 consecutive Garen. Are we expecting more Garen play dito sa mid lane ni Bambi? From assassin kasi bigla ka naging fighter eh. So is that something na we should look forward?
Dumepende lang po kami sa lineup namin and sa lineup po ng kalaban eh. Bale, pag pick po nila ng set, bale Garen na rin po yung tatapat namin. Pero nag-isip naman din po kami sa Graves pero sa ngayon Garen po muna kami.
Revealing it as strategies, ha?
Marami pa tayong alas. Marami tayo.
I love the confidence. I mean, Graves is definitely out there. I was expecting na mag-assassin ka rin dahil isa ka sa mga respetadong assassin player. So nagulat ako. Garen Valenciano all the way. So good job. Congrats.
Now, Bambi, on behalf of Grindsky Esports, do you have any shout-outs, mga messages yan sa lahat ng mga supporters ng Grindsky?
Shoutout po sa mga boss namin, si Sir G, si Sir Don, si Sir Win po, si Mami Cheng, pati po si Sir Dennis. Shoutout sa cook namin na masarap magluto, si Boss Jomar.
The food!
Wow.
Oh, is there more?
Ikaw, mag-shoutout.
Meron
Shoutout po ako.
Dante.
Shoutout po kay Stella. Descendant na kita ng tula mamaya.
Wow!
Wow!
Isang daang tula para kay
Isang
Stella.
tula pa. Oh.
Let's go.
Wow, what a moment for Grindsky Esports. Congratulations, you guys, and good luck on the rest of your games dito sa
Thank you po, thank you.
WCS.
Thank you po.
It's always so fun to interview those
course.
guys. I swear, it's always so fun. And as we can hear from Babby himself, yes, the rest and relaxation, the team building that the team had definitely helped
sana
them
all.
and reset their mindset. You know, I mean, like, hey, middle of the league, maybe if you're having trouble, why not just take a break? Take a
PBGL,
break.
baka naman.
Yeah. Why not? Maybe we
Wildrift
do
talents. It's our time. Let's go.
It's our time. Now, of course, we are not done yet. We can't take that rest and relaxation yet because we still have our final series of the day, and it is a big one. It is Team Underground versus Oasis Gaming. Now, Otolus, you know that these guys, of course, did meet during the qualifiers, and they do have a score to settle.
Yeah, looking at what happened during the qualifiers, they were undefeated after round number 6. At round number 7, it was fated that they will be facing each other, and Oasis did actually get the game number 1. However, UDG just proved that they will remain undefeated all throughout the qualifiers. So I would say that UDG does have the upper hand against Oasis. Well, it's too early to tell my prediction, but I guess
For now.
I guess it's too easy to tell
Yeah.
as to what I'm going with. But yeah, let's look at the lineup of Team Underground again. A very, very big addition to this team again is Sayonara. I did highlight him as the MVP of the week last week because of the stats that he's been pushing out, and he's been dealing the damage that he's been dealing as a jungler was really, really superb. Another player that I would like to highlight is, of course, the mid laner Mitsura. Was able to get a solo kill against Tatsuri the last time around.
Yeah.
Today, he will be facing another formidable opponent in the mid lane, and that's Daf Osiris.
Yeah, and knowing that DAF also know how to fit into the different team comps, this will be a big challenge for Team Underground. Mitsura is playing mostly on a Renekton. Darius, the one who pioneered the mid lane fighters, and right now we never saw him on those kinds of champion, and he is currently sitting on his comfortable spot on those Akali, Fizz, and even a Jace when it's open, but mostly he is leaning more onto the assassin and doesn't need really to resort to those tanky frontliners because of how well-rounded their team comes, especially with Dawn coming into play. He is the one who's playing those meat shields that kind of protect everyone, and Mitsura has the freedom to reach to the backline easily.
Yeah, I think we've talked about Mitsura as like kind of like being the, you do have like the flashy mid laners, you do have the burst mid laners. Mitsura's kind of like the sort of like the quiet genius type of mid laner, he definitely has this unpredictable kind of like champion pool. And when he plays, my goodness, the plays that he makes is definitely some of those game changing ones. But of course, on the other side, as much as Underground are riding on momentum right now, so are Oasis Gaming.
Yeah.
And they had an amazing game, Otolus, against Fennel Adversity.
Indeed, they dismantled Fennel Adversity, and we saw how Fennel Adversity performed earlier against RRQ. So that just goes to show the level of competition that we have here in WCSPH. One wrong mistake, I would say, would definitely be jeopardizing your chances when it comes to this round robin that we have. And again, this Oasis Gaming staff, Esela, Renzi, Adapt, Dragon, I would say this is the richest lineup that we have here, because not only do they have a very strong starting 5, they also have a very formidable substitute player in the jungle in Ataf. So that's also one thing to note when facing against this guy. For now, but for now we are going to solo highlight, of course, Edaf in the mid lane. Very similar playstyle to Mitsura, I would say. The expectations are the same for both of them. Whoever will be winning the 1v1s or the assassin matchup on the side lane or on the mid lane will definitely help their team win.
Yeah, and I believe that EDAF also has a pocket pick of a Diana, so that might be another champion that we need to watch out because he is really good way back then at CI Icon Series. So overall, I think this is just a battle of the, let's say, same but different. Let's say same playstyle,
Same, but
built
different. Yeah.
different. Just like that.
Same play style, different. Let's go.
Built different. Same playstyle, built different.
Okay.
Okay. Well, of course, we're gonna see it in action as we jump into the series. I also just want to point out, as much as we're watching the mid lane, putting a throwback to our support Sunday, Dragon and Orthros were both tied at the top of our supports for the day with 40 assists each. They were even. They were even. So it's going to be very interesting indeed to see how actually all of these members face off against each other, especially since they have this history ongoing and they're pretty much the top two teams in our league right now. So, again, going back and throwing back the focus into our mid lane, what sort of dynamics are we looking at, Odaluz, as we jump into this series? We're pegging them as like same, but a little bit different. How same is the same and how different is the different?
The champions that they have is very much the same. The amount of pressure that Mitsura and Adaf does give to the opposing team and the amount of headaches that they give are actually equal. Then again, if we have an assassin versus assassin matchup in the mid lane, mostly we have to be careful, or the observer will have to focus on the mid lane more because there is a potential of a solo kill. And again, a solo kill that happens in a mid lane matchup or a skills matchup is definitely huge in this game right now. At the very early stages of the game, pre 4 minutes, I would expect them to be in the mid lane, and then past 4 minutes or 6 minutes, they would be dueling still, but on the sidelines.
And you can clearly see the reason that they have the same play style but built different. For the reason that you can see the kill participation, 67 to 66. It means that they are rotating around the team or big team players for both sides, but built different on the aspect of their KDA. EDAF might be the flashy one, but Mitsura is the one who's getting those opportunities created by Orthros himself. So everyone on the side of Underground kind of sounds the low-key genius, while the Oasis is, of course, the active ones or the hyperactive carries of this game.
I still remember the Dragons when looking at the DAF, right? Paying homage to his previous team. Meanwhile, Mitsura is like the... Before Garen was cool in the mid lane, he was already picking it.
He was there.
That's why I think Team Underground, punches for punches, round blow for blow, I think this is going to be very tough to predict. I can't wait. So far, when it comes to prediction, I think we are relatively safe here, Mika.
Yeah. We're pretty safe. Osiris, by default, you are on Team Riku, and you're not doing too well right now. Actually, you might as well go and prepare a. Our consequence of the day is that we get to choose what you will be drawing on your face as we go through the post show. So you might as well actually get the marker or something.
Again, El Filibusterismo, chapter 1. Okay.
Oh my goodness.
Yes, indeed. But no, there is no chance for a comeback for you, Osiris. I'm sorry.
I'm going to save for this.
It's the curse.
It's the curse. But let's have your predictions anyway for this final series of the day, Underground and Oasis.
Of course. You see already the foreshadowing. It's Yumi, but it's UDG. So it's Underground utilizing once again Yumi. But of course, the former CI Icon series, which is SIS, and their overly active play, which is Oasis, is something that you need to watch out. So we are pouring so many wordplays right now, but the ending is Team Underground definitely will take this one.
Okay. I would say that this series will go the distance. This will go the full 3 games. I believe it will come down to, the Elder Dragon clashes that we've been seeing many times today, and it will be Underground that will come on top of the Oasis, and it will be paradise once again for them in this day number 4 of our group stage.
I actually do agree. I think it's gonna be a 2-1. I think it's gonna be in favor of Team Underground right now, at least for this round. We do know that, of course, these teams will meet again. I think for this round, it is going to be Team Underground, and it looks like we're pretty much even over here. So I am going to throw once again. Actually, you know what, Osiris? It's pretty much a done deal.
Yeah,
It's pretty
no,
much a done deal. So you're getting
let's
it
just
anyway.
enjoy the show. Let's go.
You're getting
understand.
it. You're getting it anyway. You're getting it anyway. Might as well go get your Sharpie or whatever you have there ready. If you guys do have any suggestions, by the way, for our panel consequences, we are all ears. Just head on over to Twitter and use the hashtags #WCS. WCSPH and Wildrift Champions SEA. I think we do have some tweets to feature on over here at the moment, so let's bring them up to your screens. We have, what are you guys doing here?
Let's go.
Crazy Apple at the dugout. I think this was for Cerebrum Wildrift.
Yeah.
For the NASAs. I don't think we're gonna see it in this series. I mean, never say never.
Mitsura,
But-
Nasus mid. Why not? Let's go.
This is underground.
Wow.
This
Anything
is,
can happen.
and also Oasis was the one who drafted Yumi top. So when it
Yes.
comes to going for the unconventional picks and making it work, these are the two teams I bet my money on.
That's actually true. That's actually true. And that actually begs a question. One thing that I wanted to ask earlier is that we haven't seen a Yumi at all. Is this the time that
No,
we will
100%
see?
ban. It's not
No,
gonna,
no,
it's not gonna see the rift after the bros.
If you don't see any trash pick from Rocks, definitely you don't see a Yumi for UDG.
Exactly.
Well then, not today. I mean, she's also buffed, so she's gonna take her cat nap for
Nope,
now,
nope.
and maybe by the end of the week, who knows? But yeah, apparently it will still not be the case for a Team Underground. Even though, of course, that signature Yumi play by Orthros was one that that was definitely a treat. And one that we'd love to see again. But before we jump on over to our before we jump on over to our series, I'm gonna give you guys one chance to give one unconventional pick that you think these teams are going to go for. Whether it is going to be the Nasus mid indeed, whether it is going to be by chance the Yumi top lane, something like that. Osiris, really quickly, without any explanations, what do you think?
Yasuo.
Oh,
go for the
this is gonna
Yasuo as
be
well.
it.
Master Yi,
Ah.
why not? Let's go. Would you?
Okay.
Would you style?
Bringing some of our ninjas or samurais or all the swords into this series. Who knows? It is going to be Team Underground versus Oasis. After all, our final series of the day. Casters, over to you guys.
All right, we'll start the last series with a bang here with two Titans clash in Wild Rift. It is the undefeated Team Underground versus the top two in the current standings, Oasis Gaming. So my name is Dadat Greater, with me is Riku, and we will witness the clash of the Titans, Miss Riku. Are you excited for this?
Very, very hyped, because not only are we looking at potentially we're looking at the top two in the country, but we're also looking at a almost mirror matchup, because the panelists have already talked about the mid lane, Mitsura, Edda, a lot of similarities, but it's not isolated in the mid lane. When we look at both dual laners are highly aggressive. Orthros with his enchanters, and meanwhile Dragon utilizing with his tanking game. Demon Kite and Larawan are both flashy and mechanically proficient on AD carries. Mitsura, Edda, we already talked about that earlier. And then Renzi and Sayonara have been that rock that enables their carries, or they enable themselves. And you've Dawn and Isilla at the top portion of the map that serve as utility and a meat shield for the entire squad. So this is almost like a mirror match about who can do their individual strengths better to form this cohesive unit.
As you now that you have mentioned it, Ms. Riku, with regards to the drafting capabilities as well of these two teams, very flexible as well. Shall we see the same trend on the first series and the third series there? A 5v5 comp versus a pick-up comp here. And I do believe pocket picks are about to show up in this series.
Yeah, for sure. And those pocket picks can be denied by both of these sides. Because look at that, Morgana is already automatically banned. You also have Yumi as well as a response. They don't want that first pick blue side on that Yumi because we've seen how scary the Yumi could be when paired with a Rengar and paired with hyper scaling carries such the Jax or such as the Vayne as well. But the thing is, when you ban the Morgana, this potentially opens up the opportunity for pick compositions. Maybe this is the time we're going to be seeing a Camille open this time around. There's also the option for having a Varus. There's just basically single target CC. So this Oasis with the Morgana ban could spell that they're going to play a pick composition. Could be.
Could be, of course, but also this is where the game gets interesting. Here in the drafting phase, the start of our match, really cannot tell what will be the victory conditions that both teams will set against one another here, because we've mentioned, of course, how deep their champion pool is, how, of course, diverse their compositions on the last week performance they have shown. But yeah, Yumi still banned. I do believe, of course, Dawn has been stepping up rather on that set role, and I think this is a pretty good pick for UDG. But Oasis has the first pick. Camille is pretty open here. Will we be able to see the first pick Camille this time around?
Yeah, there is that big potential as well. And banning the Galio, banning the Garen, and Morgana means that this spells an opening for a pick composition, a double assassin composition, because we saw how destructive a Garen could be at these types of comps, because you basically neutralize and cancel out the combo because you just basically silence them. But Camille is going to be banned. Fiora is open for the taking, but I'm not sure if that's going to be a big priority for the side of Oasis, because it talked about the pick composition. Thresh enables that, and a Thresh Varus could pop up, a Thresh Lux can pop up as well for the side of the dual lane of Oasis.
And I just remembered the interview coming in from Dragon that he just switched role to the support, and he said that he's still trying to figure out on how to play on this role. But man, he's very, very good, and his transition there is showing up great performances on the Thresh. Again, very aggressive support opens up, and you know that Oasis Gaming will control the early stage of game. And there you go, Dawn's set is up for the taking for UDG. Sayonara, also one of the best junglers performances we've seen so far in the first week. Very excited. Again, this is going to be an assassin type, because you do have the pick-up potential as well, with Dawn opening up, of course, on his set here.
Yeah, I really don't see the set being towards Sayonara or Mitsura. They've been performing really well on like, for example, Sayonara on the Lee Sin, Mitsura on the Assassin pick. So I can definitely see this Gragas being the support, Dawn being, again, that utility at the top portion of the map, setting up for the squad. I like this from UDG. Look at that. This is very balanced. They have heavy engage plus disengage to the explosive cast. Meanwhile, for Oasis, they have this Darius already, very safe top lane pick. So whatever UDG is going to pick up at the top side, they're still going to be safe. But look at that, they're revealing that their mid lane is going to be a Zed at this point. So we're really looking at a potential double assassin and pick composition, which we've stated looking at the bans from earlier.
This is also hard engagers champion picks here with the Thresh as well as Darius here. Front to back can be possible, but with the Zed joining in these first three picks for the side of Oasis, they do have also the flanking maneuver or the split push. We have seen this kind of picks in the early stages that really do a lot of, really showed rather in victory conditions in this game. But UDG, all right, probably, of course, can go for the jungle Gragas. Flexible is there, same as Seth here, but UDG going to go for the Corki, and I think this late game is really ensured here for this.
Yeah, at this point now, Oasis has to choose, do they want to battle with a magic poke, or do they want to battle poke with Ziggs? Do they want to go for the option of Varus Thresh, because it's very strong for that single target lock-in, again, the pick composition, or do they want the Lux that we commonly see as a good pair as well, because you just layer down the CC with the Death Sentence into the Light Biting and vice versa. So at this point, I can see a double assassin on the board, and I really like the stand coming from Oasis. Sayonara, again, has been absolutely scary, paired with Mitsura on the Lee Sin, so no setups will happen there.
Yeah, and I do love the bans as well for UDG, because the AP is lacking also on the side of Oasis. They're going to take off the brand, take out the Ziggs as well. So probably can go for As you have said, Miss Riku, a Lux for that additional burst damage as well in the backlines. You do have the setup with the Fresh. You do have, of course, the frontliner for the Darius. AP is really missing. And for the side of Oasis Gaming, UDG though, I'm just about to say, of course, Kha'Zix can be one. And I think this is somehow a similar composition, to be honest, Miss Riku,
Cool.
with both teams. And again, the Yash from Demon Kite. No, actually, it was UDG using the Ash before. And now Oasis Gaming somehow showing a taste of your own medicine. Here we go.
This is very, very exciting. We really thought that they could put them into that AP jungle, or rather AP pick, rather.
Mm-hmm. Miss Riku, are you there?
Yes, I'm back.
Oh, yeah.
Hello. Yes. Well, this is like full AD party for the side of Oasis here. They're going full commit on their side, and this is a different iteration. So we talked about the double assassins. So there's a lot of pick potential in the form of the crystal arrow, the global ult that will enable picks from the side lane. So I can imagine a potential 1-3-1 setup, and then the arrow is just going to find its mark. You stun them from across the map, and then either Edaf or Renzi will finish off the kill. We've seen this before. And you have a lot of utility with the hawk shot, so you have vision for your assassins to be deep in the jungle or find their targets. This is not the same setup with a Galio plus an assassin like a Kha'Zix or Rengar, but the idea is there. You're able to make cross-map plays as long as you're able to hit the mark. So this is Oasis building a very strong pick composition with this double assassin on the board.
But this is also a great pick for the Janna. You know that it is going to be Oasis Gaming going to go for the initiation, but with this Monsoon, now they do have the disengage. The explosive cast as well is a great help here. And I think this is whoever will initiate first could have the advantage for the pick off. But on the other side, UDG, I think they know how to counter this kind of team comp coming in from Oasis.
Yeah, this is a double disengage composition from UDG.
Exactly.
So they have a lot of options. Explosive Cask, Orthros with the Monsoon. And this is a tool. These are tools that can turtle the game, that can, that can stop the aggression coming from Oasis, and then they can sort of counterattack, respond with the pokes as well. So I really like this from UDG. The fact that they also have a tanky frontliner. So this enables the front to back that we keep talking about. This was the theme the entire day, right? The theme of the entire day was double assassins, pick compositions versus consistent damage, 80 carries at the bottom portion of the map. But with the addition of the Ashe, the same thing can be said now. It's a little mix of both. With the Ashe in the equation, they have consistent 80 damage. Well, they have a lot of 80 damage on for this one. But a consistent 80 range damage, rather, into a pick composition. So this is something refreshing on Oasis side.
Oh, I think we are seeing some activity here in the middle lane. Well, Renzi on the Rengar. I think right now on the bot though. This is a heavy aggression between these two. Dragon should go back away. So many summoner spells has been expanded here for the side of Oasis Gaming. A big advantage for UDG.
Yeah, big advantage. They still have their flash. So that means the opportunity for Renzi to possibly take advantage of an over-aggression from UDG, knowing the fact that they don't have any summoner spells left for Oasis, is going to be denied.
And look at Sayonara. He knows this one, that they do have the upper hand here on the bot side. Anytime soon, he'll just go in for the kill. And meanwhile, we talk about the front-to-back composition for the side of UDG here. Will we be able to see Oasis Gaming go for that split push strategy? But so far, we have seen brawls. 5v5 team fight. We haven't seen effective split push despite a 2 assassin comp. Will Oasis Gaming be able to go for this route?
Yeah, it could be the potential. What we've seen constantly being the issue, especially during Elder Drake fights, especially during Baron fights, is that if you do not get a pick, like as Oasis's comp before a big objective spawns, you're gonna have a difficult time winning the 5v5s because UDG is better equipped for that scenario.
So far, Isilla is here. Great matchup here. I'm looking forward for Dawn as well. Sets here. Did a great performance last week. I think he found his niche already on this champion here. Sayonara as well as Renzi. And hold a thought. Will this be another Nemesis duel we're about to see later on, Riku?
Yeah, it's the rivalry
Oh,
with
yeah.
the Kazakhs, the Bug, and the Cat. There's -1 Cat already on the Rift without Yumi, but it is still a very unusual rivalry. Well, I guess it's not unusual in real life because I think cats actually hunt for cockroaches. Yeah, I think. I should know this. I have a cat. I have many cats. I should know this. Yes. The answer is yes.
Yes.
30 seconds on the clock, though, for
Yeah.
the next objective to spawn. So we talked about Oasis needing to have a pick first before having a
Yes.
comfortable scenario to contest these objectives. There's also the option of trading objectives, being able to get the Rift Herald first, opening up topside, which means you open opportunities for deep vision on the top quadrant of the jungle and possibly getting more picks here and there, and that is most likely the game plan as we see Dragon already rotating towards the Rift Herald.
Yeah, this is going to be Oasis Gaming top priority right now. Rift Herald to open up lane pressure as well against UDG. That's going to be their advantage in going to go for the pick off. And yep, handshake it is. UDG go for the DR. And with this late game victory condition as well being set in Lara 1's core key, I think the decision from both teams is understandable.
Yeah, I really like this from Oasis, playing it safe. You do not have to force that 5v5 since you're not equipped. You have to get a pick first before anything else. So this is the right play. They're going to get First Blood Tower, means extra gold for themselves, but that also means they have the chance to see if they can basically get picks off of the jungler, which is Sayonara and Dawn as well at the top quadrant of the map.
No, what Riku just realized, of course, both teams are very aggressive, but here in the 5-minute mark, no kills yet. And I really did expect a big bam boom by the start of this series, but both teams really know how to work across, of course, their team compositions here. But with regards to 5v5, CCs are there. I think Dawn will be the key here to initiate the team fight. However, Demon Kite is there for the Crystal Arrow, as we mentioned a while ago, can also possibly be the initiator as well on that Ashe. But here we go. Since they have picked off the turret, I think Oasis Gaming are trying to go for that opportunity across the Wildrift.
Yeah, there's not exactly a gankable lane for both of these junglers. Topside are just too tanky. You've got Mitsura is also tanky as well. And then Zed is just extremely slippery. The only vulnerable lane that I can see is bot lane because Demon Kite is on a very low mobile champion such as the Ashe. But there's also that Lantern to save you, or Thrust also with a good disengage, Valkyrie for Larawan. So looking at it on a top view of the map, it's really difficult to gank a certain lane. So in these moments where there are no objectives is the window where both of these teams can find picks. But again, who is well equipped to find these picks? It is Oasis.
It is Oasis indeed, but so far the run of the show here going in favor for UDG because they want to take it slow. They want to have that scaling capability for Lara 1 in the later stages of the game. Without pickoffs here, without proper opportunities for Oasis Gaming, I think they are also closing that window as well to win this game. But we have to respect as well the damage of these two assassins. And we know how capable this team comp is when it comes to split push and burst damage.
Yeah, that is... Both of these junglers also have a similar mission, right? Renzi and Sayonara.
Yeah.
Sayonara has to find this mark on towards Demon Kite because, again, consistent damage dealer at the back line. And for Renzi and Edap, actually, they have to find their mark on Larawan, which is, double assassins versus one assassin. It can be doable, but at the same time, there's just two disengaged champions on the side of UDG, so it will prove to be a challenge for them.
Oh, in the mid though, Oasis Gaming, here we go, creating opportunities themselves, but still cannot do so. UDG is quick to their feet as well, defending this mid lane. Very crucial here for the positioning and the lane pressure as well. So as you mentioned, Ms. Rika, it's really difficult to find the window for those pickoffs.
Yeah, there's not exactly a vulnerable lane. I mean, you do have Mitsura or Dawn that's most likely gonna push the side lanes and clear that wave, and that is a very brief window where the arrow can fly across the map and see if they can get a pick, follow up, follow it up with a lot of burst damage from Edaf and Renzi, and that's how I can absolutely see how they can execute this pick composition, especially before objectives. We talked about this before. 30 seconds on the clock, they have to get a pick, make it a 4v5, and then get the objective.
That thrust
Arrow?
is ready for
That
Oasis. There you go.
Oh,
And that sentence. Oh, Lara wants to manage to go back away with that Valkyrie. Oh my, that is a nail-biting scenario there for the side of UDG. Almost, but they are still going to have their next target. Oh, Mitsura will fall. The first blood, 8-minute mark, and they have transitioned for the turret as well on the bot side.
Beautifully done. Props to Larawan though. Like, whoa, he Valkyrie to save his support there, Orthros, but now this is the 45.
That's been used. Dawn is here at front line. Sayonara joining in,
Oh,
jumping as well, and that is going to be indeed a steal. And Orthros and backline's great. Sustain being given here for UDG. Larawan's positioning is just insane as well. A double for this Corki, and all this rest, the rest rather of Oasis Gaming are low on life. Demon Kite managed to go back away as well.
Oh my. I mean, Larawan still had a lot of space. Oasis was just basically getting poked inside the Dragon Pit. So even though it was a 4v5 situation, that's what they wanted, it's still a little bit risky knowing the fact that Larawan is still happy and healthy during that entire encounter.
Props as well to Orthros. They're providing the sustainability on the team fight. Now the next target, it is going to be the Rift Herald here. Mitsura already in the mid, providing this lane pressure. No more tarts being opened already against Oasis Gaming. UDG has the great advantage at this moment in time.
Yeah, the window again, get a pick. If they don't get a pick, then it's gonna be hard. Oh my.
Exactly, and look at this one. UDG dictating the tempo with explosive cast and a follow-up by Dawn there. With that Haymaker almost taking as well Dragon in the process. Oasis Gaming being pushed so hard. UDG controlling the tempo.
Really nicely done by UDG, unfazed at all by Oasis's attempts on some of the players' lives on the UDG side, and they're getting that Rift Herald to open up more off of the map, most likely towards top side to even out the map score, as their top lane has already been taken. And we're seeing a lot of Zonia's hourglasses being picked up just to protect themselves from the burst damage, from the aggressive attacks from the double assassins, and as well as to dodge the arrow. If you see it, I mean, the arrow has been buffed a little bit faster, or rather easier to control, but you know, you can react by pressing that button, and then boom, you're safe from that stun.
Yeah, and without the pick-offs that you have mentioned, of course, for the side of Oasis Gaming this week, is somehow this game is getting away against the side of Oasis Gaming. UDG, with their great positioning on those major objective takedowns, finding it hard for Oasis and how to go for the front-to-back team fight here in this game.
Yeah, it's a little bit difficult because Oasis isn't exactly purely built for that. It's a half and half kind of thing. Like, it's half pick composition and it's half, we have the Ashe, we have consistent damage, but we're not really sure if Dragon and Asila is going to be enough to peel for the rest of the squad. This could be a potential dive though, set up. Yeah. Arrow flying!
Oh, arrow, bam! Hits the spot, here comes a reinforcement and a follow-up kill. Now, UDG trying to go for this
Lantern.
Revenge. Oh, look at this one, Lantern! Oh, what a save! And now the play for the follow-up. Mitsura popping the Zonias. And look at Ida going to go for the first. UDG looking for some more. Isila tanking, absorbing all the damage, managed to pull through as well. Sayonara and Lara1 cannot do anything about it.
Fast decision making from Oasis. They looked at mid lane. Okay, this lane is not available for a tower dive. Top lane though, we have information. We see Orthros. That was, again, the power of the hawk shot plus the crystal arrow to set up across map plays, well, across the map as we've seen here. This is the combo that we talked about during the draft phase, right? This is a lot of burst damage. You've got the death sentence to follow up the enchanted arrow with the cross map stun. Really nice lantern, by the way, by Dragon, saving everybody. Well, not saving everybody, just saving one person. And we, you know, I thought Demon Kite wasn't gonna escape here, but Demon Kite still had flash. Isila came to the rescue to be that new kill and was able to get one reset down.
Boom.
We're seeing some action here. Yep, that is a big bam boom. Will, of course, UDG going to push it through? Guess not. Disengage for now, but the Dragon is up in the pit. Oasis Gaming secures the area, and I do believe they do have the advantage when it comes to positioning here.
Yeah, they do at the moment, but they have to be careful with the pokes coming from Larawan here. They are taking the Dragon very, very fast. They got it.
Now they go back away, but the box into use. Here comes the attack, UDG! So much damage! They caught off guard. It is going to be another kill for Larawan, a triple for the Corki. Again, a free hit from this player.
This is absolutely scary, because all of the kills, it's still not over. Eduf is gonna fall down, though. I don't see... I don't see the possibility of escape there. But yeah, 501 Corki. Even though Oasis is having the picks, it was just that one time. Now Baron being started.
Dragon is here. Oh, I don't know.
Teleport?
Hail American test. Let us see. But it is going to be indeed the side of UDG going to secure this Baron. Great advantage this moment in time.
That was a very fast Baron there. Larawan again ahead of the game. So Oasis has to double down on the mission of killing Larawan for that win condition. They have to pick off Larawan, or else, even if you kill Arthros, there is still that. You've got two peelers. You've got Dawn providing a lot of space. You got Mitsura with the explosive cask. So now the question is, because at this point in time, Larawan knows that he cannot be alone at any point in the game, starting from now, because towers are basically broken. Their jungle can potentially be in danger. So at this point, Larawan is just going to be with his two bodyguards, Mitsura and Orthros, all the time. Even Dawn in this case right now.
And I think their strategy right now is to stick together. And there you go. Nemesis Duel has
Dodge.
been triggered, but that is good apprehend for Isilla. And oh, look at that one.
My
Great
word.
counterattack. And UDG, simple as that, going to go for the counterattack. Sayonara joining in the fray as well. And Oasis Gaming backs away. No answers, out of position. Demon Kite will fall as well. UDG, they're just different levels.
Yeah, they're on the next level as UDG now. They want the base. That's 30 seconds on the clock without Demon Kite.
Oh, I think this is going to be potential. GG push indeed. Oh, Dragon trying to hold. And that is going to be Stasis big pop up everywhere. A godlife for Larawan. I think this is it, Riku. Game 1. UDG showing dominance against Oasis Game.
And the trend still continues today with the consistent front-to-back carry composition with now versus the pick composition with a little sprinkle of Ash, I suppose. UDG played this really well, really patiently. They're unfazed by the picks, the attempted picks rather, that Oasis tried time and time again. They had the one beautiful pick from across the map with the arrow, but again, it wasn't exactly, it was one of those things where it's available, but the timing was still objective, has spawned, it's still a 5v5. Of course, Team Underground will be well equipped for that scenario, and really props to them, and really strong team overall.
And I think if they manage to execute it in the early stages of the game, Riku, I do believe they can have more pick-up plays, because in the mid, we have seen that one on the top side, but the burst is not yet enough. Still, it is going to be survivability with Orthros on the Janna, providing those heals, providing additional sustain. It's very difficult for those two assassins to pick off, even though with the great initiation of the Crystal Arrow. I think the side here of Oasis Gaming falls short, and we have seen very much of a science game in the early stages of the game. And with the two assassins comp, you do have the advantage for this pick-up place, but no opportunity has been given for Oasis.
Yeah, it was. I feel like it was necessary for Oasis to open up mid lane early for them to take control of the deeper ends of the jungle of UDG, but because that did not happen, it's really difficult when you're up against an insane wave clear champion like the Corki. At that point, you kind of just take what's
what's open? Okay, Orthos is backing away. Let's just take that. This is the primary example of that. I love the execution of this coming from Oasis. It looked really, really clean. You basically got Ed off a lot of kills already. He was on a killing spree. Good Lantern save coming from Dragon, but it still doesn't change the fact that you will have a hard time in 5v5 scenarios during objective contests, and I felt like that's where Oasis really struggled, even though the execution was really pretty for a few of the moments pre 10 minutes.
And with Lara 1 in the picture, all hell is loose. Look at him. Just go in and just having that free hit of his life here. Just eliminating all the players here from the side of Oasis Gaming. No answers. With the Monsoon coming in from Arthur, shoving away those heavy aggressors as well. Oasis Gaming find it very, very difficult to have those pickoffs. And so far, the consequence is just way greater against Oasis Gaming here. And UDG, man, they're just very dominating in this match.
Really consistent, again, unfazed with again what Oasis was trying to do, and no surprises here. Larawan had early triple kills in the game, and he was legendary at the end of it. So, just a very consistent performance coming from Larawan.
Now, the big question, of course, Riku will be able to see another pick of comp here, because so far it is going to be a 5v5 team composition. He has really the upper hand here, going to go for the slow pace and having this hyper carry go online. And we haven't seen, of course, the split pushes as well for the side of Oasis Gaming. Yes, they did secure this mid first in the early stage of the game to go for that roaming potential, but then again, it's not enough. So, man, 5v5 next game. Let's go.
That has been the trend so far. I like how at the beginning of the match we were talking about, 3.0B, electrocute buffs. Yes, it will enable the AD bot laners better. And now the trend has been AD carry bot lane, AD carry scaling bot lane. I love it. I love it very much.
And here we go, guys. That is still the game one of our last series here between UDG and Oasis Gaming. Will we be able to see a new trend here in the game two? That is going to be the big question, but we are going to go for a few minutes break. Don't go away. Dada here together with Miss Riku. We will be right back.
Stop and refocus. Get a clearer perspective. See things from different angles. Power up and set your eyes on the prize. It's time to step up and rise to the challenge with the Redmi Note 11.
Welcome back, everyone, to the WCS second week and the last series here between UDG and Oasis Gaming. Now, UDG still undefeated. Will this be the first game we were to see that Oasis Gaming take that undefeated streak? My name is Deadeye. Together with me is Miss Riku. Match point game in our last series, Miss Riku.
You know what I want to see? I want to see. Well, I don't want to see pick comps versus 5v5 comps. I want to see 5v5 comps versus 5v5 comps. We haven't exactly seen that today, and I feel like games could be much closer if, well, this is just me like theorizing. During Elder Drake fights, right? Like 5v5, like yeah, maybe just I want to see that. I want to see that. But for the pick comp position of Oasis, I really liked it because everything meshes well together. It's just that Underground felt like they saw everything coming from a mile away, so they were always ready. And the fact that they would always get the support like Orthros. And do not forget about Larawan's heroic play of Valkyrieing forward so the kill does not continue onto Orthros. Like, you sacrifice your life, or almost sacrifice your life, as the AD carry, one of the sole consistent damage dealers on your team before an objective to save your support. I think that's really, really cool. And I don't know, maybe we'll get to see something different coming from Oasis this time around.
I fully agree with you. I really want that 5v5 heavy team fight brawl here in the second game. And this what makes UDG a strong team as well, is the synergy between these two. You have mentioned, of course, trying to save the teammate here. They trust one another, and we can see that on that game one. Their execution is very, very good. And you know, the synergy between Lara One and as well as Orthros is top notch. Even in community events way back, this two really dominates the bot lane here. And now it shows how capable these two are, and of course the rest of the team as a whole for the side of UDG. Now Oasis Gaming give us a great match here the second game. 5v5 team comp against the side here of UDG. Let's go.
Yeah, because when we look at the previous match, it was still incredibly close until it wasn't, where you could see that Oasis couldn't really get their win conditions on the board. Again, getting a pick before objectives so that they can stack up the dragon, so that they can deny or even get the Elder Dragon for themselves, getting the assassins ahead, and keep rinse and repeating. Because when we look at Team Underground's matches before, they were also doing the pick comp. They were doing the Yuumi Rengar. They were roaming around the map deep into the jungle and then finding whoever was isolated on the opposition. And the key was definitely that sort of strategy will really, really help, will be assisted if the mid lane tower is gone, because you have a lot of space to plant these deep vision. But that didn't exactly happen rather for the side of Oasis with their team pick composition.
And you know what? We have seen a similar, of course, playstyle as well with that Ashe on the side of UDG. I think this is also that UDG having the experience already on how to counter this kind of team comp. And comparing their gameplay on the Ashe for the side of UDG, they just control the early game there. And we can really tell that the Ashe was the hyper carry. But so far for the side of Oasis Gaming, it somehow became a utility champion for their side. So you can really not see any scaling champion on their side. It is mostly the assassin doing the job. And let us see here is Riku in the game 2. Changes are about to witness, especially here for the side of Oasis Game.
Yeah, Oasis now on the red side, UDG now on the blue side. So we'll see if the Yuumi is going to be unleashed, but I don't think Oasis wants to take that risk, considering how Yuumi was just absolutely scary in the hands of Orthros. So not going to be surprised if that's going to be banned again. Maybe they do open up the Morgana this time around to counter out certain picks like the Thresh if they're not going to ban it here.
Man, there you go, 100%. Is this 100% Yuumi ban all throughout the day 1 over week 2? I do believe so.
Yes. Yeah.
With the additional buffs.
Yeah, it's definitely because of the buffs. They do not want to take the chance. I mean, everything was pretty much buffed. The laning phase was already buffed. I mean, Yuumi was already a huge problem in the WCS PH last week, so they do not want to unleash that. So UDG, taking out a lot of like flex and strong picks in the current meta at the moment. So we'll see what the plan is, because now Lulu is banned. What other enchanters could be open? Janna has been used by Orthros. Don't forget, Orthros plays a really mean Lux as well back in the summer season of the Icon series. And well, there's also the Nami that we've seen being played by Rox today. So there's a lot of options for Orthros. So, but I want to touch upon how Dragon really shines on tanky engaged supports, like the Galio, like the Rakan. So hopefully we get to see that here.
Or Alistar maybe. So man, the Olaf has been banned here. So far we are not seeing now the the funneling strategy between our teams across here in the day 1 of our week 2, because on last week that was the trend. Lulu Jax, Yumi Rengar, or Kha'Zix here putting online on the jungle roles. But this time around, UDG, that is Orthros Galio, and we have seen him very aggressive as well. And Oasis Gaming instantly going to go for this Darius.
Yeah, this is a very safe, tanky pick for Escilla. Does not reveal, it doesn't exactly reveal too much. I also like this Morgana pick. It scares off the potential Varus that may come up on Larawan, because we've seen the Olaf ban. They might actually pick up the Varus if ever they see it's feasible, it's safe. The Galio can still be used by Mitsura. He was on utility earlier as that Graga. So right now, 2 tanky frontliners. Where is the setup? Who are you? Are we going to be seeing a Diana? Are we going to be seeing a Jarvan 4 in the jungle to set up for that easy Hero's entrance rather for the team fight?
Wait, Camille is open. Camille is open. Miss Riku possibly can go for the champion, but instead UDG. Oh, I think this is a statement here. Let us do a better Ashe gameplay here.
Yeah, that's a heavy statement and a heavy emphasis on globals. And look at that. This is what we've been waiting for. Not exactly like hyper scaling, like maybe a Kaisa Vayne matchup. Not exactly on paper, but finally we get to see a potential 5v5 team composition forming for both of these squads. Now what's lacking is the jungle for Sayonara. Lee Sin is still open for the taking for, again, being able to set up the pressure early game. Gragas is still open as well if they want to double down and have that AP damage dealer on their side, and just create a balanced team composition. You have disengage and you have engage. My only concern is that who's going to set up for this hero's entrance for possibly Orthros or Mitsura.
Yeah, exactly. I think the Jarvan Forgers mentioned, of course, Riku or the Camille. Let us see the Camille here.
The Venn diagram combo. Where is it?
Yeah, they don't.
Where is it?
I think they're going to ban here UDG. They're going to ban the Camille here because you don't want, of course, Oasis Gaming having this one, or possibly UDG will grab the Camille instead. Camille Galio, one of the classic combo in, of course, the LoL universe. And Oasis Gaming, though, I am really curious if they want an enchanter here for the bot side, because they do have, of course, the hyper-scaling Vayne right now. Just create a safety net for the space, rather, in order for the Vayne to have the proper organization during the later stages of the game. Could be a Nami or a Janna again. Possibly.
It could be.
Janna is good.
No, of course.
No way.
Of course, we've seen the Nunu Vayne earlier. Of course. It still could possibly be a Morgana on Dragon's side or towards Edda. There's still that big possibility. But yes, they need another tanky frontliner, because definitely Escilla on this Darius is not going to be enough. Even the protection of the Black Shield is not going to be enough coming from either Dragon or Edda, and this is going to be the finish. This is a half and half thing. Like they have AP, they've got consistent AD, they also have Assassin. So this composition has a little bit of everything. They have the safety net of the scaling coming from the Ziggs. They've got a huge amount of wave clear. But they also have the spooky ghost composition that we've seen back at the Horizon Cup, where you pair the Galio with a Kha'Zix and then just hunt for targets. Especially if once you reach level 5, you use Sayonara deep into the jungle, find your enemy jungler, and see if you can get the hero's entrance, activate a 2v1 scenario. That's a no-no. It's gonna be pretty tanky to kill.
You know what, Riku? I think this translates for the pick of Steel for the side of UDG. I mean, yeah, you have seen the invisible heroic entrance, and you have the global ults from the Ash as well as the Ziggs. I think this is an instant pick off here, but Oasis Gaming, a 5v5 team heavy compositions there. You have this absolute zero follow up here with a Moonfall. It's devastating. You have Initiator as well on front line. That is going to be the Darius. Still, I think this is going to be the same trend we are seeing here, Miss Riku. But the most surprising is, why not Camille, man? The Camille first time not being banned. But oh well.
It's because if they pick the Camille on the side of Oasis, then there's not a lot of setup for Demon Kite for that, front to back 5v5. But on the side of UDG, if they pick up the Camille, then it's going to be negated by the Black Shield. So I really like both of these teams are like, okay, we're going to do our own thing. We're going to do this and leave the Camille open, even though we haven't seen Camille open after a long while, maybe the entire day actually. But this is going to be very exciting because again, it's actually a poke composition versus an Oasis, or rather a 5v5 front to back, with UDG having the potential of getting picks here and there with the Crystal Arrow from across the map. So there's two global ults on the board on this in the form of the Ash Arrow and of course the Hero's Entrance, and this could enable Sayonara to burst a target down. Don't forget the spooky Ghost Comp from Horizon Cup with a 2v1 scenario. And if the damage is lacking, which I highly doubt, then you put in the Mega Inferno Bomb as well for good measure.
And here we go, the match point game we've been waiting for, Ms. Riku. UDG versus Oasis here in the game 2. And I think this is still a very powerful team comp for UDG. And this Ash, I think, is not a better scaling compared to a Vayne here, but still great utility coming in from this champion as well. This is your DPS rather champion here, and I'm really excited for that spooky ghost combo you've mentioned, Ms. Riku. I haven't seen that one yet, but so far this could be, of course, very enabled here with Orthros on the Galleon, and we know how aggressive this player can be on the supporting role.
Exactly, and with the help of the Hawkshot for additional utility, additional vision, topside's gonna be fine. It is a very tanky topside, I suppose. Asila burned a flash, so UDG can visit the second time and see if they can finish off Asila next time.
The only thing I'm concerned for the side of UDG, especially during prolonged team fight, they don't have that maximum damage. But hold, I thought this is gonna be Sayonara. Try to go for a split push, rather pick of play, and nope, that's being negated as I have mentioned a while ago. Of course, I think the most I'm concerned about UDG here. They don't have that proper DPS, to be honest. Yes, they do have the burst, insane burst here, but when it comes to prolonged team fights, the Oasis Gaming here has the upper hand.
Yeah, they do have a lot of poke on the side of Larawan and Mitsura, and at the end of, at the later stages of the game, it's the damage output of Mitsura's bombs versus the consistent damage that Demon Kite is gonna unleash on the Rift. So at this point, it's absolutely scary for at the later stages of the game, because Demon Kite on paper is gonna have unlimited tumble and is able to dodge out key ults. Not only key ults, but as well as the bouncing bombs coming from Mitsura. But at this point, we'll have to see, because for UDG, I think they have a significant amount of damage on their side with a lot of poke. So Oasis, what is going to be their backline access? Because this is, again, a very front to back. How was EDF set up for this? How do they reach Larawan and Mitsura? Because if not, they're just going to get a lot of poke, and their composition doesn't have disengage, and they're going to be stuck there once they go all in.
That's true, Ms. Riku. Unlike here on the side of UDG, Sayonara is there for the flanking maneuvers, but I think this will translate into Demon Kite's tumble to the backlines. And let us see if that's going to be effective, especially during the early stage of game. The itemization is pretty much a big factor for that execution. But under 20 seconds, objective will spawn in the Rift. I'm really curious which team will prioritize which.
Oasis is definitely going to prioritize the Mountain Drake. They need the shield up against a heavy poke comp against Mitsura and Larawan. So I would really emphasize that they would really like this Mountain Drake. For UDG, on the other hand, they want to deny that away from Oasis, but reset-wise, UDG came already resetted first, so they're gonna be first dibs. We'll see if Oasis is able to get a pick. Dragon!
Oh, the damage there. Almost could take off, but response for Oasis.
Hero's
Oh, that
entrance.
is going to be a late Hero's entrance as well. Orfrost caught here, out of position. Trying to go for it. It's still pulled out
no
to
junglers.
spike. Damage is there. On the back lines, Mitsura, Lara, one free hit. The Dragon low in life 500 will be taken though for Demon Kite. Still, it is going to be a win for Oasis.
What a bait coming from Dragon there. I mean, I totally understand. You get that that damage, that isolation damage. That's why Dragon was just really, really hurt. But at the same time, Sayonara couldn't finish off Dragon in time, and the rest of the squad coming from Oasis arrive, and they do get the Dragon. We could see part 2 of this fight because everybody pretty much already resetted, and Rift Herald is still available.
No ultimates there for Dragon, as well as Ranzi, but will they be able to secure that one here in the Rift Herald? I think so. But now, UDG having this positioning advantage. Oh, such a charge! And look at Orfrost with a follow-up to the taunt here. Demon Cut will be forced to use his flash to go back away. Ranzi with a snowball. He's left alone though. He needs to be very careful. And the rest of UDG preparing to go for this contest. 3 versus 2 situation here in the Rift Herald. Well, the rest of the Oasis Gaming is here right now. Oh, the arrow missed its spot. But then again, Oasis Gaming suffering major damage. Oh,
Demon Kite gone
to the back lines. But still, it is going to be isolated for the side of EW. Demon Kite. A Mega Portal Bomb hits its spot. Another damage. UDG turning the team fight around.
We talked about this before. If you can't reach Mitsura and Larawan, you're going to be in a very scary and tight spot. And this is the reward UDG has attained. They're going to get this Rift Herald for themselves, open up the map, possibly mid. We talked about this before during the draft. It enables deep vision to equate to the possible Spooky Ghost, where Sayonara is going to be scouting deep into the jungle of Oasis and then enable a 2v1. Larawan's going to follow with the Enchanted Arrow, and then possibly the bombs coming in as well from Mitsura.
So many follow-ups there, Riku, for the side of UDG. And this is the challenge as well for the side of Oasis. We have seen that one on the Rift Herald skirmish there. It's very difficult for them to go back, target the backlines rather for the side of UDG. Demon Kite without the proper itemizations still in this early game. It's difficult to go for the pickoff on against the side of Mitsura and Lara 1. Now with this Rift Herald in favor for the side of UDG, they can now dictate the tempo in the early stages of the game.
Yeah, the pressure is gonna fall. That's condemned. Well,
oh, wow, great follow-up. Look at this one. Easy pickoff. Oasis Gaming managed to have that opportunity against Mitsura. And Don is here, though. 1v1 against EDAF. And back away. I think this is going to be a safe play here for EDAF.
quite unfortunate for Mitsura, but good news, there's no key objectives off of the map. But that means a kill onto Edaf, a kill onto Demon Kite means you basically these picks are going to propel further and further and faster towards the later stages of the game, where the Vayne is going to be absolutely scary, going to be kiting you like crazy, but still they have to worry about the scaling Mitsura. I feel like the pressure is going to fall primarily towards Esila to assemble the flank, because Mitsura and Larawan are very vulnerable. They're very not so mobile champions. Well, yes, you do have the satchel, but at the same time, you're incredibly squishy. No!
Oh, the Dark Binding hits! And this is gonna be Lara 1 flashes out, but still being chased here by Demon Kite. Or Frost with a taunt, but still cannot go for Demon Kite to the back lines. And there comes Ranzi, trunking all the damage, going to spearhead the skirmish and taking down Lara 1 and Orfrost there in the skirmish.
Beautiful binding by Dragon and nice follow-up by Oasis. UDG, really hungry to siege. I mean, I get it. You have the Ziggs. You're able to take towers down, but Orthros is not around for this objective.
And Oasis Gaming, will they go for this Infernal Dragon? Sayonara is here, Mitsura as well. Respecting, of course, the power of each other here. We are going to see some reset here.
Gonna be the reset. Oasis reset it early. Actually, no, they're gonna stay. They're gonna poke. They have the Ziggs. They can poke out Oasis's HP bars and force them out, force them to retreat, and then take control.
UDG right
Except
now.
Mitsura doesn't have mana.
Oh, yeah.
He has to go home.
Oh, this is going to be a perfect window here for the side of Oasis actually to take this Infernal Dragon. And yes, they will. And they have the advantage indeed. That recall, and they know that it is going to be Mitsura going back away. Oh, fortunately, no, it is going to be another reset here in the Infernal Dragon.
Yeah, Mitsura's back. He waddled his way back to the Dragon Pit, so Oasis doesn't want to take too much risk, so they're playing more safely here.
But still, here we go. Round 3 here in Infernal Dragon. And look at this one.
Arrow.
Oh, the arrow hits.
The
And the steal from Sayonara. And now Hero's entrance for the follow-up is Zilla. Down here, look at the slows for Lara 1 as well. Sayonara with a pick-up follow-up. And the rest of Oasis Gaming backs away. What a great steal. What a play for UDG.
Really nicely done by UDG. They know that they have the positional advantage because they can poke from the Dragon Pit and just go in with a Hero's entrance and then basically taunt everybody else who is inside that pit. So good, really nice execution from UDG. There's still another objective for the Taken, and Oasis might be the first one there.
Wow, the power of UDG's composition. They are just waiting the back lines there, back on the walls. And just like that, a single arrow. The leap coming in from Sayonara, single steal, and the follow-up for UDG is just insane here. Oasis Gaming, again, one of their strength is during the later stages of the game. The arrow, though, for the pickoff did not hit this moment in time around, but they are now convergence here in the referral.
They weren't able to get a pick, so they weren't able to get that big 4v5 or burn summoner spell or two from Edda, so they're still going to be fine. Oasis, again, very strong 5v5, but the threat of the double poke from Larawan and Mitsura can be deadly, so they still have to be careful maneuvering around choke points because that's where the Ziggs shines.
And here we go, UDG, Reef Herald for the taking. No contest whatsoever for Oasis. And this is going to be a big advantage, especially during the early game push. UDG backs out first, still here in the game. We're looking for the perfect opportunity to use the Reef Herald.
Yeah, they had no vision at the Rift Herald area, so Oasis didn't want to risk it and just initiate with Renzi. Again, how... They're setting up a death rush here. Well, no, they're setting up for this tower take, hoping that somebody will respond to this. But we get to see Demon Kite alone, and the arrow missed.
Oh my. I think this is somehow a miscommunication here for the side of Oasis Gaming. Just left here, Demon Kite in the mid. Push it through for the side of UDG. Look at the positioning here for the Oasis. They're just scattered everywhere here in the Wild Rift. And now, look at
Flank.
Now, oh, flanking maneuver indeed with the snowball on 2! Demon Kite here with a follow-up as well. Renzi is here in the front line. Or Frost trying to lay the pursuit.
Ooh, the taunt!
The taunt coming in from the Galio as well, but still the sustain and the damage for Demon Kite. Look at the purple! He makes it for the
Oh,
bang!
my
He gets the
word.
spot. That is going to be the opponent's down. It's still a go for the counter-attack. And here we go, Riku. The moment we're waiting for, the 5v5 brawl between these two.
Oh my word, that was just too close. Mitsura even wanting to flash, just take another one down. Maybe it was Demon Kite, maybe it was Renzi who was incredibly low, but at that point, it is your frontliners basically down, Dawn down, Orthros down, so Larawan and Mitsura are gonna be incredibly vulnerable at, because Oasis's composition, they're so good at chasing targets down, but they will have a little bit of difficulty reaching the backline. So as long as you remove the two necessary targets like Dawn and Orthros, you will have space. I love Renzi's flank there. He's able to head straight towards the backline. So Mitsura and Larawan were definitely not prepared for that.
Exactly, that was a surprise indeed. And what a snowball to initiate the team fight. Oh my goodness, UDG, they have to respect right now Oasis Gaming. If you cannot burst as well, especially Demon Kite here, for sure, they are going to hunt you down. And we have seen on the previous skirmish. And now under the 10 seconds here, another objective will spawn in the pit. UDG, I think they need to go for the pick off first before going for those objectives.
They have to do so. Mitsura, though, could be the next target here. He's gonna be fine. He's deep into he's already by his tower, but Dragon.
Oh, look at this one. Oh!
Wow!
What? 2 times in a row? Are you kidding me? Sayonara, ladies and gents. Oh my goodness.
They used Mitsura's bait. They basically used Mitsura's bait in the mid lane, so Oasis will like tunnel vision and see if they can get a pick, maybe get it a 4v5 before the dragon spawn. But all this time, Sayonara was working on the dragon already, and because he's a Kha'Zix, he can just leap in and out of the pit, and there you go. We've seen this this thing done before in our previous series, but at the same time, the Kha'Zix absolutely slippery.
And now the optimizations coming in from Demon Kite Riku. Now very scary. You have Solari, you have the Wits End and the PRK as well. I think this is the time for Lara want to step up in that offense optimization pickup as well. Because when it comes to the DPS department here, there surely is going to be Oasis having the advantage. And those burst damage cannot pick off instantly anymore Oasis Gaming. So this is so far a factor to be noted for. And Oasis Gaming is now very confident for a major team fight.
Arrow again.
Oh, there you
Bomb?
go. Follow up with a bomb. Indeed. Oh, the root there. Renzi again holding Sayonara on its feet. Great disengage for Oasis Gaming. Yuri G gonna go for the pickoff.
Damage wasn't there. Follow up wasn't there either. Oh.
Wow, Isilla flashes back.
Wow, they're
flashes in for
flashing.
Dawn, but look at the Dark Binding. Again, stopping the assault from the side of UDG. Here comes the reinforcement for the side of Oasis. And it is now UDG backs out.
It's almost like a horror. It's almost like watching a horror movie there. Mitsura having the satchel to escape, but the looming ball.
Oh, again Renzi with a flanking maneuver, but Force is there to save with a taunt. And look at the damage Lara 1 trying to go for the slow. Splash has been used here. And Mega Inferno Bomb, bam! Not enough damage though. No one's been picked off in that situation again. Sisu battle we're seeing here, Riku.
Yeah, I really love the back and forth from these teams. They know that they cannot afford a pick from either of their side because Baron has spawned. It's a very critical moment. The fact that Oasis, their only form of wave clear is Dragon with the Tormented Soil, and it's not even that fast. It's like a dot thing on the floor that kills the minions. And the fact that UDG has a lot of wave clear plus sieging power, they cannot afford to give Baron to UDG at all.
Man, this Crystal Arrow is just everywhere here. And look at the cooldowns coming from Lara 1. Anytime soon, another Crystal Arrow will pop up. But you know what? I do love the rotations coming in from the side of Sayonara to go for the split push. But how the thought is going to be initiation once again from the side of Renzi. But it did not hit on that snowball. Pressure at the top though. It is going to be Scylla providing lane pressure. And no one's there to defend for the side of UDG.
UDG needs to find Demon Kite, but he's slippery. He has the black shield.
Oh, Isila with the upper hand here. Follow up with the root
choke
as
point.
well. Dawn low on life. Still going to go for the device. And this is going to be offers for the follow-up as well. UDG making some plays. Turning once again the battle around. Oasis Gaming backs out. Oh, disaster for the side there, Oasis. And look at Sayonara is here. Flashes in. Trying to go for the poke. Lara 1 with the slows. What can you do? Run, baby, run. But you cannot run any longer. Lara 1 secures the kill. And a potential turret inhibitor in the mid. Falling down here against the wave.
Do they want to finish the game? They have a Ziggs. They have a lot of sieging power.
Oh my, yes. 20 seconds until the rest of Oasis Gaming will going to respond. What mistake. UDG still undefeated here to the start of the week 2.
Strong 2-0 and basically, broke the streak. I mean, it was a little bit of both, right? There's like a half I can do picks here and there, and half we're going to play front to back as long as Larawan and Mitsura are safe in the back line. Really love their composition with this Ash pick and the Ziggs and their execution and how, again, unfazed they are. Demon Kite from the side of Oasis was starting to ramp up, but never reached that point of where the Vayne is going to be an absolute monster. That fight toward that last fight near the Baron is so good when you have a Ziggs. So many choke points, so many funnel. You can just basically funnel all your bombs into this one close space, and Oasis are just gonna gasp for air and then just get a lot of damage from the bombs, basically.
You know, the spams as well for the global ultimates coming in from the side of UDG is there. We have seen Oasis Gaming this Riku that they're making plays as well. Flanking maneuvers coming from Renzi. We have to commend that, and almost taking the game against the side of UDG as well. Prior to that win on the side of UDG, it was Oasis Gaming initiated a team fight there. Unfortunately, they've been outplayed there in that situation this week.
Yeah, it was them wanting to bait out, wanting to find a pick with the Morgana pick. I mean, they have a lot of damage already from the Diana and as well as the Vayne, so totally understand the thought process of wanting to see if they can get a pick into a Baron. They badly needed Baron to take down towers as well. The fact that their composition isn't exactly built to try and siege towers, Vayne is pretty much short range. Dragon will supply the wave clear, but again, beautiful execution from UDG. I want to see that replay, that part again, which we will see most likely on the highlights, where Mitsura was pretty much safe and sound. Basically, flanking Ziggs. I think that was the case.
And we have to give credit for Don on that Garen as well. He was the one being picked off there, but still managed to survive, managed to have that execution as well as Dimage and Justice. And Oasis Gaming, I think they also have the shocked feeling there that they haven't picked off anyone there against the side of UDG. That was the moment, that was the opportunity that UDG grabs to have that win. And this is just an insane game 2 we've seen so far. CISO battles, but still UDG is having this win against Oasis.
Yeah, we had a couple of highlights from Oasis as well with the flanking Nunu from Renzi to set up this team fight. But again, you do not eliminate Mitsura or Larawan.
Exactly.
They're just gonna kite you, because even though Oasis has a lot of chase potential, the slows coming from Larawan will pose a challenge to reach them. This is the fight I'm talking about. Look at Mitsura. He's free hitting. Larawan is free hitting, and it's just so perfect. Don did an amazing job finding his mark on Demon Kite, and all the moment that Demon Kite basically perished, then that's UDG saying, yes, we won. This is it. We can go. We can keep going. We already set up the mid lane tower, the second tier down. We just keep pushing because we're made to also siege. We have a lot of wave clear. We can finish with a lot of big death snipers on the board.
Sheesh. Press F for respect for Dawn there in the last skirmish. And man, Sayonara still showing up, Miss Riku. He was, of course, auto-lose MVP of the first week. And it shows, man. It shows how consistent as well this player on the jungle role.
Yeah, he's... I love the juggle where he's going in, not dead. The bug is not squashed yet. He's going out and going back in. And I love the juggle that Sayonara is doing between these skirmishes and these team fights. And the objective control, the way that they maneuver and they use Mitsura as like the bait. Okay, go make yourself vulnerable in the mid lane so they'll focus on you while I take this dragon. There's still a lot of objective take coming from Sayonara, so props to him.
Oh my. UDG still showing that they are indeed the top dogs in the league, Miss Riku. Still undefeated despite whatever composition their opponents will give at him. They still manage to have the lead and win the game. And ladies and gentlemen, that was the last series, and still UDG takes the lead 2-0, of course, winning the series against the side of Oasis Gaming. And hopefully you guys did enjoy this day one action of Wildrift. Of course, we are going to throw this into the panel, but before we do, we are going to take a short minute break. So this is Deadeye and Riku. See you in a bit.
found my lucky star. Found my lucky star. Found my lucky star. Right here in the shadows, follow me. Forget all your troubles and trust me. We'll do it together in harmony. Let it go and set your mind free. You lit me up as the sun went down. Now my search is over, over, over. Wherever it takes me, my world will be complete. 'Cause I've been going crazy, but now I've landed on my feet. That's how I found my lucky star. Found my lucky star. Found my lucky star. Right here in the shadows. Right here in the shadows. Running wild out of my mind. Hold my breath, 'cause I'm ready to make a move. Got nothing to lose. Watch me shake up the ground. Have you seen a phoenix rise?
Welcome back to the WCS PH, where Team Underground continues the win streak and defeats Oasis Gaming 2-0. Before we proceed with anything, by the way, I believe somebody has to suffer the panel consequences, and because it is a fun one, we're going to get started right into it. Before we jump into our series highlights, so Osiris, I think you have your marker or your pencil pen over there. I think
Is that permanent?
I'm not sure. I just got it somewhere. Don't worry. We got weekends, so I have time to scrub my face.
I can show you how to remove it later, but yeah, I'm gonna start.
I can use the Pogi, but they're not sponsored, so we don't.
The Pogi.
I'm just kidding.
The Pogi. Okay, right as we get into our series recap, Osiris, can you draw the those little Z's on Ash Ketchum's face?
Oh,
Let
me
us
do
just start.
that.
Just a slow start a little bit, but it was not a slow start indeed for Team Underground. As Autolus, they brought out, of course, their trademark, very, very lightning fast style, of course. And you know what, for Oasis Gaming, it's not often that we see them struggle, but we really did see them struggle against Underground.
It's still very close though. Very close to call. Again, when we said about you cannot make mistakes in WCSPH, that was proven once again here in the battle between Oasis versus Underground. One overstep will be punished. On game number 1, we saw this. After one big initiation from Underground, they were able to successfully convert it into a GG push. On game number 2, again, the Garen, the pseudo assassin fighter mage. I don't know what to call it anymore, but it feels like the champion of the month now for WCSPH has been the Garen.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. I mean, I really love how well they're trying to shake things up with their compositions. We saw again the Ash and that long engage of Enchanted Crystal Arrow that really didn't work well in the hands of Oasis, but countless times it was maximized by Underground, and also for the reason that they have the safest burst, which is in the hands of Mega Inferno Bomb. And then Patience Sayonara is going to clear it up. So there's so many things that you can mix up with how well the Enchanted Crystal Arrow and then a Demason Justice. Look at that. That's the game-winning sword right there.
Yeah, and I have to say, if your Ziggs is frontlining like that, I mean, it speaks well of the whole team, right? I mean, like that's how secure you are with your team, that the Ziggs can actually frontline like that. I mean, that's definitely a sight to see for sure. Nautilus, I mean, I don't know what else there is to say about this team right now. They are definitely looking like the frontliners. Now it's just really the question of who else can, who can challenge them. And so far, we haven't seen quite a lot that has been able to match them. Oasis Gaming came very close indeed, but they still didn't win. They still didn't get that.
No.
I'm laughing at the side.
So the question is who, right? Mika, I'm trying to figure it out myself right now. All right, I'll be sleeping on it, and tomorrow I'll prepare an answer.
Yeah, we might get our answer. The answer might be clearer as the week progresses.
What's happened to us? Nice
I mean, Mika asked already before the recap, so I did it already, so we can have the consequence on the whole duration, and the viewers can really.
All right, so
see
Mika
it
requested. I
Yeah,
will
go
also
ahead,
get my
Odlus.
request,
Go
right?
ahead, Odlus. Yes, of course, go.
Later. I think
before.
we will,
Okay, sure.
Later.
after the interview.
Oh
Okay.
wow! Oh, it must be something really special indeed. So let's bring on over our interviewees to our panel desk. I think we have Larawan joining us on behalf of Team Underground. Hello,
There you
Larawan.
go.
Welcome to the panel desk, and congratulations again to Team Underground. Undisputed and undefeated so far here at the WCS. I have one question for you that's a little bit serious, and then I think we're gonna relax with the rest of the questions. I was actually curious about the recruitment of Sayonara. Can you tell us about kung paano yung tryouts niya or anything? How did you manage to find him?
Ano ba? Kasi si Sayonara ko, pag nagpa-practice kami, puro kalokohan yung ginagawa. Kaya, parang masaya siya kasama. Kaya, solid siya sa lineup namin. Nakikisabay siya sa
So nag-enjoy kayo
masaya
and
ako kasama. Baka next time gusto niya ng 6 man.
Si Odlus. Ngayon, Larawan, I have a question for you. Kung merong isang champion sa Wildrift na pipiliin mo maging roommate mo, sino at bakit?
Badi.
Si
Sona, agad.
Si Sona po.
A man of culture, let's go.
Si Sona.
Bakit si Sona?
Cute.
Kasi po maganda po siya. And
Tsaka may instant music ka na, di ba?
Sound trip.
Yeah, malakas mag-sound trip din yan, di ba?
I think the best part is hindi kanya babangayan, di ba?
Oo. Tahimik. Hindi rin
Tahimik,
maingay.
di ba? Hindi ka papagalitan. Right. Okay, so parang Larawan, actually, you have conquered your demons already. Question lang, I've heard that there is there really a student currently na rostered sa UDG? Wala. Okay, so talagang focus kayo dun dito sa question. Sorry?
Yung sub po namin meron.
Yung sa...
So the substitute is currently studying right now, and basically, man, that's a feat, diba? Pero Larawan, I just have a question, pare. Regarding your playstyle right now. Last week, we saw you multiple times na nagsusurrender ka ng lane deaths eh. And that's actually an Achilles heel na nakita ko. UDG, pwedeng atakihin yung laning dito sa bot lane. But on week number 2, day number 1, nagpakitang gilas ka on the core key and on that Ash. So what's the mentality like? Paano ka nag-transition from that, I would say, bit of a slump to a dominating performance this week number 2?
Para sa akin po kasi, hindi ko rin kasi iniisip yung KDA ko or something. Gusto ko lang talaga manalo kami gusto ko lang sila matulungan kahit anong mangyari. Dahil sobrang solid nila kasama. Yun lang, wala na akong masabi sa kanila.
There's no I in team, di ba? Osiris.
Oh,
Pero
team
merong
player.
tinta yung mukha mo.
If you wanna be the very best like no one ever was, no? Larawan, so kung sabihin na natin, bago ka mag-retire bilang pro player o dito sa career mo, ano yung gusto mong champion na maalala ng tao sa'yo? Na pag sinabi ko yung Larawan, coincides or synonym with you. Oh, yun. Saan ka may kilalang legend?
Gusto ko pong makilala ako sa Bane po. Kasi favorite ko sa AC days pa lang talaga. Pero
Demon Days.
Vane.
Vane 10, no? Okay, swabe.
Larawan, baka may request ka sa mukha ni Osiris dito bilang
meron
syempre
ba?
huhuling series natin at
Rated
nanalo
PG,
din
pre,
kayo.
Oo, yung family
dapat-
friendly.
Family friendly pa rin, broadcast friendly pa, pero baka may request ka dyan, gagawin niya ni Osiris.
ano po? Rabbit.
Rabbit. Yung yung nose Osay, tapos
nose
yung
ko,
whiskers,
ganyan
tapos
rabbit.
may bago.
Ganun,
Oo.
no? Sige,
oo.
sige.
Kasi
Sige, kausapin
mukhang
mo muna yung bisita natin.
mukhang kailangan ng props yung yung rabbit ears. Pero Larawan, meron ka bang message or shoutout of course on behalf of Team Underground sa lahat ng mga supporters and maybe sa family na nanonood ngayon?
Shoutout po sa Castardo family, Lara family, sa girlfriend ko na si Lois, and Villanueva family, Bautista family, kila Boss Shinbu, Madam Phoebe, Percy, Glenn, Capital Boys, yung manong na naka-orange at naka-cup, tsaka po, tropa ko sa and Cavite City, shoutout sa inyo, and sa lahat na sumusuporta po sa amin. Thank you po.
Thank you so much and congratulations muli sa Team Underground for so far for the fourth day in a row, I believe. So thank you very much and yes, we'll see you on the rest of your games.
Thank you po.
Ciao. Otoluz, I'm so curious. Ano yung ano?
Pare, I think it's an overkill na if I request. We gave Larawan access to your face.
No.
I'm okay na, pare. If you want, you can put tears and then represent a certain fan base right now.
Tears.
Yeah, okay.
I'm not sure how to draw tears.
Cry.
Chicano, let's go.
Right.
OG.
Wait,
Osiris.
Or just put it.
bakit parang ubos na yung yung
Oh,
Fennel?
wala na.
Wait.
But of
Mika.
course, that is almost a wrap on today. That was the final series. Let's check out today's results and just a recap of what went on today. Of course, we have Fennel Adversity, Sunsparks, Grindsky, Esports, and Team Underground. It kind of, of course, Team Underground aside, because they very much are a powerhouse. It seems like this is a day of underdogs, so to say. We did have some very unexpected matches. Our second one being the biggest surprise of all, of course. Congratulations very much to Sunsparks and Team Secret, still putting us on the edge of our seats. Now, of course, we also have our leaderboard so far, and this might shuffle around a little bit, I feel like, with what happened today. It was a little bit of a surprise. Team Underground, of course, very much still on top. But now we also have movement in our bottom three so far. I believe that it is supposed to be Sunsparks over there, scoring that win against Team Secret. Now let's check out the schedules for tomorrow. I believe we do have that up. We do, of course, have some interesting matches for you all tomorrow as well. And I think the match to look forward to the most might be the third. We have another big challenger over here for Team Underground. And we're going to see this time if RRQ can make the Kings
Here comes the next
bleed.
challenger in
The next challenger, the next big boss coming on in. So far, though, Underground has been knocking it out of the park. So it is going to be very, very, very exciting for the next few days, especially as our standings are starting to shift around a little bit. Final thoughts for today, Adeluz?
I did not expect a 2-0s all across the board. I would
yeah.
accept it, of course.
Yeah.
But on game number 2, it feels like there's a curse today because there's always that almost or almost game 3, almost game 3, and then it will turn out it will just be a complete shutout at 2-0. But yeah, very happy with what happened today, and I'm looking forward for tomorrow.
Yeah, we have some really
because
close games.
the curse is here. Yeah, the
Yeah.
curse is
Yeah.
here. I have the tier. It's not clear as it is because it's currently sitting on a 250 stacks. So I need to complete it later. So yeah,
Let's
that's
go.
the tier
Yeah,
for it.
it's authentic. It's like it's smudged, and you actually cried for sure. But yes, ladies and gentlemen, that is a wrap for day 1 of week 2 of WCS. And once again, this event would not be possible without PPGL, the largest multi-game esports league in the country, together with Riot Games.
We would also like to acknowledge our official mobile partner in Xiaomi. The hashtag Redmi Note 11 is equipped with 90Hz AMOLED dot display, making it possible for you to experience powerful and responsive gaming. Less waiting time with a 33 watts Pro fast charging enabled by the all-new MMT technology in a 6nm Snapdragon 680 for high performance while improving battery life. More information about the Redmi Note 11 at the Xiaomi Philippines Facebook page.
And of course, this tournament is under the supervision of the Games and Amusement Board.
And don't forget to follow us, of course, on Facebook, YouTube, Twitch, and on TikTok. We will be back tomorrow, same time, same place, or wherever you're watching, for more Wildrift action as we enter day 2 of week 2 of the WCS PH. See you then, and until then, stay safe and stay healthy, and we'll see you in the Rift.
We'll do it together in harmony. Let it go and set your mind free. You lit me up as the sun went down. Now my search is over, over, over. Wherever it takes me, my world will be complete. 'Cause I've been going crazy, but now I've landed on my feet. That's how I found my lucky star. Found my lucky star. Found my lucky star. Right here in the shadows. Right here in the shadows. In the shadows. Right here in the shadows. Running wild out of my mind. Hold my breath, cause I'm ready to make a move. Got nothing to lose. Watch me shake out the ground. Have you seen a phoenix rise? Rising up above the deep blue open skies. Knowing that the way is right. Guided by the secrets of an undiscovered light.